Welcome back to the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. This is day 3 of competition here in Mahabalipuram, and the conditions are looking absolutely pristine. Winds are super clean, and as we go into this event window, we are getting that rising tide coming up, Tipi. I'm here, Percy, in the commentary booth along with Tipi Jabrik, and we're into the quarterfinals for the men straight away.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Percy. This is day 3 actually here. Every morning, like when we walk to the beach, expecting something to come up, but Mahabs is always delivering like some quality wave for this quarterfinal matchup between Shohei Kato and Raiha Onu. So yeah, nobody have catch any wave yet. So Raiha and Shohei just kind of like positioning themselves, trying to get like where is the best takeoff position right there. You can see there Raiha coming back again, trying to chase up Shohei there because no priority yet. Looks like Shohei is trying on that one. We will see if situation of with the priority will change because nobody have catch any wave yet, so it's up to the priority judge to determine if any priority have been called on that one. So yeah, so 23 minutes to go, quarterfinal number 1. We're gonna have a lot of action today, Percy.
Lots of action today, and yeah, a lot less water moving out there in the ocean right now, and it's looking quite clean, so that's really nice. Looks like they are going to sit on that second peak over there for now, and that's our surfer in red. Shohei getting up on that one, driving down the line. Look at how high he gets on his pumps, and look at the face on that one as he drifts the fins. That was a beautiful snap to off the lip to fin drift to start the day of competition. He backs it up with a few rail turns, and now looking for a finish on the inside. The waves are looking absolutely amazing, and we're really looking forward to see what these guys have on offer. Slams that last finish over there, and I'm pretty sure he made it out of that one. So that is the way to start your heat, guys. But close behind, Raya Ondu on his own. Just a setup turn to start. Now he gets up into the lip, got some air under his board, but that one sliding out from under him a little bit.
Yeah, that was Raiha Onu. These both are super young Japanese surfers there, Percy, because I'm sure Raiha is like around 19 to 20 years old, and Shohei is only 22 years old, so they're pretty young, pretty like new on the this campaign in the QS. They've probably been doing this for 3 to 5 years now, and yeah, they're the next generation for Japanese surfers. Putting their dreams into coming up into the Challenger Series, because like the reason why everybody is here, they want to collect points, they want to be on the Challenger Series. As we know now, there's a couple Japanese surfers already on the Challenger Series. We have Keijiro Nishi in the Japanese representing Asia there in the Challenger Series, and yeah, he did really well actually in one of 2 of the Challenger Series so far. We have the Balito Pro a couple months ago, and a couple weeks ago we have the Huntington event Challenger in California. So yep, Raiha Onu just a modest 2.0 and still waiting for Shohei Kato's first opening ride there.
Yeah, I'm curious where the judges are going to go with that one, because that wave is going to set the scale for the remainder, at least of this category for this morning, because it was the first solid ride of the day. And yeah, really cool that some of the Japanese are already up there in the Challenger Series, representing representing Asia, and yeah, super cool to see for sure. The way it works, I believe, is that you have you got to be on top of the QS rankings for your region, and there's a set number of spots available for each region, and that's how you get onto the Challengers. And here he is up and riding again, looking to get a proper ride because he got an incomplete on the last one. Drifts the fins on the first one, now just driving, but looking for this section right here to stand up. And a little bit of overcooking there for Raya. So he'll be looking to get back out the back and make sure to get some proper ones. Quite an intense heat one-on-one, because you're constantly firing. You have much less time to wait in between waves, because there's just two of you, and you have to make the most of all the waves. You don't want to leave any opportunity unridden. You want to take the most of every wave that there is. And it looks like Raya is by himself there right now in the water. I guess our surfer in red, Shohei, is going for the runaround.
Yeah, so with these two exchanges right now, as we can see, Shohei have a 667 with a better opening account on his scoring there. You have to see also, Percy, like during this man-on-man matchup, you can see, if one of the surfers is getting the advantage, because as you can see, Raiha, he stumbled on the first wave. On the second wave, he stumbled again, So looks like Shohei is a little bit having a bit better advantage, but what Raiha need to do is just shake his head off and refocus. 18 minutes to go. Nothing is impossible, because Raiha would like to get a better result here, because he's a good surfer, but so far Shohei is I would say the surfers that have a bit better preparation on this opening right there.
Yeah, for sure. But Raya also doing a really good job of, even though he caught those two waves, he did a really good job of paddling back before Shohei was able to, make it back out with the runaround. Obviously, Shohei got a really long ride, so it must have taken some time to get to the runaround. But good job there from Raya to, get priority and make sure that at least he has that, and he has the calling shots on the next wave. So smart use of paddle power, and that's why I always tell my students, you got to train paddle power. Paddle power is one of the most important things of competitive surfing, other than obviously your surfing technique, your tactics, your strategy, all of that. Because priority is key. If you're able to be in priority at the right time when the right wave comes in, that's how you get scores. You can have equally matched surfers in the water in terms of their skill level, but it all depends on the scoring potential of the waves that they select and what they're able to do on that. So if you're not able to paddle back in time and get priority and really use that to your advantage to select the right waves, then that's what gives the edge to the other competitor. And Raya showing that he has that part of his game intact, and a few stumbles on the first few waves, but I'm sure he'll be getting back on his feet. And looks like there's a nice one peeling through into the lineup right now. It's just this wave, I believe. So both of the athletes decide to let that one go. But the conditions are looking super clean, TP. What do you think? What kind of day of competition are we gonna have ahead of us? What kind of things are we gonna get to see?
Yeah, I think we're gonna see a lot of a variety of surfing today, because this is a two matchup of a natural footers. They're gonna try to maximize more of the length of the wave, But later on, when we see surfers like Kanoa Hije or Yuma Nagasawa, where they just gonna put more of that, a pushing on their tail on the backside. So it's a bit different surfing later on. What we're gonna see. So this is up and riding. This is Raiha Onu. He need to get around that section. It's a little bit of a lot of turbulence right there. So he only able to put like 1.5 turns right there.
Yeah, I was quite surprised he went on that one. It looked quite messy and didn't really give the scoring potential he needed. But our friend here, Shohei, big floater to start, big wraparound, and he takes it on to the inside. Looks like he has more opportunity to score out here. Just big rail work, on this one. Classic surfing, and shuts it down. And, with those two scores under the belt, now's when he's going to be able to go ham. Until now, he's probably been holding up just a little bit, but now he's just going to go full power.
Yeah, if you see the replay of, I would like to see the replay of Raiha first. And then I would like to compare between Raiha and Shohei's way of surfing on his heat. So yeah, looks like here we go. This is a replay of
Yeah, for me it was really the wave selection.
Different
like his
surfing
first
later
one's
on.
so
What we're
wonky.
gonna see. Yeah, this is up and riding. This is Raiha Onu. This is not only because he need to get around that section. It's a bit. Percy, it's also his body language is like facing the wave. You know, with in his mind is chasing score. So he have a little bit more pressure on his shoulder. But if we see like a Shohei Kato's wave, you know, he know there's a section in front of him, but he did a floater. So he know he doesn't rush it. He know there's going to be more potential score under the line there. So that's the difference. Looks like Raiha up and riding right here. Maybe he's going to change his strategy and trying to, you know, maximize down the line more.
Yeah, it looks like he's a little bit more calm and composed on this one, and puts down 2 big turns right now. Has still some more opportunity. We know he has the surfing. Will he be able to finish this one? The Red Bull tent will tell us, and yeah, he does.
Yeah, I think that's I have to say that's going to be the turning point of Raiha's heats here, because he's chasing score. 667 is the highest score so far from Shohei. We wait for his second score, and Raiha, I think he's coming back to this heat. In the halfway of the heats here. 13 minutes to go, and looks like this could be a good way for Raiha.
Yeah, I quite like this wave from Raiha. That was the replay of the previous one. Just a bit of a wonky wave. It had those ribs in the middle, and but it's quite amazing how these guys can just turn the screws on their mindset from 1 minute to the next. And especially making those mistakes, you can really learn as you go. And it feels like he was listening to what you were saying, TP, because he really slowed his surfing down and was able to surf to the pace of the wave, surf the whole wave. And here's the last one from Sheo.
Okay.
Take it.
Yeah,
take
this is Shohei. As you can see there, he takes his time. He draw that line nice and easy, because he knows down the line is where the scoring potential is. As you can see, he doesn't rush anything. Even that double up right there, he managed to do one more maneuver right there. I don't think so that's going to be as high as the first 667, but we will see. And then also, surprisingly, with so it is 517, his second score right there, and we wait for Raiha's first wave. So not bad for Raiha's opening real score for Raiha's. This is his first maneuver right there. Nice, a setup turn right there. A little bit of a check turn right there. And I think here where all the money points are been delivered. And we'll see if he can finish this one, because there's going to be some kind of a distraction right there. And Raiha's last wave is what is it, Percy?
It comes in at a 4.83, so probably not quite the number he was hoping for, because the requirement still is 7.01. But nonetheless, a score in his score line, and the board under his feet successfully. So it's all about these small wins and building momentum. Around 11 minutes to go, and right now Shohei going for the paddle around instead of the run around this time. It did seem like he took quite a while with the run around on the previous one, so deciding this time to use his arms instead. And he is out the back with priority, so and a pretty big couple of scores. So Raiha's definitely got some work to do, but he's starting to do it now. I mean, he would have hoped that this is how he started his heat. But he still has a bit of time to put some scores together. Here's the replay, and that's really the money turn. And after that, I feel like these ones were good, but he was focusing maybe even a bit too much on down the line speed, really keeping that nose pointing down the line. And on that one, even so on the finishing maneuver is when I would have at least given it a little bit more. To make sure the scores go up, at least into a 5 or so. Yeah,
that's what happened when you're chasing score there, Percy. So you wanna sometimes you rush it, and then that could be one of the reason it's become like more quantity rather than the quality of the maneuvers. If you think about it, like yesterday, like Kishore or Kanoa or even like other guys, they only do like even like 1 or 2 big maneuvers is rewarded a 5. You can see there Raiha like doing like multiple maneuvers there, and he only rewarded it with a 4.83. You know, still either way, a 4.83 putting him in a better position rather than looking for a 9 before. So a 7.10 with 9 minutes to go. It could be, you know, you go for one wave or you're gonna divide it into 2 waves. So it's really up to Raiha strategy right now because the wave is there. You know, either he want to get like a, you know, high fives, 2 of them, or he just want to go big and get that 7.01.
Yeah, and here's our surfer in red going to the air, easy landing, and just still riding that one. So you can see the waves on offer this morning are absolutely insane. He gets an oncoming section here and hits it for the finish, and he's super happy with that one. So yeah, I was curious to see what kind of surfing we would see today, and you know, Shohei really giving us a show for that. You know, some good classical rail to rail, you know, off the lip, fin drifts. His first maneuver, a big fin drift, you know, so we know we're going to see lots of that kind of surfing. And then, you know, straight away on his third wave, going to the air as well. So hopefully, also the wind conditions, you know, it's super glassy, not much wind, so it's going to be quite good for airs. I hope we get to see some barrels as well later on. Yeah,
let's see the replay here from Shohei. So, you know, he did one of the, you know, like one of the more like a committed maneuvers there. He did airs there, as we can see here. He did a quite nice setup here, looking for that ramp right there. Boom, Shohei the showman right there. So really good attempt right there. And, you know, he finished it super strong right here. And yeah, I think this is going to be rewarded with a big score. That 7.01 requirement from Raiha could go up now.
Yeah, for sure. But it does look like Raiha does have an opportunity out the back. So, you know, maybe if he's reaching for that 7, he might reduce the requirement a little bit. It's a beautiful looking wave. Gets around this first section. It's a little bit thick right now, but now it speeds up. He is already past the Elephant Rock where you have a bit of that lump and bump. And now it stands up a little bit, going to some nice drop wallet layback and hitting the lip pretty strong. He is happy about that, and you know he is showing that to the judges just to make them know. But I'm not sure. You know, it's definitely not going to go all the way up into that requirement that he needs. But yeah, hopefully it hacks away a little bit at it.
Yeah, actually, Percy, I have to say it's pretty close to what he needs right now because the wave was big. You know, he did a multiple like committed maneuver, especially at the end of that closing section. He did a really strong hack right there, and then you can see he was doing an airdrop there. So it could go close to what he needs, but the problem is Shohei Kato's last wave is not even in yet, and that could change his requirements. So even though that number will be close to what Raiha needs, but that's the situation right now.
Yeah, so luckily Raiha went full on that wave, you know, making sure to, because he probably knew that the requirement was going to go up a little bit, and so making sure to break that one away. And last of Shohei Kato, a 7.83, guys. We are approaching the excellent scores, you know, just 0.17 away from it, and this is the replay from Blue.
So yeah, Raiha's wave was a little bit bigger than the other wave that Shohei and his previous wave. So nice drop wallet right there. But here you can see that's a super critical maneuver right there. Even he knows it. You know, like there was a bit of an airdrop there. So. We will see if that's going to be, you know, close to a 6 or a 7 that can break that, you know, the number that he's requiring right now, 9.67. So, yeah, really good heats here we have on screen right now. And Lhasa Blue is coming to, nope, still the judges having a replay right now. Here we go. This is the nice setup turn right here. Strong, kind of like a big open arm right there. That drop wallet is really good and straight into a closeout airdrop, nose down, and almost, you know, have no like the control is fully controlled. So it'll be interesting to see that number.
Yeah, for sure. Super curious to see that number, and really nice to see the energy from Raiha. Being put against the ropes from the start of the heat, and being able to act under pressure is super important because it is possible to come back at any moment with the right wave and the right approach on the wave. As the judges deliberate for that score, we are entering the 4-minute mark. And priority is sitting with Shohei, so we're hoping that score comes in pretty high. And you were right, Tipi Jabrik, it comes in at a 6.17, so that breaks down the combination, the requirement a little bit, but the requirement is still quite high, an 8.33 to advance. I mean, Raiha, I'm sure, is still able to get that score, but he is going to have to give it his all on the next wave. And right now, Shohei does have priority and would be able to defend his position into the semis.
Yeah, I think this is a really a great strategy from Shohei to surf strong from the first minute of the heat. Raiha kind of like a stumble in his first wave, and that's affecting his his mindset a little bit, and now he's just doing those the catch up situation. And a lot of time when you are in the catching up surfers, you always put pressure on yourself. You don't surf as normal as you should. And but still, it's surfing is a sport. A lot of magic happens here. Last minute miracle can still happen. Raiha Onu 833. It is a big number, but it's not impossible. Raiha can bring it to the airs. He's a solid surfer, and situation still can change. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, but the problem is Shohei owns the priority right now with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, and what's so interesting about priority is that the person in priority has the right of way on any wave that comes into the lineup. That's such an interesting concept. A lot of my students have a hard time to understand that at first, because they're like, what do you mean I can take any wave? What do you mean like I have the right of way on the whole lineup to all the waves that are there? And a lot of them just paddle for waves before they even reach priority and so on. And only leave the waves to the better surfers and so on. So I try to teach them to build some, especially the women, to build some confidence and try to just wait, because all you need to do to gain priority, especially in a free surfing lineup, is literally just wait, and wait and watch everyone surf and enjoy. And at some point you climb the ladder and...
yeah, but you have to understand also, Percy, like surfing these days is so, instant, back in the days you have to paddle for your own wave, but these days there's coaches, and especially when there's a local coaches, they're the one who have priority to push you into any wave. But as soon as that coaches is gone, you think as a student you still have the priority that you still own, by having those coaches, and that's when the problems start. The surfing ethic is not there. So I think the best way to surf is always check around what is the local custom surfing etiquette is. I think anywhere in the world the surfing etiquette is still the same. You wait for your wave if you're not a local, talk to the local, and wait for your share. So here we go. Looks like Shohei Kato kind of block him on that one.
Good job from Raya for selling him on this one, but he looks like he is going to make good use of it. Big fin drift to start. He did that on his first wave. 3-turn combo. He's already had 2 pretty solid waves under his belt, so I'm not sure if this one will come above his 667, but which was a similar wave, but perhaps a little bit bigger. 20 seconds, just under 20 seconds, and Raiha does have a little bit of a chance. And I really like what you were talking about over there in terms of priority and the lineup and coaches and all this stuff, And yeah, I think a lot of that etiquette, is kind of missing in terms of how we do surfing education, especially once it goes past, the beginner waves, past the foam. So hopefully, we've been working on it a little bit in India, and I'm so proud actually of the development we've got. We're using priority so much better. In the start, we didn't know even what it was, and now we really talk about it in the lineup. But we're gonna go for a short break before we go into Heat 2. That was an amazing heat put together by Shohei right off the bat, just building his scores. with some classical rail-to-rail, and then backing it up with some aerial games.
We are the keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is a time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right, and we are back to live action here on day 3 of competition at the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. This is the men's event, and up and riding is our surfer in red, Masamune Uno, setting up a beautiful deep bottom turn, huge hack off the top. I like how vertical he managed to get in that swoop, and getting past that rock over there with a bit of lump and bump, just cutting it back right now with some classical rail work as it stands up a little bit on the inside. He's looking for a finish now. Let's see if the wave provides anything. It looks like it's kind of dying out, but maybe he gets a double up. We'll see. On the drone shot, drifts the fins on that last little finish, so strong finish as well. Percy here in the booth with Giada. Good morning, Giada.
Good morning, Percy. I'm really excited for today. It is day 3. We're going to be doing all the quarterfinals. The semis are on standby. I think we're just going to take a look at the wave and the conditions and see what it provides. But if it's looking good, I mean, you can't walk away from great waves.
Definitely can't walk away from great waves, but you could give a chance for some expression sessions, for us here in the commentary booth, the judges, all of that. If we have extra time, we do have 3 full days, today, tomorrow, and day after, to run all our quarters, semis, and finals. But of course, you could also choose to increase the time on your heats and really give the athletes more time to build their scores. But in general, just super excited for this competition because the waves are absolutely pumping. And here's our surfer in red, just goes straight into bottom turn, up into the top. Whoa, that was a beautiful 2-turn combination. I really like that, but sadly not a make for Masamune Uno.
Yeah, Iko already a 6.83 to start things off for him. So it's been a great morning, I would say. Shohei Kato taking the win over Raiha Onu in the previous heat. We are doing the quarterfinals of the men's QS 2000, then going straight into the quarterfinals of the women's, and then the round of 16 of the men's Pro Junior. Here on your screen is a 6.83 that we missed from Iko Watanabe. 2 massive turns out the back Does it again and shuts that one down. He gives us a little bit of a fist pump. He's liking it. He knew it was going to be a good score. So really nicely done from Iko Watanabe. We have officially moved on to the man-on-man. So we won't be seeing maybe as many rides as the past couple days, but it gives so much more opportunity and space for the surfers in the water. So another replay of Masamune Uno. Good-looking wave. This is that long one that came in at a 4.83. Beautiful swooping cutback to start things off. You can see him really setting the pace here as he gets past Elephant Rock. Does it again. The wave, kind of tapers off. So it didn't give him maybe as much opportunity as Iko Watanabe's wave. That was just a lot punchier and bigger. But he surfed this one, I would say, as much as the wave would offer him to surf it.
Yeah, definitely. It mainly gave him that first bigger, open, but even then, it wasn't much of a lip. It was more of an open section. Yeah, he did a great carve on it, quite vertical, but just not enough scoring potential on that wave. And the judges did have a look at that and gave it a 4.83. But Iko with 3 big turns out the back on a big set wave into the critical section every time, and did such a good job of timing it, of reading those sections really well. And we saw that from him yesterday already on that little insider he got, surfing those sections just so perfectly, identifying which are the most critical parts of the wave, and just committing to them straight away. And that is the first judging criteria that the judges have at the top of their mind when they're building these scores out. And so really nice to see a beautiful start to the heat for Iko. 6.83 is really how you want to start, because then you can go back out and get priority just like he has, and just wait for another one. What I like about these one-man heats is we're seeing a lot more patience, a lot more wave selection, selectivity in terms of the waves that they're looking for, because they know that they're going to have to one-up each other every time they catch a wave, and themselves as well. So they need to be on the best ones.
Absolutely. I think the man-on-man takes off a lot of pressure, because when you have 4 people out there, you really have to think about your priority and play it well with the 3 other surfers in the water. Whereas with this man-on-man, you have just space and you have time, and it takes off the pressure of having to battle it out with other 3 surfers. So I think it all comes down to wave selection at this point, and it really breaks it down to the surfing of it all. So as there's a break in this quarterfinal heat 2, I'm going to throw it down to Tipi and Shohei Kato.
Okay, I'm here with Shohei Kato with the first semifinalist for the QS 2000 here. Shohei, you surf super strong. You start early. Tell me a little bit about that. 667 and a 783.
Yeah, it felt so good. I focus. I surfed before my heat, and then waves so good. So I focused just long wall the waves, and then I could get the score.
So tell me a little bit about your 783. Do you expect to get more bigger number than that number, or you think that's a good number for that big aerial and couple big strong maneuver at the end? What do you think?
Actually, I thought I get the bigger score, but I tried air the fast section, so felt nice, and then get the 7.8 I got lucky.
So yeah, great surfing from Shohei. Tell me a little bit if you want to say anything in Japanese for your friends and family back home.
今日まず朝一のヒート勝ち上がれて、今日は、今のところもうヒートはないので、明日のセミファイナルに備えて、本当に調子もいいので、ボードも良くて、波もすごい自分大好きな波なので、この調子で、楽しんでいきたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
So great surfing from Shohei Kato. Good luck on the semifinals, and back to you guys at the booth. Thank you.
Thank you, TP, for that interview with Shohei. Yeah, he did a really good job of putting that heat together, got those 2 scores under his belt, and then backed it up with some progressive surfing. And I was actually quite surprised how low he went on his line before that air, you know, because I would imagine that you want to really get a high line to make sure and get all that speed as much as possible, and then load up. But he was able to get really low and you know, go for a proper bottom turn into that air, which did probably send it a little bit higher and give it that 7.83. But now we're into this heat, and it looked like there's some lines out the back, Giada. We are down to 14 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, so, you know, Iko Watanabe just has that 6.83. He's waiting pretty patiently out there. You know, he wants to cash in the priority, probably the best moment that he deems fit for it. So you're right, there are a couple lines out there. I would say it's a little smaller than yesterday. It's been a little slower, but it's still gorgeous. I mean, the conditions are great. The tide is still rising. There's a bit of lump on the face, but I'm sure as it starts to go down, we're really going to see it clean up, and it's going to be great to have all the quarterfinalists out there. In the next heat, we have Tenshi Iwami going up against Yuma Nagasawa, and in heat 4, Sentaro Sakai with Kanoa Hije. And on the women's side of this draw, for the QS 2000 here at the Shore Temple Classic, we will be seeing Mireya Keita going up against Anri Matsuno. In heat 2, Hinata Shimizu going with Shino Matsuda, the Olympian. Heat 3 is Arisa Ishii going against the Thai Isabella Higgs. And in heat 4, Hinano Shimizu goes with Sara Wakita. So it's going to be an incredible day of competition. So much still to go down, and you really just don't want to miss it.
Definitely don't want to miss a single bit of the action here, because it's been electric. Yes, a little bit slower right now in this heat, but nonetheless some opportunities are coming through, and you know, we've already seen a 6.83 on a firing set wave from Iko Watanabe, so we're definitely going to get some solid rides coming through the lineup in not too long. We are going to have a little bit of a bump with that high tide, you know, it is coming in pretty soon. But we will be going into a lower tide after that, and things should be cleaning up as well. The high tide mark is at 10 a.m., so we're going to be going, we're in a rising tide up to that moment of the morning, after which we'll be going down towards the low tide. I am quite excited though for you know, the tide setup does look quite good for tomorrow and day after, for finals days. Because we're gonna have, you know, we're gonna be able to start the day on a much lower tide, and really rise throughout the day in terms of the heats. And looks like there's a little opportunity here for our surfer in red, but he opts not to go on that one. He is in second priority, so he's just having a look at those waves under priority, and this is the bigger set wave coming in for a surfer in blue. He glides into this one on that second peak and goes straight up into that first section, drifting the fins out the back. And one of my favorite maneuvers in surfing. It just feels so smooth, so perfect. Up into the lip for the second one, and now onto the rail game. Let's see if you can find a finish on this one. This one stands and he goes into the air. Beautiful landing there from our surfer in blue. We've seen him in the air already, and you know, he's feeling very confident because he's going for those you know, innovative and progressive maneuvers. Right on his second wave, you know, his backup. So so really cool to see that energy from Iko. What a beautiful wave, Jada. What do you think about it?
Yeah, that was gorgeous. Iko Watanabe is definitely always one of the highlights for me in these events, especially last year as well. He looked like he really connected with this wave, and I think that was a great example of it. He times his waves. He lets the wave tell him when to do the turns. He waits for the sections to kind of come to him. He doesn't rush it. Here is that replay. Let's break this one down. Straight off the bat, beautiful. Just pushes that tail all the way around, wraps it around on that dead section. And you can see here, he just waits for the sections to come to him. A nice float to get past Elephant Rock, and he just makes up the time really well. Takes to the air on this inside section. I absolutely love how confident he's looking. He's not afraid to do it, and then you see him do it again. He says, you know, I have everything done on the outside, a 6.83 next to my name, and a 6.33 now, so he's looking like he's in a pretty comfortable position now. All eyes on Masamune Uno to see his response to Iko Watanabe's scores. Masamune Uno is actually very young. He just recently started competing. I would say maybe 2 or 3 years ago was his first international event, and he's definitely one of the youngest surfers in the draw. So he is just collecting a lot of experience, collecting a lot of moments here. This is probably going to be one of his best results, I would say.
Yeah, so cool, cool for Masamune Uno. Definitely, like already getting that result. Already making it to the quarterfinals. So he will be collecting and stacking up some points, and he still does have a chance here against Iko. I mean, Iko's been putting up some amazing surfing, but that doesn't count anything out from Masamune. Just taking you through this one, such a beautiful first turn. I also like how he was like again, he hits the right section, but seeing that the wave was, driving down the line and trying to get past that elephant rock, just holding it back to a floater or kind of lip line maneuver, and then knowing that he needs to do a little bit more on that maneuver, going to the air, and there that's just feeling the rhythm and feeling like going for airs again. I feel like once he starts going for airs, he can't stop. We saw that yesterday from him when he started on a wave with one air and then he just kept going with air after air. So yeah, nice to see Iko, definitely has that air game in his quiver of maneuvers, in his repertoire. And he has managed to, generate a score with that one. So 6.33, that puts quite a steep requirement on Masamune. An 8.33 is still achievable with one wave, but ideally he'll be looking for 2 more waves here. Once he gets, a bigger score up into the good, up into the very goods, maybe, or even higher, of course, he'll be looking to replace that 4.83.
Yeah, so just taking a look, Masamune is 16 years old. He is still in high school. I'm pretty sure lives in Chiba area in Japan, which is how my good friend Daiwaka always tells me is like the California of Japan. It's where all the biggest surf spots are, all the bigger brands are. So it is that Chiba is probably the place to be if you're a surfer in Japan.
Yeah, Japan seems like such an epic country. I mean, there's so many things to explore over there, from surfing to snowboarding to food, to culture, to history, to scuba diving, to islands and all these things. So yeah, really cool to get so many of these guys down here to India. Also to experience what we have on offer here. That was a massive air from our friend Iko Watanabe right in front of the rock. No fear whatsoever, I really like seeing people go really high with airs, because these days we see a lot of those kind of board high or half a board high airs, and it is getting easy for these athletes to perform them, but it's really when they go for takeoff and flight up, where they go a whole body's length above the wave, where it gets super exciting. And here's our friend in red, Masamune, also trying to go for the air, but it looked like there was a weird bubble in the wave there, and not really able to read and connect with it as well as he'd want to. But he might be able to paddle out back and regain priority before Iko comes back. Here's the replay from Iko.
All right, let's see this replay from the sky. A bit of a floater there to get past that section. You can see him really eye this down. Oh, beautifully done from Iko Watanabe. So this was actually live action. That was not the replay. But I would love to see if he got anything done out the back, because Iko is one of those surfers that he finishes it off pretty strong, but you always can get surprised of the type of tricks he can pull out the back. So this is a replay of the last wave, probably the air that we saw earlier on. You can see him eye this section down, takes to the air right in front of Elephant Rock. He is not afraid to go big. He wants to put himself into that semifinal. So he is really going for it. Masamune Uno with a bit of work to do. 8.33 is his requirement. He's out the back with priority. He should probably at this point wait for a solid set wave and get some nice hacks that we saw him do yesterday. I'm sure he has a surfing in it. I just think that Iko Watanabe has really cashed in his priority well throughout the heat. He timed his waves really well, and he's just having fun now.
Yeah,
Right.
that's for sure. And just trying to show what he has on offer. And this is that second wave from him. Big float to start, getting past that section, and this one stood up and dredged out on the inside. And where most people would go just for a lip line finish, he pushes the tail out towards the shore and gets a reverse on it. So, really exciting, beautiful, radical, diverse surfing from Iko Watanabe, and it's just a pleasure to watch. And, he's really making a statement there that, he's not just getting into the semifinals, he's coming for everyone that's in the semifinals. And that's really going to make the fight exciting, because everyone is watching him, and they are watching what they're going to come up against. He does have a foot right now, heavy foot into that semifinals. So they're gonna be trying to surf up as well in the following quarterfinal heats, to make sure that they are also building their own confidence, their own momentum towards those semis, because the battle is getting real here. All these surfers are like all of them are these Mach 3 surfers that can just generate so much speed and so much height in their airs, and create such radical, critical maneuvers on the best sections. So really exciting to watch. What is to come here? 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Masamune Uno 4.83 and a 2.33 really needs to get going. He needs an 8.33. That's his requirement right now. He's got to do something massive, but I can't quite see him in the lineup right now. 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go. It looks like, it is Masamune Uno. Out the back, all by himself, so he does have an opening, and just praying for the wave to come in for him.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to be hoping for that wave to come down to him, and it's looking like it's just going to have to be that 1.833 for him to kind of keep this dream alive and get himself into a semifinal. I would absolutely love for him to get that one last chance to kind of battle it out and showcase a bit more of his surfing. I feel like his wave selection maybe wasn't as precise as Iko Watanabe's this heat, so he wasn't able to really perform as strongly as he has been the past couple days. He usually picked off the waves that were just kind of tapering off, whereas Iko really picked those ones with those big, long walls to him. So, if Masamune Uno doesn't get one last chance here to showcase that surfing, he will be walking away with so much experience. I mean, quarterfinals at 16 years old at a QS 2000 is no small thing. It's a pretty great achievement, and it just shows that he has so much more in the tank, and that he's going to be, hopefully in the future, taking down some big names and taking out some big events.
Yeah, I mean, the surfers making it up into the top ranks have just been getting younger and younger and younger, The younger they start, the more also experience that comes from their coaches, their parents, and so on. The more they're able to learn at a young age, and they have so much energy at that moment. Their body is so flexible and mobile, and they're just sponges, absorbing everything. And here is Iko up and riding again into the lip, and he loves these big drawn out walls, just able to get past any section you throw at him, and putting the right maneuvers down wherever they need to be placed. Here it stands up a little bit for it looks like a final maneuver. He slams that one, but I'm not sure if he quite was able to make that one.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from Iko Watanabe. He is just so fast. I think any average surfer would have never made any of those sections, and he just was flying down the line. So with that 1 minute under priority, got that wave from Masamune Uno. Maybe a little mistake there from our man in red, but here he goes. This is Masamune's last chance. 55 seconds on the clock. Talk us through.
Beautiful first hack off the top. I love that bottom turn, and straight into the next one. It's a beautiful. It is tapering a little bit, but it had a wall at the start over there, and he might get a few chances at a finisher. So I'm just happy he gets a chance. He is gonna have to go a little bit big here, because even though those two first turns were good, he is looking for an 8.33, and he goes to the air. Let's see if he makes the landing. I think he might have got that one. So, really reaching for that 8.33, and he might have had a chance at that one.
Yep, so we're waiting for that last score of Masamune Uno with 10 seconds left. Will he get that 833 or not? We will be leaving it all down to the judges. They're going to be taking a solid, strong look at that replay. They're going to be comparing it with Iko Watanabe's 683. So it's nervous moments there for Team Masamune Uno and all his supporters, as you know, it's going to be pretty close, but nonetheless, he's had an incredible run. I'm pretty sure he's still in the Pro Juniors, so it's early days, and that's the best thing about double dipping is maybe if it doesn't go for him here in the QS side, he can take and learn from his mistakes and bring it over to the Pro Junior side. He gets to surf this wave so much more than everyone else, so it's super exciting. Masamune Uno 473 was not enough, so it is Iko Watanabe who will be going into the semifinal with Shohei Kato. We're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in quarterfinal heat 4. All right, the winner from the Short Tempo Classic 2023 is in the water. Tenshi Iwami wanting to defend his title and put himself into semifinal, going up against Yuma Nagasawa. This is quarterfinal heat 3. It is 22 minutes, 35 seconds. We've reached the man-on-man here at Mahabalipuram, a gorgeous spot just an hour south of Chennai. Beautiful coastline with so many right-hand point breaks, and we are hoping that this is going to be a great heat. We had Iko Watanabe taking the last one out over Masamune Uno, 2 6s to his name. He will be joining Shohei Kato in the semifinals either later today or tomorrow, depending on the conditions that we have. I want to welcome Tipi Jabrik into the booth. Good morning.
Yes, morning, Jana. I have to say, condition now, and hopefully, when the tides goes down, get better and better. So, give a great opportunity to all the surfers to, maximizing their, their surfing ability here. We have Yuma Nagasawa and Tenshi Iwami. So, this would be a great heat to watch because Yuma on his backside and Tenshi Iwami on his front side. So, 2 different characters. We will see if one of them going to take advantage.
Yep, absolutely. You're right. Conditions are gorgeous. It is so glassy out there, and we are 5 minutes away from 8 a.m. here in Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu. The high tide will be at 9:30 today, a 1.3 meter high tide, and as it starts to go down, it will absolutely get gorgeous out there. We're going to see the picturesque long right hand point break that this is, and I think is just start bowling up and give us a great canvas for these surfers to perform and showcase some great surfing. Up next for the quarterfinal heat 4, we have Sentaro Sakai going up against the Korean Kanoa Hije. So lots of action here for day 3 of the Short Temple Classic QS 2000. So Tippy, you know, this has been day 3. What would you say are some of your highlights for now?
I don't know, like, you know, that 933 from Taki Kanazawa was probably one of my biggest you know, like Taki was really impressing the way he surfed, you know, super solid, super strong, and, you know, there's even though, like, I have to say the wave is getting better right now on day 3, so I would like to see more of those big explosive surfing, you know, doesn't hold back. So, yeah, I think I would say, like, you know, Shohei Kato have been also impressing, surfing impressed me a lot because, you know, he's still young and he did the first airs this morning and, you know, great surfing. So everybody is actually a big highlights to me.
Yeah, absolutely. Great way to say it. Has been some great surfing throughout the 3 days of competition. We still have a 3-day window for the Short Temple Classic. So today, tomorrow, and the 16th. So it is not done just yet. After the men's quarterfinal, we will be going straight to the women's. We will be seeing Miraya Keda going up against Anri Matsuno. In Heat 2, it's Hinata Shimizu with Shino Matsuda, the Olympian. In Heat 3 is Arisa Ishii and Isabella Higgs. And in Heat 4 is Hinano Shimizu against Sara Wakita. I'm excited for that one because I feel like Sara has been in like a really great headspace. And she's been pretty unstoppable. The last time I saw her compete was it was in Korea a couple weeks ago, and she was looking in such great form. She had an injury earlier on this year, but recovered really nicely. She took out the Corona Zero Wanning Pro in December last year, just before Christmas. So she's on a roll. As there is no waves ridden just yet, I'm gonna throw it down to Percy and Iko Watanabe.
All right, here with Iko after his win from the last heat, you know, 683 to start the heat. It looked like you just started having fun after that one, and just before the interview started, I asked him if he was having fun. He said, "Too much fun." So, tell me, you know, a little bit about like what are your favorite? We saw you go to the air, you know, really big, massive air. You wanted to land that one as well. What is your favorite maneuver to do? And especially like with conditions like this.
Air reverse.
Air reverse. Just normal air reverse, like, you know, fins to the beach, or like how high do you want to go?
なんかセクションによって結構エアリバの種類も分けてて、なんかいろんなエアリバを試したヒートでした。
Okay, so guys, be prepared because we're gonna see some crazy airs from Iko in the next few waves. He's been able to really put together some beautiful combinations. Also on the face, you know, your off the lip surfing is really good, and I really loved also that you know, that reverse you did on that lip line section at the end. So we're able to put a little bit more pepper into your waves. What's your mindset going into the next heat? You know, it looked like you were already having a lot of fun here in quarterfinals. Are you gonna like zone in and be a little bit more serious in the next one, or just keep going with, you know, the fun strategy?
そうですね。やっぱり得意なエアも使いながらそのヒートを勝ち上がっていきたいっていうのもあるんで、ちょっと全部のヒートで結構エア試したんで、どのエアが決まるかも分かってきたので、ちょっとそれも考えながら頑張りたいと思います。
All right, super cool. We've been seeing you for the second time here in Mobs, and it's such a pleasure to watch. Yeah, please share any messages, anything you want to say to your friends and family back home.
スポンサーの皆さん、家族、友達、いつも応援ありがとうございます。準決まで行けたんで、決勝まで行って優勝できるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Iko, and good luck for the semis. Back to you guys
Thank
in the
you,
live commentary booth.
Percy. What a great interview with Iko. He is always a standout in these events. I think last year when he was here for the ASF, it was incredible to see him just really connect with this wave. And it's looking like he's on the path again. He's just having fun out there. He's just enjoying his time. And you can really see it in his surfing. He's not holding back. He's taking to the air. He's doing the turns. All right, so a couple replays here of what we missed while we were in that interview. Tenshi Iwami starting things off. Beautiful carve there. Does it again a bit more tight in the pocket as this wave has not so much on offer. It starts to taper away, but he really takes advantage of it. He does it again. Strong finishing here for Tenshi Iwami as he takes it all the way down close to Elephant Rock. It is him who gets the first exchange of this heat. Yuma Nagasawa now out the back with priority, going to be hoping for a set to come by soon, just past that 15-minute mark.
Yeah, it takes them a while to catch that first wave there in Giada. So it'll be interesting to see Tenshi Iwami's setting the bar right now for these heats, because then Yuma Nagasawa can understand what he needs to get, in terms of the points of the first wave of Tenshi Iwami. So great surfing there from Tenshi. A lot of multiple strong, top turns right there. And the good thing is, even the wave looks kind of wobbly, but he managed to get, multiple maneuvers, super strong, and even finish it pretty strong also. So a 6.17 for Tenshi Iwami. Great opening right there for Surfer in Red from Japan. And 14 minutes to go. Yuma Nagasawa need to get started, because there's a lot of situation where the first surfers who put pressure on this morning heats, they're the one who get a little bit of a better situation. So Yuma Nagasawa looking going on this one. Ooh, a little double up right there, Giada. Nice first maneuver right there, but unable to get around that one. Just so not Yuma. It's un-Yuma. Un-Yuma. What is the word for that?
Uncharacteristic of Yuma Nagasawa to fall off so early on in the heat. You're right. He's been looking like he's been pretty unstoppable throughout this entire event, but it is Tenshi Iwami with that 617. You're right. The tendency throughout the morning has been whoever gets that first solid big score tends to win the heat and be in the better exchange of the waves. It has slowed down quite a bit, especially as we reach that high tide, which will be in around an hour and a half. So we haven't even reached the peak of it. It's gonna definitely be the surfer who reads the ocean the best and gets the best wave is gonna be winning these heats, because at this point of the competition, we're in the quarterfinals. It's not about luck anymore. It's about all these surfers are incredible. So it's just about heat strategy and how you use your priority.
Yes, for sure. Yuma Nagasawa with a 1.000. So this is quarterfinal number 3. We have 2 Japanese surfers battling for one spot in the semifinal. So we already have the first semifinal. It will be Shohei Kato and Iko Watanabe. That's going to be a really good battle between those two high-level and top surfers from Japan. And on this one we have Tenshi Iwami and Yuma Nagasawa, and the last quarterfinal will be Kanoa Hije against Sentaro Sakai. So a lot of Japanese, but we still have one Korean. So a bit of a what do you call that? Like a challenge from non-Japanese dominating surfing.
Absolutely. It's going to be great to see Kanoa go up against Sentaro Sakai. And he's the lone non-Japanese surfer in the heat draw for the men's side of the draw. So he will be hoping to bring the Korean flag into that semifinal and hopefully into finals day. He is another one of those surfers, just like Iko Watanabe, who really connects with these waves. He had incredible heats last year when we were doing the ASF, and he's been looking like he's on that similar format this year. So he is a dangerous athlete to have in the heat draw, especially up against Sentaro Sakai. So it's gonna be a beautiful morning of competition. It is sheet glass out there. It's still cooking. There's so many opportunities. We've got into the man-on-man part of this event, so a lot of space and possibilities. So this on your screen though is Yuma Nagasawa now. Good opening first turn. Sets it up for this second one. Starting to really set the tone. Unfortunately, that wave kind of closing out on him right behind Tenshi Iwami on a solid looking wave. Massive first hack there. Gets around it, does it again, needs to get past Elephant Rock, does it in front of Yuma Nagasawa, and he's gonna be taking this bowly wave all the way down to the inside. Massive closing section. Tenshi Iwami is looking unstoppable.
Wow, that was a great exchange between Yuma and also Tenshi, but I have to say, Tenshi's wave is a little bit bigger, a little bit more open and offering that multiple big maneuvers. I have to say that first maneuver of Tenshi Iwami looks like a Dane Reynolds-esque, like a, big sweeping, like a, body arcing, and that's going to be rewarded with a big score right there for sure. So yeah, great exchange. Yuma Nagasawa, his first real number is coming up soon. Here we go. This is a replay of Yuma. First maneuver, a little bit lateral right there, but this one is quite a big one right there. Only, two big maneuver right there. 1.5 big maneuvers there, but talking about big maneuver, let's see Tenshi Iwami's second wave right there, Giada. It's going to be amazing to see the replay again here.
Absolutely. I think Tenshi Iwami's wave is going to be probably the best one of the morning. I mean, I missed that first heat, but this wave from Tenshi is incredible. Look at that hack. He really dug into it, sets it up again for the second one. The wave just tapering off a little, but as it starts to stand up for him, he really starts to ramp things up. A bit of a check turn there as he just eyes the last section down. A huge finishing for Tenshi Iwami. So he is backing up that 617 really nicely. And it was exactly what we were saying earlier on. Usually the tendency this morning has been the surfer who has been on the best wave of the morning falls into a good rhythm with the ocean and tends to be on that exchange that is on the better side. So unfortunately, Yuma Nagasawa getting the short end of the stick. He got a 4.33 for those two turns. Incredible surfing. I'm not saying that's what's letting him down. I think it was probably the wave selection that just isn't allowing him to really let loose.
So yeah, big numbers for Tenshi Iwami, 8.00. The reason why, because number one, it's a bigger wave. Bigger wave means more like a high degree of difficulty, to do like all those maneuvers. And the first maneuver there, it was huge. So, and then to finish it up with like big, strong, almost like an airdrop right there for Tenshi Iwami, 8.00. So yeah, big number, 8.00 and 6.17, putting Yuma Nagasawa looking for a 9.84. So 7 minutes to go. Yuma Nagasawa have the priority right now. Not sure what goes in his mind right now, Giada, because a 9, it is a one single wave, but to get a single wave of a 9.84, that's almost like a perfect 10. So I don't know. It could be like, one big aerial, 5-second barrels, and big finishing on the end. So it's a big ask for him to choose and pick that wave in 7 minutes to go. So yes, anything can happen, but I would say Tenshi Iwami is solidly surfing on his heat.
Absolutely, you're right. 987 is a massive ask for Yuma Nagasawa, especially since the conditions are maybe not as consistent as he would be hoping for. I would recommend to try and break it down into 2 big scores, but with the priority system in place and with Tenshi Iwami looking like he is unstoppable lately, it's looking like Yuma Nagasawa is in a bit of a tough situation right now. 984 is a a huge number. It'll probably have to be some of the best surfing he's ever done.
Yeah, Yuma is capable to do those big maneuvers for sure, but the problem is, pressure on him, usually pressure make you stumble a little bit because, it it goes to your mind a little bit for sure because if you're looking for, the number of, in the range of 5 or 6, that's one way for sure, but a 9 point something, with 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go, it is a big ask for Yuma.
Yep, so we are reaching the last critical 5 minutes of this heat. It is Tenshu Iwami with an 8 and a 6.17 and a solid lead in front of Yuma Nagasawa. I would love to see what Yuma does in this situation and how he reacts under pressure. It's one of my favorite things to see in these contest situations is kind of like how people react when they're under these critical conditions and under so much pressure, and it just takes so much mental headspace to be able to kind of really find it within and get the score that they need.
Yes, for sure. That's the reason why you become a competitive surfer. You want to be able to, get out of any situation, get out of any, pressure and tension that you might have in the water. 25 minutes is not a long time to, to switch your focus. So, with a lot of heats that you do in your competitive careers, you will learn from each and any heats that you do on your past heats that you can analyze, you can learn from it. So I'm pretty sure Yuma, gonna come out from this event with his mental game ready for the next one, because it's all about learning process here, Giada. Yeah.
Absolutely. So to be, now there's so many new appliances, I would say, to prepare people for their heat out. There's a lot of mindfulness, there's meditation, there's breath work, there's coaching, there's sports psychologists. Back in the day when you were competing, how would you guys prepare for a heat? Or how would you personally prepare for your heat?
I would just, make sure that I have, nasi bungkus, so I don't, still have a little energy. And that's a great mental preparation because empty stomach means, not a good focus. Yeah, back in the days, there's not much support on that one. We'll see. You can see there, Yuma Nagasawa kind of let it go there already. So yeah, talking about mental preparation is a big part of, as a career, as a professional, as a surfer, because there's a lot of pressure, There's a lot of kids, young kids, already, putting their life into this competitive sport. So you don't want to burn out. You want to have fun. The main thing out of all that you do in this sports is actually there's a lot of learning curve that you need to you take to your life, because even though it's only 20 minutes, there's a lot of things that you can learn. Resilience is one of them. Pressure, situation, and making friends, travel. So it's just opening up your horizon for your future, even though you're not, continue as a professional surfer. So a lot of things to learn.
Absolutely, and I think you're totally right about it. The experience that people get out of this sport and these contests is something that you just can't find anywhere else. I mean, even this is a perfect example. Who would have ever thought we would be surfing in India, And if it wasn't for these contests or these experiences, I don't think anyone would have probably ever really thought about it. So it's such a great thing to take away, and it's probably what most of these surfers are actually chasing. I mean, besides the results, it's that lifestyle that they give us, and the surfing gives us, and the community that you meet traveling around the world. And places like here, they're so welcoming and they're so stoked to have us around. I feel like we've been really welcomed. It doesn't, for example, yesterday we had a welcoming party for all the athletes and the staff, and we were having a lot of food. There was great music. So it's definitely part of the package and the dream that all these surfers chase.
Yes, for sure. So one big advice that I would like to give to all the young surfers, all these competitors, is make sure you take a lot of photos. You know, no, I'm
Of
not joking.
course you say that.
I'm not joking. You know, I have a list of photo collection when I was young. I was traveling Hawaii. I was traveling, Australia when I was 18. To see all those memories, it's gold. You know. So this is Yuma Nagasawa. He's setting up for a big maneuver here with all that speed he's generating. Just unable to get around that one. Yeah. So take a lot of memories and make sure that in the future, a couple years, down the line, you're gonna see like, whoa, I went to India. Whoa, I ate the food there. I meet these people. So I think memories is gold. That's for sure.
Absolutely. That's something I really admire about you, Tippy. You always seem to be able to take the selfie cam out and have photos of all the moments, and years to come, those are going to be absolute golden shots. So absolutely right. Take photos, live the memories, take it seriously, but also have fun. Enjoy the trip. Tenshi Wami is one of the guys who is definitely enjoying his trip right now. He has one solid foot into the semifinals, and it will be either Sentaro Sakai or Kanoa Hije who will be joining him later on. With 5 seconds to go, safe to say that Tenshi Wami definitely took this one out. We're going to throw it out to a quick break before we see the quarterfinal heat 4. So we'll catch you guys soon.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right, and back to live action here at the Short Tempo Classic. QS 2000 and Pro Junior in the water here is Sentaro Sakai and Kanoa Hije. Kanoa Hije firing off the bat with some big backhand hits up into the lip for the finish and out with perfect control. Not a single mistake there on that wave, and such a beautifully selected wave, TP, for a heat opener. Such a good way to start a heat. Especially that wave was just such a big ramp for him to hit. I can't wait to see it again because it was just a beautiful ride and a beautiful way. We've seen throughout this quarterfinals, people starting super strong with their first waves, and looks like our surfer in red, Sentaro Sakai, is also going to get a chance here because there was another solid set out the back, but maybe opted not to go into that one. But yeah, so far it's been kind of hard to regain momentum over those guys who start really strong in the start of the heat. It might be a bit of that mind game. I don't know what happened in the last heat though, if there was a bit of a boxing match. But here's our surfer in red, up and riding.
Yeah, Percy. So far, the person that throwing the first punches is usually, into the advancing situation. As we can see, this is Kanoa Hije's opening ride. He's the one who's throwing the first punches. Nice, strong maneuver right there. So Kanoa, as I said, multiple times, he takes his time, no rush, and just like a textbook surfing. All you need to do is just make scores. You don't need to flare. You don't need to do over push. You just need to put the number on your first wave. So really great surfing there from Kanoa Hije. We have Shohei Kato throwing the first punch. He made it into the semifinals. We have Iko Watanabe, and then the last heat, Tenshi Iwami, just surfing super strong with an 8 and also a 6. So looks like Kanoa Hije is the person is doing the trend.
Yeah, that was a solid heat opener, a 6.83, and look at this one once again. Beautiful deep bottom turns from Kanoa, getting so low and up into the lip over there. And I love this second bottom turn. Smacks it off the top, and now the wave gets a little bit smaller, but he just goes, in that rhythm. And as it closes out, smacks that closing section. And I feel like a lot of money is going to come from those first couple of turns, the first combo and that finish. And that's also what I tell a lot of my students when it comes to competitive surfing. It's really important to start with that very strong first maneuver, combine that one up, do something exciting also in the middle, and then finish super strong. So really textbook competitive surfing here from Kanoa. And, opening the heat really strong and putting that pressure on Sentaro Sakai. So now, of course, an amazing surfer, and we saw him yesterday do some amazing things in the water, but he's going to have a little bit of that pressure in terms of, he is looking for a score, he's looking for a requirement, and that already gets you a little bit into the head, and what's nice with starting strong off the bat is that there's no requirement, there's nothing in your head, you don't have to beat anyone, you just have to surf the wave. And with that, we're going to go off to the post-heat interview with Giada. All right, we're just going to hold up with that interview. Just 19 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Okay, they are ready now. So we're off to the post-heat interview with Jana.
It looks like you have a special connection with this wave. Tell us a little bit about your relationship with this wave.
I just do my things, like I love big curve. Just like my curve, I know that I can do the every wave, every hard section, I do that. That's it.
Tippy Jabrick in the booth was saying that you look like Dane Reynolds when you do the carve.
Thank you. I love Dane Reynolds. Yeah.
So you say you're from Chiba. Is there any wave in Chiba that's similar to Mahabalipuram?
My hometown is Shida. Like Shida is when soil coming south swell, like it likes similar wave in here. Right. That's why I love here so much. Yeah.
So what were your days before coming here like? Were you training a lot? Were you surfing? What did it look like?
I was in Australia like 2 weeks, and I practiced hard in there, and then couple of days staying at home, and then come India. Yeah.
That sounds pretty amazing. I'm sure you're pretty tired, and that there's a lot of people waiting to, hear from you back at home.
朝早くから応援ありがとうございます。サーフィンも調子よく、いい波も乗れて、調子がいいので、この勢いのまま勝ち上がります。そのままよろしくお願いします。That's it.
Arigato, Tenshi. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jada and Tenshi Iwami, for that post-heat interview. And just nice to see that calm and composed approach from Tenshi. And he's just doing what he knows how to do, and it's getting him points. I think that 8 is pretty much the highest score we've seen of the day so far. And here is Sentaro Sakai having a shot at his proper heat opener. It is a big face there. And he goes deep on the bottom turns. 2 big swoops to start. Let's see what he can do on this backhand. Beautiful carve out the back. So really going to the rail to rail on this one, and that's what the wave offers. Now it stands up, and he's gonna smack that one with a big drop wallet. Still some opportunity on that, and he drifts the fins on the finish. What an amazing ride put together by Sentaro Sakai, able to keep it composed, and really put some solid surfing on that one. TP, what did you think?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great matchup between 2 different surfers, Kanoa on his backside and Sentaro on his front side. I would love to see his replay there, because Sentaro, with 17 minutes to go, he find that jam. It was a bigger set, so Let's see the replay. But before that, it looks like Kanoa is going also on a nice big sets here. A little bit of a backwash there going on, but he just need to get around this one. And ooh, that backwash is just too much for him for that floater maneuver right there. Let's see Sentaro's wave. I'm really curious to see like what did he do in that wave. So here we go, Sentaro's wave. Nice and clean. This is almost like watching Ethan Ewing in Snapper Rocks, like the lines that he do. Look at that low bottom turn. Yeah, it looks like we're going to wait for more of that replays coming soon. So there's a couple sets at the back there, Percy.
Yeah, the waves are looking absolutely pumping here in Mahabalipuram for the Short Temple Classic organized by WSL and the Surfing Federation and Tamil Nadu Surfing Association. It was absolutely insane. You know, we've already got some big scores down in the past few days, and today the conditions are looking absolutely prime time. Big scores on every wave pretty much. And you know, everyone's starting out with solid scores. 6.83 for Kanoa on his first one, and Sentaro Sakai getting a 7.50 on his last one. Beautiful wave put together with some proper classic bottom to top, rail to rail surfing with some fin drift, some pepper, some spice at the end of that one. And you know, we were talking just before at the start of this heat that. You know, the person who throws the first punch at the start of the heat usually has the upper hand, but Sentaro Sakai here looking to break that pattern with the 7.5, you know, able to kind of withstand that pressure and just wait with patience for this wave here. TP, take me through it.
Yeah, like I said before, you know, Sentaro taking his time, taking his lines, you know, so this wave just offering a really great canvas for Sentaro. As you can see, you know, get around that elephant rock, really nice swooping right there. You know, I love the way that he just never stopped, you know, putting all that rail to rail, and then at the end, that's a really nice layback right there. And this is the one. He finished it with super strong top turn right there. A 7.5 for Sentaro, but, you know, if you see like Kanoa Hije's highest score is 6.83. They kind of like on the same scale there, Percy. Nobody is having a bit more advantage. Nobody is having like a, you know, like the upper hand situation right now. Anything still can still possible to be happening here, because Kanoa Hije out there by himself, he can choose any wave that he wants. You know, all he needs to do is just getting that nice big wave, and the situation can go back to putting Sentaro looking for a score.
Yeah, and I'm just really loving these one-on-one heats, you know, because these surfers are really able to be much more patient and wait for those gems. And there are some gems out there offering some huge scoring potential, you know, long, big faces to hit and smack in all kinds of different ways from our two surfers here in the water. And indeed, Kanoa Hije, you know, Hije also with a mid-range good score. And he only needs a 1.45 to take back the lead, so he's definitely in there. The 6.83 is definitely also a keeper, you know. He's going to look to build on that 6.83, but imagine having a 6.83 as a backup. That's absolutely epic. So he's definitely right now going to be looking for something even stronger than that 6.83, and I think he was, you know, that was the first wave of his heat, so he was you know, being safe and just making sure to get the score on the board, like you were saying earlier. But now he might be ready to, you know, give some heavier hits out the back, and we've seen it from him in the past, you know, fins out, really critical up in the lips. So definitely looking for some of that surfing from Kanoa. With 12 minutes and 34 seconds to go, priority does sit with Kanoa Hije, sorry. And he is one of the top ranked surfers in the Asia rankings right now. So he has that experience when it comes to competitive surfing. This is the last heat, and looks like Sentaro Sakai up and riding again, TP.
Yeah, Sentaro is getting this wave under priority. So I don't know if Kanoa didn't, you know, like putting any pressure on that one, but looks like he didn't offer that, you know, more than that. So Sentaro will replace that 0.77 for sure, but you know, that's actually helping out Kanoa's in favor a little bit, because he's on the commanding lead with the priority right now, looking for a better score of a, just a small score of 1.45, but that's not what he's aiming for. He's probably looking for, something to match up like what Sentaro is getting. A 7.5 and up will putting Sentaro in a lot of bigger pressure coming up in this heat. But 11 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, and Kanoa sitting in number 4 rank in Asia right now, getting a 4th place finish in the Sihyoeng Korea Open QS 6000. So that's why he's ranked up there. And our surfer Sentaro Sakai just a bit further down in the rankings, in 16th right now. And he was at the Hamamatsu Pro, got a 9th place finish over there, and a 33rd in Sihyoeng, so that's why he didn't get that many points towards his rankings. But at the short tempo classic here, he has a big shot of getting an upper hand on Kanoa Hee-jae here at the QS 2000. With that massive 7.50, and smart of Sentaro, to take the momentum back into his camp with not only with the 7.5 but also with the backup of a 4.67. Now increasing the requirement to a 5.35. It's still not, it's still nothing too scary for Kanoa. He got a 6.83 on one, which seemed quite easy for him to get. So he'll definitely just be waiting out there, and he's such a patient surfer, Kanoa, as well. Just waits out the back. Even in free surfs, he's just chilling out there, chatting with everyone in the water until the perfect one comes in and he swoops in for the kill. So let's see if he can do that in this heat as we enter the last 10 minutes of this 25-minute heat. The first 15 minutes have been packed with action. Kanoa starting off with the 6.83, and then Sentaro patiently waiting for that 7.5 and backing it up right away. So let's see what comes up, TP.
Yeah, I have to say these two surfers have a similar style. In a way they are totally different, because Sentaro is a natural footer and Kanoa is a goofy footer. What I'm telling about the similar style is they really take their bottom turn, really draw them really, really long, because at the end of the day, the setup of your bottom turn is the whole setup for all the maneuvers that you are planning to do. As you can see, Kanoa's on his backside, his bottom turn, he go really low, he drive it super long, and as soon as the momentum of pivoting his board, you can tell all the speed that he draw he didn't lose any speed. So the reason why he's that good is because he's mastering the bottom turn technique. So because bottom turn is the most important element of your surfing. And then also Sentaro, if you can see the way he draw his bottom turn is also super low, super long, and as soon as his feeling that the bottom turn is low enough, he just go up into the lip of the wave and just attacking it, and keep doing the same thing, super low, attacking, and didn't lose any speed. So yeah, these surfers, both of them, displaying a really great surfing of how to be a good surfers.
Yeah, and I really love seeing how they're able to, project up into the lip, really explode up into the lip even from those bottom turns, because as they go to the bottom, they compress so much, loading up that mechanical energy into their legs like a spring. And just exploding up into the lip, and it's been really fun in the last few years, seeing more of these international surfers here in our waters, and really giving us a lot of visual details in terms of technique for surfing, and the bottom turn, indeed one of the most important ones. And we have two masters of the bottom turn here in the water, and just hoping that some waves roll through. It looked like we had some lines out the back breaking on the second pagoda, one of the sunken pagodas out the back. Looks like those lines are coming in, and our surfers are readjusting here a little bit. Sentaro Sakai, under priority, was looking for some little insiders in between the sets, but it looks like the sets will be coming in pretty soon. Kanoa sitting with priority, so he has the right of way on whatever does come, and it'll be, there are a few more waves in the set right now. Like today, the first day, I think there was only one set in a wave, But as we go through the days, the waves are getting a little bit more consistent. Tomorrow, I think that, or maybe even already today, that long period swell with 22 seconds is coming into secondary swell. So that does mean that we're going to have a little bit more period, a little bit cleaner waves, and we're already seeing it here in the quarterfinal heat for day 3. Yeah, hopefully these lines, really come through into the lineup, because we want to see these masters at work right now, TP, and it's been such a beautiful day so far. Some real heavy hitters here in the quarterfinals. A lot of them, all of them with a lot of experience in QSs, in competition, and a lot of them also having some past experience on this wave. As we've from the past couple of years, we started with the QS 3000 here in 2023, and then the Asian Championships also last year, and now this is our second QS. So people are getting a little bit familiar with the wave. And it's definitely helping in their surfing, like Iko really finding his rhythm in this wave. And also we had it from Tenshi Iwami, that he really loves this wave, and a few others of the Japanese also saying that the community here in Mahab's really being like a family to them, and that is the culture we have here. As soon as we have someone coming from another country, like the first instinct is just to invite them into our homes, into our families, and make sure they have food in their bellies, yummy home cooked food in their bellies, and that they get showed around the local community. And so yeah, it's been really nice to see that community aspect here. I mean, Mahabalipuram, such a great example of a surfing town and a surfing community, a fisherman town, a fisherman community. So many beautiful things happening here. Not only the surfing, of course, but also all the beautiful artisans on the street, making pendants, making carvings, making giant carvings, out of granite. And speaking of granite, we have some beautiful granite mines around here. And why I say beautiful is that, mines are usually quite a destructive thing. But at the Botanical Gardens where I live in Orville, they've been doing such good job of restoration. So we have a lot of like nature restoration work also going on in India and in Tamil Nadu especially. They've just signed actually a contract to restore 50 mines in Tamil Nadu and make environmental education centers out of them. So lots of work when it comes to not just tourism development, but also education and environment, and so on. And India has such a big history of connection to nature, especially still you sometimes get it where you have the banana plates, banana leaf plates, and my roof is made out of coconut leaves, for example, and we used to have a wood stove oven and all these things. So it's just really beautiful to see how India progresses. Obviously lots of influences coming from globalization, but nonetheless we are able to hold on to our culture, and we saw a little bit of that last night at the dinner party as well, as the DJs put on some local tunes, and all the boys went mad on the dance floor. You get to see that soon, TP, if you come to the after party. And here's some action with Sentaro Sakai, TP.
Yeah, talking about party, here we go. This is Sentaro is going into a party right now. This wave is not that big, but he probably just want to chip away from like the situation where Kanoa is looking for a score. I don't know if that's going to be a better of his 4.67, but Kanoa Hije need to start getting a wave right now, because that one just missed. He just missed that one, and it looks like it's not a bad wave right there, but maybe Kanoa have something different in his mind. So yeah, waiting for the last score for Sentaro Sakai, and then we know what's the requirement that Kanoa Hije need. Kanoa can get that number like pretty easy, because his last stats of heats that he been doing is he always get that the sevens, the sixes. So 5 point something is something that he can achievable. Here we go, Sentaro's last wave. Nothing serious on that one. A bit like like the wave doesn't offer him like that big finishing or a big maneuver in the beginning of that wave. So 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. All pressures on Kanoa Hije. So we would like to see all his training that he been doing. Is it gonna be like he gonna put it on this last 90 second here?
Yeah, very patient surfer, but hopefully not too patient Kanoa, because it almost felt a little bit like a mistake, that one. Like he was positioned a little bit too far out for that wave. It was a bit thick and kind of doubled up towards as it reached the lineup. And we did see him readjust his position just after that wave passed through the previous one. Coming a little bit further to the inside, and he is really just waiting for that one big wave. And when that wave was coming through, it really looked like it was that one wave. But I'm really surprised to see him not firing at that one. Sentaro Sakai doing a really good job. Like you never know what the ocean's going to provide, and he was able to take advantage right after his 7.5 at building that. That backup with the 4.67, and that's really what secured him in for this heat as we enter the 30 seconds of this heat.
Percy, there's something coming for Kanoa, and he's look like he's paddling for that one. This is 20 seconds to go. Oh, this could be the last chance of Kanoa. Wow, Percy, this is like a hard, like super crazy to watch this one.
Yeah, he only needs a 5.33. Let's see if he gets ahead of this section. It looks like it's closing out, and that is it for Kanoa, I believe. I think quite a bit of a mistake that he's going to be feeling there in terms of his positioning on that previous wave. It looked like a really nice line, and I really thought he was going to fire on it and get some big ones. But he is quite a selective surfer. I feel like he's the kind of surfer where, like, if the ocean doesn't provide the waves that he wants, he's just not going to surf, and he's totally fine with that almost.
Yeah, big smile there from Kanoa. He been performed really well here. With the coach of Brett Gerlach with Wave Key. Like it shows. The surfing is there. It's just not the chances. So yes, great surfing there from Kanoa. And then we'll gonna throw some ads, and we'll be back after that.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
We are in to the women's right now with quarterfinals as well. In the water will be Mirai Ikeda and Andri Matsuno. Both of our surfers from Japan. And this is live action with Heat 1 for the quarterfinals. For the women, 25-minute heats again. We've seen it slowing up a little bit in the last heat. And here's a little replay from our surfer in blue. Deep bottom turn, big drawn out carve, and just putting that board on the rail once again, maximizing the score, trying to scrape every bit of score on this wave available. Looks like it gets a little bit thicker here in deeper water, and we are in the high tide, but still offers her a little bit of a lip to hit at the end, and she puts that one over on the shore break, and we'll use that opportunity to get back out the back for some more waves right now. Actually, both of our surfers had a start to their heat, so we're waiting on 2 scores right now. Percival Fayon here in the live commentary booth together with Jada Legati.
Epic. All right, let's catch up with this replay of Mirai Akeda. 2 scores to come for both the ladies. Beautiful blast there to get things rolling for Mirai Akeda. Anri Matsuno also got a wave. So things are starting to get heated. This is the first heat of the women's quarterfinal. We will be doing all 4 of them and then straight into the men's pro junior round of 16. So it is going to be an extremely important day. We're going to have our semifinalists all locked in by the end of it.
All right, Jana, the scores aren't in yet. Which of our surfers would you give the upper hand to in this one?
I would have to say Mirai Akeda. I think she was just really killing it. It was only 2 turns, but she was really tight in the pocket and just not afraid to hit that meaty section that just approached her. So also, to be fair, I love watching her surf. And there we have it, 6.83 for Mirai. I should maybe be a judge from now on. Not kidding. All right, 5.67 for Anri Matsuno. These are the replays of the waves we're talking about. Beautiful swooping cutback for Mirai to get the tone of this wave going. Here we talk about that big jab in the pocket that we were also mentioning before. She is looking in great form. I'm actually loving to see her surf this right because I've seen her get some beautiful results at left-handers, but this is probably the best I've seen her perform at a right point break. I would say her backhand is definitely her strong point. So it's nice to see her really pushing it on her forehand and, giving it her best shot. This is Anri Matsuno, another one of the surfers that's double dipping in the Pro Junior as well. So 2 gorgeous turns. This wave was much smaller as well, now looking back at it, and has quite a bit of whitewash on the face. So it's so much harder to keep that board under control, and it's not as clean as maybe Mirai's was, but you see that wave just quickly tapered off. It didn't have a lot of wall to it, so Mirai getting the better of that exchange.
But Anri Matsuno definitely doing a good job at maximizing the score on that wave because it did just come in at a 5.67, so just over a point in difference between both those waves. So even though much bigger wave and much more meaty sections for Mirai, Andri still got some good maneuvers in and got a big score. And this one looks like it's really standing up for Andri. It was a bit of a late takeoff, however. I don't know if she's gonna make it out onto the face, and she doesn't. That was a bit of a missed opportunity there, Giada, because it was looking like a solid face and a solid couple of meaty sections, which is what she really needed if she wanted to, regain some upper hand on Mirai. But there is going to be more opportunities out the back because we have 18 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, 25 minutes in these QS heats, and that really gives a lot of time for our surfers, to wait patiently for some big waves. But we have also seen the ocean kind of go flat, so you do have to make the most of every single opportunity that you have. I think we only saw like 3 big set waves in the previous heat. So, the ones that we've seen come through up until now, there might only be one more big opportunity really to score. So you have to be prepared, to be able to scratch into, anything that comes into the lineup and generate or convert it into the score you need, hopefully a massive one. Because, there are some heavy hitters in the water right now, and one of them is Mirai. This one a little bit smaller and a little bit softer, but putting that board on rail, a different approach here from Mirai, but she does get past that elephant rock, and it will stand up over here. Let's see if she can get up into the lip once again. This section offers up, and that was a beautiful finishing maneuver, Giada, for Mirai. I do agree, it is amazing surfing, really beautiful to watch. Both of her women, of course. And there are a bit more lines coming through in this heat compared to the previous one. So I'm happy that it's not just going kind of flat and soft in that high tide because we still have some high tide to go. The high tide mark is at 10 o'clock right now, just approaching 9 a.m. So still about an hour, but just a bit above an hour until we reach high tide and we can go back down towards the low. Right now, wind conditions are looking absolutely glassy, Giada.
Yeah, you're right. The conditions are incredible. We are an hour out from the high tide, but it is not an issue because it is only 2 women out there. So there is plenty of opportunity. And while there's...
And we are off to the post-heat interview with Tiffy Jabrik and the winner of the previous heat, Sentaro Sakai.
Okay, I'm here with Sentaro Sakai, the winner of last heat. So you're the last surfers that goes to the semifinals, Sentaro. Tell me a little bit about that heat, because you're surfing with Kanoa, who's been on fire all event. Tell me a little bit about that heat.
Yeah, Kanoa was like really good, my friends, and I know he surfs really good. So I was a bit nervous before the heat, but wave's been great, so I just try to get good one in the heat, and then. I fell on the first one, so I was a bit nervous, but lucky that I got a good one in the second waves. Yeah, especially the last few minutes, I was so nervous. I know Kanoa can get 5 like easy, so but I just trust myself. I feel like my body, my board, my mentality feels. Everything feels great, so just gonna keep going. That's it.
Yeah, great surfing there, Sentaro. Tell me a little bit about your surfing. I was kind of like imagining that Ethan Ewing is your favorite surfers. Tell me, who is your favorite surfer and who do you admire like as a surfer?
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, he's my favorite surfer. I've been watching his surfing last couple of years. Pretty much it's been a while. I just love his surf. I just love how he surfs, and I always watch his surfing. He's really super nice guy. When I see him in Hawaii or everywhere, I always talk to him, and he's like good friend with me. Yeah, just looking at him, trying to surf like him.
So when you see him, you introduce him as the Japanese Ethan Ewing?
Trying to be. I just like his surfing, and I like his personality too. He's such a nice guy, and I don't know what to say, but he's my favorite guy. Yeah.
Yeah, either way, you're a great surfer. You have your own style also. So tell me a little bit about your focus and strategy for the semifinal. You're gonna surf against Tenshi Iwami, no?
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that matchup. Have you been surfing against him before in the heat?
Honestly, this is actually my, I think, best result so far in QS. Is never make it to over quarters. So to be honest, I'm just super happy to be here. But this is not what I want. I want to make it to the finals and trying to get a first prize. So I cannot get comfortable in here. Just gonna keep going and also trying to have fun. That's it.
What is your favorite Indian food so far?
I like curry. I tried first day, second day. I've been eating like last couple of days, pretty much every day. But it's a bit too spicy for me. So yesterday we had a chicken fried rice. It was really good too. And there's a good pasta in there. So I've been eating pasta pretty much every night. So everything is good over here.
Yes, great information there from Sentaro Sakai. Tell me if you want to say anything to your friends and family back home, yeah?
セミまで勝ち上がったので、この後今日はプロジュニアのクォーターやるんですけど、それも頑張って勝つので応援お願いします。Thank you.
A lot of information there from Sentaro Sakai. So congratulations and moving to the semifinals. Back to you guys.
All right, and thank you for that beautiful interview with Sentaro Sakai. You know, Kanoa getting the upper hand on the first wave, but then Sentaro coming back with that 7.5 and backing it up nicely. Right now, we saw Anri Matsuno, you know, hitting back at Mirai Ikeda. That was a beautifully put wave put together by Anri, and really just keeping it classical, keeping it to the books. Just trying to put a score on and really reading that wave super nicely. And it was a beautiful pace, a beautiful rhythm on that wave. I like how she just never stopped putting maneuvers one after another, bottom turn after bottom turn, and, you know, different, and also got some variety in there and so on. So will be nice to have a look at that one, as the judges are definitely you know, deliberating and having another look at it just to make sure that they give it as accurate of a score as they can. Looks like a little bit more energy in the water right now in quarterfinal heat 1 for the women's, as we see some solid lines out the back for Mirai to hit back. Take me through this one, Jada.
All right, so these are the replays of the last wave. This is Mirai on her forehand. Beautiful carve there to start things off. Does it again, sets up the pace. This wave just clamping down a little bit there close to the rock. She's going to stick with it though. She took it all the way down to the inside where we see it bowl up a little for her. So she needed this strong finishing and she got it. That came in at a 5.83. So a point under her previous wave. The judges deeming that maybe not as high. Maybe I would think maybe the wave size or probably the amount of energy that wave had not helping her out. Her 6.83 was a solid wave. It was a shorter ride, but I think it was that quality over quantity factor that we really like to see when we're surfing, because a ride doesn't really have a huge point of difference if you're just taking it all the way down without doing anything. You really have to give those quality maneuvers, and sometimes less is more in these situations. So Mirai Akeda, 5.83. Then Anri Matsuno, a 6.37. So not letting Mirai run away with this one so easily. She's fighting back that wave from her. She was surfing it so nicely. So a beautiful comeback from Anri.
Yeah, really nice scores put down by both of our surfers here. You know, Anri following just behind Mirai, and with both of her scores just coming in a little bit lower than those of Mirai. So she's going to be looking for a 6.3 to get the overhand. And Mirai, however, is sitting with a priority right now, but still plenty of time on the clock, you know, with 10 minutes to go. Yeah, a bit more energy in the ocean right now. Again, you know, as soon as I look up on this out into the ocean, I see some good lines, and this is the replay from Blue.
All right, so this is the wave we were talking about. This is at 6.37. Beautiful cutback. Sorry, actually, this was a wave that probably recently came in at a 0.73. So 6.37 for Anri Matsuno, 5.67 for her as well. Mirai Akeda in the lead, 6.83 and a 5.83. So not such a massive difference in the scoreline, but it is Mirai with that slight better difference, starting off with a 6.83, just past the 10-minute mark. And this is the one that we're talking about. Beautiful way to start this wave, wraps it around, gets back to the pocket. You see this wave just bowled up the entire way, really drifted the tail on that last one. So this was an incredible wave choice from Anri Matsuno. She finished it off really strongly as well. You can see her liking it. Her body posture is calm, it's collected. So Anri probably picking it off on the inside. Beautiful wave selection. She picked one off that really bowled all the way. There was no downtime, so the judges really deeming that a good ride.
And the job is clear for both of our surfers here, and that's what's nice about one-on-one heats. You know, Mirai Ikeda, you know, just needs to back up that 5.83. Back up that 6.83 and improve on the 5.83. You know, chucking a 5.83 in the dustbin is you know, is a little bit sad, you could say. But to be honest, at this level of surfing, that is what you gotta do. And she does have priority. She's waiting out of the back, and she has a shot. However, putting the shoe on the other foot, Anri Matsuno in second priority now needs to sell a wave to Mirai, and hopefully it's not a wave that's gonna up the requirement for her, and instead, you know, it gives her something a little bit less with less scoring potential, so that she can win priority back. And looks like Mirai fires on this one. There was a big wall out the back, but I'm not sure it's gonna provide much on the inside. So we'll see what she does with it. A couple of rail turns now going up, a bit more critical, and that one shuts down. So I'm not sure she's going to improve on that 5.83, and that does give an opening to Anri Matsuno, who is sitting out the back with priority. Needing a 6.30, she's already got a 6.37, so we know she can get the number. Let's see if she has it in her in these last 7 minutes and 10 seconds of the heat, Jada. A little bit of an exciting moment here in the heat. You know, it does create an opening for a surfer in blue, and yeah, just curious to see what's going to happen, and also what Mirai is going to do under priority, you know, to try and back up that 5.83.
Yeah, so Mirai picking off that wave, it looked like it was going to be a good one, but unfortunately just kind of tapered off and had a big dead section. So that would probably be the effects of that high tide that we're approaching. But now it just left the door open for Anri Matsuno. I think Mirai had to go anyway because I would imagine Anri would have gone. And you know, it's still plenty of time. 6.5 is a long time for a heat. So we're definitely hoping to see a couple more exchanges, and it's not just going to end here. Mirai's last one dropped a 5, so this is the one that we're talking about. Beautiful start. You can see this wave already just kind of dead from the get-go, but she's surfing it beautifully, keeping the pace, staying close to the whitewash. Here it bowls up, and she really took advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, not getting that last turn in that she was probably hoping for, but she surfed it really well nonetheless, read it well, and just shows the quality of her surfing, that a wave that was probably a little more average came in at a 5 anyway.
Yeah, and here is where wave reading as a skill really comes in, you know, wave reading and wave selection. It's super important. I always say this, you know, to look and scan the entire wave. I kind of take the like RoboCop approach where, you know, ideally you want to turn your head and just look at 180 degrees, you know, the whole wave that's coming through, and really get an understanding of all the sections, all the lumps and bumps, and the shapes and the degree, the angle of the taper and so on, and trying to kind of build an image of what the wave is going to do down the line, so that you know, you already know what kind of sections to come, and your body is already preparing for what kind of maneuvers you want to do. And just a bit of a misread on that one from Mirai. You know, there was a big wall out the back, and sometimes what happens often is that you end up looking at that wall, you know, out the back at the primary takeoff zone, but then you kind of miss what might be happening down the line. And that's a little bit what happened there, where she saw that really nice, promising wall and went for that one. But then the line down the line was really tapered and didn't give her much energy to score. So now Andri having a chance out the back, and we're seeing a few of these double ups. I like how the double ups are acting up right now on the high tide. You know, it's really like, it's a bit harder to position yourself for them because you have to like sneak in and under of them, but they really help to kind of to build up a bigger face, a more critical heavy sections like we saw, you know, the likes of Iko Watanabe going to town on in the previous heat, and yeah, like for example Kanoa's last heat, he missed one of the waves because of the double up, but if he would have got in, it would have been such a, you know, big critical lip. And here is our surfer in red, just under priority, you know, now trying to see if there's any opportunities for that 583, but I think any really good opportunities are going to come for Anri, unless of course they slip under Anri, you know, with that double up effect and come straight to Mirai, and that's a little bit of the ocean factor that can come in. And sometimes I feel like the ocean, you know, kind of leans one way or the other in terms of the surfers in the water.
Absolutely. There's always that luck factor that you have to count in, and it's common to see someone who's just in such great tune with the ocean. I think just off the top of my head, Tenshi Iwami is one of those surfers that lately has just been in this great connection with this wave. He's been on the best ones every single heat. He hasn't missed a beat when he's on it, and he just looks like the ocean is, you know, providing him waves, and it's such an incredible sync to see. I feel like he has a great connection to this wave as well. He says on his interview that he has a pretty similar point break at home, so definitely spent some time there. He was in Australia for a couple weeks before flying home for a few days and getting here, so it was great training for him and his team. But yeah, a bit of a lull just past that 3-minute mark, we're getting to these intense moments of the heat, and it's looking like we might, if we get a wave, it'll only be one last exchange. It is Anri Matsuno with priority. A 6.30 is her requirement.
Yeah, there is a bit of an opening here for Anri, and so Mirai is going to be biting her nails a little bit, but nonetheless, you know, she will be trying to put some pressure on Anri to go on something that isn't quite the 6.3 that she needs. But it's going to be an exciting few minutes, as there are some lines coming through. You know, hard to tell if there's a good opportunity in them, because there's a bit of a mixed swell. You know, so it's not all of the waves of the set that are absolutely beautiful. But it looks like this one is building up a little bit on the outside, and let's see. They are positioned a little bit differently. There is a double up on it, so there might be a little bit of interesting. And it looks like, all right, so none of them go on that one. You know. Mirai definitely trying to sell Andri on that one, but Andri didn't look too convinced, even with the 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. You know, I think she was just really like, no, I'm just going to go on something that's really good if it comes through. And if it doesn't come through, you know, I've already served quite a good heat. You know, I've put a good shot in here, and yeah, it's also down to the ocean and the opportunities that are given. And, you know, every surfer out there is a great surfer, and sometimes it goes one way, sometimes it goes the other. And that's competitive surfing, and that's why it's so exciting, you know, because you can have big upsets. It's not all down to like the skill necessarily. I mean, there's many different types of skill. There's luck involved. There's ocean reading, ocean knowledge. You know, the nature has a big say. So and every single wave that is ridden is completely and absolutely unique. Never gonna be the same wave twice ever in this universe, and that is what's so special about surfing. You know, it just keeps it always so fresh and always so creative, always a different canvas to paint on, and these surfers have been painting such beautiful graphics here as we see our surfer in blue.
No.
Anri, again, that double up, you know, pushing out. I think, did she also start the heat with something like that? I'm not sure if it was her, but I saw it previously. Like, you know, a little bit hard to get into these ones with the double ups. Really important to sneak under them and get that first wave, because all the energy, whenever there's double ups, the first wave is the one that steals all the energy from the wave in the back. So if you're taking off on the wave on the back, it is gonna lose energy, and that looks like it was the last chance for Andy. She is going on this one, but I think it's gonna be after the buzzer, and she doesn't even pop up. But nonetheless, a good result here for Andy. You know, quarterfinals, definitely going to be raking up some points as we'll go for a short break before we go into Heat 2 of the quarterfinals for the women.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
Sun is out and the waves are cooking here in Mahabalipuram. We're just an hour south of Chennai in beautiful Tamil Nadu. It is a gorgeous day. It is currently 10 past 9 in the morning here. We will be about to reach the dead high tide of 1.3 meters. And as that tide starts to go down, we will definitely be seeing this whole waves just start to clean up and tidy itself. In the water right now, though, is Shino Matsuda, the Olympian, up against Hinata Shimizu. A couple replays of our woman in red. Beautiful cut back to set the tone to this wave. A little tighter in the pocket there, and makes that. I thought she was going down, and she got the finishing. So beautiful start for Hinata Shimizu. Shino Matsuda 8.5 to start off her quarterfinal campaign. This is heat 2 of the morning. We had all quarterfinalists of the men earlier on, and finishing off the women's and straight to the pro juniors. Round of 16. Tipi Jabrik, welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. Giada, we're good to be here again to watch some of the action. This is a replay of Shino Matsuda's last wave. Looks like she, deciding to, go back and regain priority right there. Still waiting for Hinata's opening ride. Looks like it was a good ride. That's fast. Finishing right there was really, really good. So here we go, live action from Hinata again, trying to get the second numbers on her scoreboard there. Just unlucky a little bit, that wave just running away from her, but yeah, it could be a good opening right there for Hinata and put a little pressure on Shino. But just as you mentioned before, Shino, she's an Olympian. She have all the experience in her, on her bag. So yeah, it will be good to see a good matchup between these two girls. 20 minutes to go.
Absolutely, and they both want a spot into that semifinal. They will be joining Mirai Akeda, who is the first semifinalist of the women. On the men's side, they're all locked in. We have Shohei Kato up against Iko Watanabe, and in Heat 2 is Tenshi Iwami going against Sentaro Sakai. So we will be finishing this quarterfinals and the Pro Juniors round of 16. The semis are on standby. It is all depending on the ocean and what it provides for us. It is hard to walk away from waves when it is absolutely cooking because you just never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Yes, that's true, Giada. So on that semifinals matchup of the QS men's, they all will be a natural footer. So it's interesting to see the ratio of the goofy footers. Talking about goofy footers, here is a strong two backside maneuver there from Shino Matsuda, our goofy footer from Japan. And you can see and tell there, like her experience there with, like numbers of competition that she's having done before. So nice first top turn there. Giada, tell me, do you like that backside surfing there from Shino?
Absolutely. That was some beautiful surfing from Shino Matsuda on her backhand. Really sharp. It was 2 or 3 solid turns. A bit of a smaller wave, but it's good to get your feet on the wax and get things rolling. So I think it was a smart move from Shino Matsuda. We saw in the previous heat, Anri Matsuno getting one of those smaller bowly ones and actually getting a really good score from it. So it was a good move from Shino Matsuda. She only had a 0.5. That one came in at a 4.5. So if she repeats that same strategy, but on a set wave, she's definitely going to be getting into the 6s range, in my opinion.
So yeah, opening right there from Hinata. She opened up with a 5.83 and back it up with a 2.83. So still, nothing really serious in this 18 minutes time that the girls still have. So, and then Shino Matsuda let that last wave score a 4.5. So I think the judges really looking to the surfers to maximize the whole length of the wave. There's a lot of wave that offering like a lot of multiple maneuvers. So here we go. This is Hinata Shimizu. Nice looking wave right there. Can she get around this section and that rocks? Ooh, super close to that rock there, Giada.
Yeah, so unfortunately, just that one turn for Hinata Shimizu. Right behind her, though, Shino Matsuda on the second wave of the set. Beautiful swooping carve there. Gets past the rock. She's going to stick with it. She wants to back up that 4.5. Quite a bit of foam from Hinata's wave on that wave. So for those of you who don't know, when a wave has so much whitewash, it creates a lot of bubbles, and it's actually really hard to keep your board under control. So it's why you usually opt to go for really clean waves. And Shino Matsuda doing a really nice job, but again, not too much on offer, not because of her surfing, but because of that wave quality.
Yeah, I think the wave is still really, really good. I have to say, Giada, look at that lines like there, like super nice maneuver there from Shino. But as you can see, just like what you said, there's a lot of white water there from the previous wave, and that's creating like the shape to be like a little bit uneven. Like you want that, like long wave and making it sure that it's good wave. So.
All right, I think we will be throwing it down to Percy with the winner of the last heat, Mirai Akira.
Opening for Henri, you guys are good friends, so it must have felt like a little bit less pressure because whoever goes through, it's gonna be good. But what kind of practice do you put in before an event like this? Do you surf a lot in Japan, or do you go to other surf spots? Just tell me a little bit of what you do to prepare.
I practice in Japan, like more focus for competition, and then I got here more focus for competition, like 30 minutes and just 30 minutes and 2 time, and then just it, the focus, like that.
So focus is the key, and practice heats, probably lots of practice heats. Do you, when you practice in Japan, do you surf with like your friends like Andri Matsuno and stuff together against each other in training also?
Yeah, sometimes training with friends, but sometimes just myself and focus my practice things. Yeah.
Super nice. So you did a good job, on those first two waves, securing, really high scores. And that's what, even though there was an opening for Henri at the backhand, that's what kind of gave you the upper hand on that. We were talking a little bit about like sponsors in Japan, and TP was saying that a lot of the first sponsors in your life is like your local surf shop. What is your first sponsor in your life?
My first sponsor is Sunglass Learning, and then Loxy. Yeah, they are really important, or everything my important sponsor for me. Thank you so much, everyone.
Cool. Anything you would like to say to your friends and family back home?
応援ありがとうございます。次はセミファイナルで、今日あるかはちょっとわかんないんですけど、次のラウンドもいいサーフィンしたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the semifinals. Back to you.
Mirai Akira is definitely one of my favorite surfers in Asia to watch. She is so stylish. She's an incredible competitor, and her competing maturity is out of this world. I mean, couple years back, she did back-to-back wins with the QS 6000 in Krui as well as the Pro Junior Women's, and is still a junior. So it just shows the level of her surfing is so high, and she's probably a Challenger Series surfer as well. So big up to Mirai Akira. Congratulations to placing yourself into the semifinals of this Short Tempo Classic QS 2000. But back to this heat, there hasn't been a change in situation. It is still Hinata Shimizu with that 5.83 and that 3.33. Shino Matsuda still looking for a score of 4.67. Two-man heat means only one person passes. Next up, we'll be seeing Arisa Ishii and Isabella Higgs taking the water. It's going to be a really great matchup. Live action, no, Shino Matsuda. Taking a look at this one, her requirement of 4.67 needs to get a solid backhand blast there. Unfortunately, goes down, wasn't able to really get past that section. But smart Smart surfing from Shino. She's keeping busy. She knows that she can get that score. She can uplift waves. So she doesn't necessarily always need to have the best wave. A 4.67 is not a huge ask.
Yeah, I think Shino's kind of would like to get around that section there to, to finish, to do a finishing maneuver. But, the rocks and the tides, looks like, like every wave that come to the rocks on this tide, it's kind of like on top of the rocks. So maybe, here we go. This is a replay of Hinata Shimizu's wave. What can she do on this one? Wow. That was a big maneuver right there, but just unable to stick on it.
Absolutely. That was a massive turn for Hinata. She really went for it, wasn't afraid to kind of go for that meaty section that was coming towards her. It was unfortunate, you're right, that wasn't able to ride out of it, but that would have been one of those, big one-hitter scores for Hinata. She wants to create a little bit of space from herself and Shino Matsuda to be able to solidify her spot into the semifinals. Shino Matsuda is such a fierce competitor. So she's been doing the rounds. She's an Olympian. She's been on the big stage. She's a Challenger Series surfer. And I think it's a matter of time until she gets to the CT, hopefully. So it's a dangerous spot to be in for Hinata Shimizu. She can't take a breather just yet because Shino Matsuda can come back at any moment. They're a beautiful peeling right-hander just getting past Elephant Rock. We are at 9:20, so almost at that high tide. We've seen it time and time again the past 3 days that this wave just tends to have a bit of backwash when the tide is so high, and it's hard to kind of keep that momentum going when you're surfing it. But as it starts to drain, we're going to start to see this wave just really start to bowl up and work with the surfers instead of against them. So it's an exciting morning. The women's QS quarterfinals, Heat 3 will be up next. We will finish this round and go straight into the men's Pro Junior round of 16. So lots of action. The men's Pro Junior is back to the 4-man heat format, 20 minutes. So a lot more waves are going to be ridden and a little bit less opportunity for the surfers. I feel like these 2-man situations just creates a lot of more space and a lot more ability to pick out and pick and choose what wave you want, especially with that priority system. So it's exciting.
Yeah, I think with the 2% heats if you're able to go to this round, you can showcasing your strategy a little bit better, because with the 4-man heats, it's a little bit like, dog-eat-dog situation, sometimes, you win with a, like a scrappy wave, but, like so far, on all the man-on-man heats, we can see like a lot of big numbers been throwing, as the winner of the heat. So, yeah, I think there will be more like a strategy, different strategy you have to put in place on the man-on-man heats for sure, because, you have the space, you have the time to pick and choose the wave, you have the priority. There's only one more person like next to you, like as we can see right now, Hinata just waiting and making sure that the next wave that come to her as a person that have the priority, she have all the space in the world that she can just pick and choose that wave. So yeah, Shino Matsuda sitting in second place right now, looking for a 4.67. There's a couple lines at the back, Giada. So hopefully we can see some action soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. These big lulls, I think something about being a competitive surfer is having a really strong mindset. And if you don't have your good emotional walls built up, it's so easy to just be sitting out there and let the nerves get the best of you. So I'm so sure that both these ladies have spent so much time not only working physically, but also emotionally with maybe psychological coach or emotional coach that help them kind of keep their emotions in check. It's so easy for those nerves to start to creep in and easy to make simple mistakes that usually maybe in the free surf you wouldn't be doing. So it's such an important part of surfing. I would even say that at this level for these ladies, I would say it's like an 85% of what makes or breaks your heat.
Yeah, for sure. Like if we watch all the surfers that's surfing, from day one, from hit number one, everybody can surf, but it's really up to the person that have that, mental strength, that want to push into the next kind of level is the one that's going to keep advancing. Could be Hinata Shimizu right now have that, what do you call that, advantage, because she's sitting in the first place right now. She's commanding the priority, and Shino Matsuda is trying to push her on this one. Looks like she's going. No, she's not going on that one. So yeah, a lot of strategy going on right now. Looks like Hinata doesn't get affected by that thing.
Yeah, so Shino may be trying to sell or keep busy on the inside, but you're right. These 25 minutes of performance are just the tip of the iceberg of what goes into the daily lives of these ladies. I mean, it comes down to the minor details. It goes from daily nutrition, daily thoughts, the mindset, the training, the hours that they put in, the gym sessions that they have to go to, even to the equipment, the little changes and tweaks they have to do for their boards to be able to adjust to the situation they're in. So either it be a 2-foot beach break in Australia or, 6-foot crewy, and they have to be able to be prepared for all these situations. On your screen, though, is Hinata Shimizu. Good looking wave. She gets around the section, hoping for one more turn. Unfortunately, it will be all she wrote for that one. Shino Matsuda now with the door open, priority next to her name. She has the right of way of 4.67 is her requirement. That is not a big ask for her, and she is out there just hoping for one more chance. 6.5 left, so plenty of time for Shino to get that score.
Yeah, that was a really good-looking wave there from Hinata. Just here we go, a replay. As you can see, there's a really good canvas there for her. If she can just put one more right there, it looks like, it was a little bit too close to the rocks. Maybe she hesitate a little bit to do that, like lip climb, kind of like finishing turns right there. But we'll wait as that wave score as a 3.10. So didn't change any situations. Yeah. She's still staying in the first position right now, Jenna.
Yeah, so Hinata's still in first, but let's not write Shino off just yet because there is still 6 minutes left. So it's a little early now to start playing defense for Hinata. I would say that there are a couple lines coming through. Shino doesn't need a big score. She needs to aim for a 5, I would say. So I would say 2 solid blasts on a wave will get her that score she's looking for. And this is her beautiful looking wave. Let's see what Shino does. Sets it up for a nice first turn. Does it again, and it unfortunately does actually make it. I don't think that will be deemed complete. Usually the judges love those clean, crisp exits from the whitewash. Sometimes when you're just struggling and fumbling to get out of it, it does shave off quite a few points from the score. So I don't know if that's going to be deemed complete. It was looking like it was going to be such a great wave. So unfortunately there for Shino Matsuda. Hinata Shimizu gets back out with priority. So life is starting to look a little tougher for Shino, and Hinata just starts to, dip her toes into that semifinal here at the QS 2000. She will be probably going against Mirai Ikeda if she does win, but it is still 4.5 minutes left. Plenty of time for anything to go down. Door is open up until the buzzer beats.
Yeah, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go, this could be an upset here. To Shino Matsuda if she didn't get that 4.67. So her surfing is there. It's just like you need to choose the right one. Like those waves where Shino was riding before, actually providing that potential to get that 4.67. If she just could, ride out of it, because like for judges, the criteria is one of them is speed. If you don't have speed to get right out of that white water, I think it's not a completion right there.
Absolutely, yeah. You need to show that you have everything under control, that your board is placed outside of the whitewash. You are on top of the board, placed correctly, and just a clean exit. That's what the judges are looking for, control and clean exit. So sometimes when you're doing a bit of those doggy paths and trying to get back onto the front of the wave, it does affect the scoreline quite a bit. So Shino Matsuda, the last one, coming in at 263, probably deemed incomplete. So all that score will be from that first turn. We can see a little bit of cat and mouse. I would see Hinata Shimizu already starting to play defense. She wants to make sure that she's close to Shino now, doesn't want to let the door open again, so she will be sticking really close to her and making sure that Shino doesn't catch the next wave.
Yeah, with this two persons heat, it's going to be a cat and mouse thing situation right there because, yeah, I think Hinata is probably doing her defensive mode right now because she's holding priority, and she knows she needs to do something quick here. Could be a miracle situation where two sets of a wave can come and kind of sell it to Hinata, and Shino can get the one behind it, or Shino might just go on the one that Hinata seems like she's interested on. So they're a bit too deep on both of them. Yeah, that wave doesn't look good. It's just closed out. So Shino, 2 minutes to go still. And yeah, this one looked like Hinata gonna try to defend. Yep, she's going on this one. She needs to replace that 3.33. This is a good looking wave so far, Giada. If she can manage to do that last one. So yeah, there's 2 hits on that one. So, oh, she's on top of that rocks? No, she's okay. So yeah, 3.33 to better her situation, but Shino Matsuda now open to get her own wave here to get into the advancing situation. Jada, this is a really crucial time for her.
Absolutely. Okay, so this is all eyes on Shino moment. She has priority. 1 minute and 25 left. 4, 6, 7 is her requirement. This is a wave that she will be looking at. She takes a look at it and doesn't see the potential in it. It looks like there might be one more behind. It is Hinata, though, taking off from the inside, wants to get rid of that 3.5. She goes for the barrel, unfortunately gets exploded out. So 1 minute left. That last one was definitely going to be way too fast for Shino. So she will be begging for the last 50 seconds. One more wave of 4.84.
Yes, and she know it's fast. She know it. So yeah, she need to get the wave right away right now with 40 seconds to go. Looks like there's something right there, Giada. Is this gonna be the one? Is this gonna be
we have a buzzer beater finish, Tippy.
Ooh, this could be the one, Giada, and she knows she needs to go.
All right, Shino taking a look at this one. This will be her last chance to get that 4.84. Shino Matsuda takes off, sets it up really nicely. Good first turn. This wave a little smaller than she was hoping for. Does that second one. She will be taking this one all the way down to the inside. Unfortunately, falls off, and I don't think that will be the wave she was hoping for.
Oh, wow. With a 4.84 requirement of Shino Matsuda, it could be coming to the last, situation. Yep. It is officials, not enough. Her last wave is a 3.67. So congratulations to Hinata Shimizu. Doing some upset here at the day 3 of Short Tempo Classic 2026.
Absolutely. So it was Hinata taking that one out. Congratulations. I'll be having a quick chat with her before throwing to a quick break. See you guys in the next quarterfinal heat 2.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is a time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right, and back to live action here. Our surfer with the pink board, the flashy board, that is Izzy, Isabel Higgs from Thailand. And she's been putting on some pretty good surfing out there in the last few days. This is the quarterfinals for the women's, the QS 2000. And this is Heat 3 of the quarterfinals. Percy here in the commentary booth. We'll have Hinata Shimizu Arisa Ishii against Isabel Higgs. So Japan versus Thailand. And in the commentary booth here with me is royalty. We have Arun Vasu, the president of the Surfing Federation of India, who's organized, this beautiful WSL event here, but also now the president of the ASF as well. So we'll be getting a little bit of a preview of what's coming in the next few years in terms of competition and activity here. Here's the replay from our surfer in blue here. Beautiful swoop to start, but that one kind of running away from Izzy on the first one. Yeah, beautiful to have you here, Arun, with us. And it's been such a beautiful event. The ocean has provided such good conditions. I feel like every time there's an international event, the conditions just absolutely pumping. How's the event been so far for you?
Thanks, Percy. No, it's been absolutely fantastic. I think I have to thank the entire team for putting on such a good show. It's lovely to have WSL back again, and I can't say anything because we've had great waves from day one, so it's been amazing and everything's going great.
Yeah, I've been talking to Ty a little bit as well, our event organizer from the WSL, and it just makes things so much easier when the waves are pumping. So you pulled off that ASF president pretty recently. Just going to live action here with Izzy. Up and riding again, likes to keep things busy. Now putting down a two-turn combo, and she'll put a score down into her scoreline, 2 scores down into her scoreline. Whereas Arisa Ishii, just being a bit more patient, waiting for a bit more quality waves. So it looked like the rest of Asia was really there to support you in those elections, and they really saw all the work you've been putting in terms of India and also the ASC that we held here last year. And how's the team looking in the ASF that you'll be working with this year, and what are things looking like going into the Asian Games, which are in October?
Yeah, no, I mean, firstly, I need to really thank all the national federations in Asia that really elected me. It's a big honor, it's a big responsibility, and I'm excited. I think, like you said, the last, a decade that we've been doing stuff in India, and I think we've shown progression year on year on what we do, and have run 3-4 great events. Last year being the ASC, which was probably the biggest one we've handled to date. But again, I think everyone was very happy who came for it. I think the waves were great. Everyone went home thinking, okay, India's got waves, and we always, I think, get a 1 notch up on hospitality, so that works. I mean, I've got a great team to work with on the council. So, we're having our first meeting next week, and want to hear from the others also, how they want to do things in Asia. So there's a lot of ideas we all have. We'll put it together and do our best.
Yeah, and that's what I really like about how things have been going here. You know, it's really about the teamwork that's being put together. You say it countless times. You know that, of course, you're the man behind the vision. You know, you're the one who's able to create that clear picture of what we want to aim towards. And I really appreciate the strategic approach that you bring to that, because you really brought surfing onto the stage and brought a lot of attention with that, with those surf music festivals back in the day that we enjoyed so much, and then really able to bring the international scene down here as well, and giving a lot of exposure also to our local surfers, to go abroad and stuff. We're just gonna go for a short break here as we go for the post-heat interview with the winner of the previous heat, that is Hinata Shimizu.
All right, congratulations. You're in the semifinals. That was a really hard heat. So talk us through what was happening.
Condition is so better, and I'm not nervous because I'm challenger. So Shino-chan is so good wave surfer, and I'm focused to myself. I'm happy to win this heat.
And it looks like you were focusing on yourself. We saw you try to get barreled, and how was that wave?
Last 2 minutes, and maybe I think no paddle out in outside. So, and coming to the barrel waves. So I'm challenging to the barrel.
I'm sure you have a huge fan base in Japan of your friends and family watching. What would you like to say to everyone at home?
いつもサポートしてくださっているスポンサーの皆様、応援してくれている皆様、ありがとうございます。初めて、QS でセミファイナルに行くことができて嬉しいです。今日はもうないんですけど、明日プロジュニアとまたセミファイナルがあると思うので、引き続き頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth. Congratulations.
All right, back to live action here. 17 minutes to go. Isabel Higgs right now in the lead, still waiting for a score to come in. She scored a 5 and a 2.83, taking the lead, and this was the replay from her previous one. Jams it in the pocket, a bit of a smaller one, but provides her some more open face and opportunities for more maneuvers, just getting nice and tight in the pocket and putting 3 maneuvers down, getting her a bit of a score there. A 5.0, so that'll be probably a keeper, if not her first wave, at least her backup. And yeah, here Arn Vasu in the commentary booth with me. There's so much happening right now. It's hard to keep up with it. But bringing the WSL here, and I think this is just the beginning of a lot of things coming towards us. And we already have another WSL down the line in the pipeline. How are things going with that? And tell me what you're most excited about it.
No, I think, India needs more events, and I think that's the only way Indian surfers will also grow, and also to showcase our fantastic coastline and islands that we have. So yes, we are closing in on a WSL in the Andamans. So we're looking at March, and we were there for the national event, and you saw how great the conditions were. So one is that, and then we're looking at maybe doing 2-3 WSLs here. That's my aim, and on the wish list, so that we can run like a small circuit here as well. So yeah, lots of ideas, and but I think it will happen. I think we are on a good roll at the moment.
That sounds absolutely amazing. And we had a ride coming through. Arisa Ishii, here is the replay. She waited a little bit of a time for this one, but managing to get some good maneuvers in. Just a setup carve to start. Now going into the lip. A little bit of loss of control there on that one, but able to get around the rock and find some more opportunities to score. On the backhand of this heat, as it stood up, hitting that one nice and strong and putting it to bed. Yeah, super exciting for what's coming up in India. And, you talk about these 2 or 3 events. Do you already have some spots in mind?
Well, we'll definitely have one in the Little Andamans, and we've been approached by Lakshadweep as well, the other side. So these 2 for sure, and we'd like to see continuity here in Mahab's Tamil Nadu. So that's something we, really pushing, that we have a commitment for the next few years. But like you mentioned before, none of this would have been possible without the amazing team that has really supported me on this. I mean, I keep repeating it, but yeah, I might have crazy ideas, but to execute it, we need everyone. And I think they've really stepped up the last few years. So it's like this event. Actually, it's there's no stress. So so it's actually running so smoothly. So I must thank the entire team that has been behind this.
Yeah, such an amazing team we have behind the scenes. We've been putting in a lot of practice towards these international events with our national series. We have that quite consolidated now with 4 spots on the national series, and every competition is practice for every member of the team, from the judges to the event director to the media team to the people behind the software to the volunteers to the logistics people. I mean, really beautiful people putting so much work and effort. And what I really like about it is that they're so available, to everyone. Like I think one of the people said in the opening ceremony is that if you have any question, any need, just come up to anyone with the SFI T-shirt, and they will definitely be helping out. So really proud of that, and it feels like the ocean is also backing us up. It is one of the big members of the team, giving us such beautiful conditions and making it so easy to run this event. Yeah, that's been super cool. And what are kind of, talking about the team, what are the kind of things that you're looking into to build up that team even more as we go for, more WSL events? And it looks like, for example, with the media team, we are, forming up our own media team, we just got new consoles, so this is the second event that we're using our own, technology to be running this live commentary, for example. And so, yeah, what kind of other things are we looking at in terms of building that team up?
So I think, see, we've taken, things one stage at a time, and we've learned, we've corrected, we've moved on, and our focus last few years has been on, we need a larger pool of judges, we need, coaches and stuff. So we've started working on that, and yes, the media team, the live streaming, this was something that, we're trying to make it more affordable, because otherwise, half the budgets go in this. So they're doing a fantastic job, and what's nice is I think everybody tries things out and then want to do better. They themselves come back saying, this hasn't worked, we make it better next time, and that's the energy we want, right? And we need to bring in more of the youngsters, and it's growing fast. Like you saw, India is moving fast, so we need a bigger team to do it. And I think what I would like to see, with the role in ASF, is actually working closely with more countries, bringing in more kind of like a brotherhood, unity, so that everyone feels part of it. It's not about just the council and them doing all the work. It's really to spread that energy all over and get others involved as well. So I think some interesting times ahead, and it's nice to see the whole region developing. You've been to the Maldives and Sri Lanka, and they've got world-class waves, but they struggle, yes, with their own situations and raising funds there. So I think somewhere we can kind of support each other as well, and that would be a nice circuit to have. Sri Lanka, Maldives, India, one. So we've been working on that for the last 2 years. I think we'll make it happen.
Very, very, very promising here for the surfing in Asia, and beautiful that you really bring this brotherhood and this kind of working together, being in the same team, being in the same camp, and the WSL also with the regions in the QS. I think that's also a very constructive part of the structure, because as we were saying in one of the previous heats, as soon as you get into the Challenger Series, you have the top seeds of the QS that are going into the Challenger Series, and they really are there representing Asia as a whole. So it's not individually about the countries, but about the region in total. And if we can build a stronger community there and work together even more, some of the countries have more experience than others. Japan has decades of competitive surfing behind them, and lots of things that we can learn from them as well, and Indonesia and Maldives, everyone bringing in different skills from different areas, and it's just going to be so beautiful to see the growth of surfing in Asia. And talking about India, it's so young here in India. it's been pretty much 15 years. In 2011, we had the first ever competition on this beach with 4 chairs, Arunva. So I remember that event. We had 4 chairs on the beach, literally like feet in the water, judges on, I think we even had to run and get some clipboards because we were just using papers and folding them and trying to get scores on. And now look at the setup we have. It's just so beautiful. Everything is set. We even have food for all our athletes and our competitors. And it's been really delicious food. Here we see our surfer in blue, Isabel Higgs, firing again. She is the girl in the lead right now. And she's looking to get rid of that 4.83. That's the backup situation in the water right now is Isabel Higgs in the lead with a 5 and a 4.83. This is the replay of the last one. Nice bottom turn for the first setup carve and then gets up into the lip. So we've seen that 2-turn combo before, I think on the 5.0, and we'll see if it improves her 4.83. Arisa firing on that one, but not quite making it. She's sitting on a 4.93 and a 3.5, so she's going to try to get rid of that 3.5. The waves are looking absolutely consistent. Talking about Mother Ocean, and Arisa needing a 4.91, so it's definitely open. This heat is still fully open. 8 minutes to go, and priority is sitting with Arisa, so she does have a chance right now at doing something very interesting. Yeah, really proud to see the surfing grow, and it's so young that yes, we have bits and pieces of the industry and of the culture. We have honestly, I've seen the construction of kind of the first surfing town in India, which I feel is Varkala in terms of the culture. We have really those surf camps going on and surf festivals and a lot of community going on over there. Mahabalipuram also, very different focus actually between East and West. East I find is much more competitive oriented. With last couple of weeks we've been having so many coaches on the beach, 4 teams of coaches and athletes on the beach, and what's really nice about that is actually we don't have the tourism part of surfing fully fledged out as much, which also leaves more space in the lineups for our athletes to really train and to have that focus. And that was a wave from Arisa there, trying to back up that 3.5. So yeah, I really like the feeling of what's going on here in India, and I really like the approach, because for example, countries like Maldives and Sri Lanka, they're known for really great waves, and it attracts a lot of international attention in terms of surf tourism. But India a little bit less because it's India and it's not known for surfing and all sorts of things, but that does leave a little bit more of an opening in terms of talent development, and we've been doing a lot of work in terms of that. And one of the things I heard about, in the pipeline somewhere is this grassroots development program. Can you talk to me a little bit about that? Is that something that's still there? Is it, what is it exactly?
Yeah, no, it's, like just to go back, 10 years or 12 years where we started, and I think the main thing was when we said we had surfing here, everyone said, surfing, India, what's wrong with you guys? And there was a struggle, and I think it was more privately sponsored. We brought in a few companies. There was zero support from the government, right? So it's only since, I'd say, 2021, 22 that we convinced Tamil Nadu to come in a big way, and that really helped us. I mean, I have to really thank them for that. And then the last 1 year after the recognition, the center stepped in a bit. So it's now on a good wicket, but at the same time, I think we still need private sponsors because there's too much to do, and if we want more athletes like some of the other countries like Japan and China and all the amount of money they're putting in, I think India needs to also step up on that. So the grassroots program, yes, it's very much there. We have a mandate, not just as SFI, but also from the ministry, that we have to spend X amount towards that. So we've started the programs in the 4-5 states that are now active, and that's very important, right? I think instead of only looking at those 2-3 athletes, the top athletes that we have, they're going to burn out in a couple of years. So we need the next batch coming in and the next batch. So our focus is really on this, and yeah, we've all been busy up to the Asian Games. So I think after that we'll come back to reality and start doing what we do. So it's no, it's there's a lot happening, like you said. But that's why we need a bigger team, and that's what we're working on. So it's all positive.
Yeah, so many new things, so much fresh activity here in the scene here in Asia and in India, and a lot of things down the line in terms of what's coming for surfing. Just catching up with the situation in the water here, Isabel Higgs able to get a 6.0 to improve her score line and increase the requirement for Arisa. Arisa now looking for a 6.07. So a little bit steeper of a requirement, but still very possible. You know, we know Arisa has that that surfing here for sure, and yeah, just tuning into a few of the kind of learning points, kind of notes I've been taking over the last couple of days in terms of how other countries do things in terms of surf progression, and for example from Japan. What we've been seeing is that a lot of like the local surf schools or surf shops are really the ones to be the first sponsors of the surfer, the ones to identify that talent. And here we have Isabel Higgs, big jam in the lip for the first one, and putting up with a nice carve and finishing it up in the lip once again. I can't help but feel like that's going to go even higher than the 6.0. So really strong surfing there from Isabel. And she's been here since a week before, practicing, putting time in the water. And I was so surprised actually because every time I go in the water, she's there surfing. That's the first jam from Isabel. And a nice swoop to buy some time in the middle. Nice combos actually. So beautiful 3-turn combo from Isabel, and can't help but feeling that like that's gonna improve her scoreline even more with 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Yeah, so just tuning into some of those tips, learning points from other countries, local surf shops, local schools, really supporting, identifying talent and building them up, and being able to have, quality coaching, quality equipment, all of those things in each of the beaches. In each of the states that are able to, help grow that talent is going to be a real key. We don't really have any real surf shops in India, like we're a surfing country, but I don't think I know of any like surf shop where I can, walk into the surf shop. I have boards and I have, boardies and things like that. So that whole part of the culture is still not there at all, so the private side of things, and so really hoping to see how that can grow around the competitions, because the competition is the key, and we've built such a beautiful national series where we're able to focus really on progression and on the athletes, but they are the stage, for everything else to flesh itself out, and very young in India, so of course it's gonna take its time, but I'm super excited to see where it's coming.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But, I think, again, a lot of people were looking at, surf shops and stuff. And all of us have tried in a small way. And I remember Rip Curl coming in 10 years ago saying, no, we got to bring in the brand. Quicksilver came in a big way. But it was too early, right? It was, okay, a few people who probably didn't surf and wanted to look cool and went and bought some of the board shorts or whatever. But I think now, at this stage going forward, I feel the next 2-3 years is going to be where this focus is going to come in. I've had some chats with many people who want to, make surf gear. The big brands might take a little time because, to bring it in and sell, the cost factor comes in. So there are a lot of local brands coming up. Even with boards, like we have 4-5 board shapers that are coming up. I think they're good, but they need to really up that game on quality if they want to compete with the rest of the world. But I know there are a few others in Sri Lanka and stuff who want to come and set up shop here, which is all very, very positive. That means surfing is growing, we're doing something right. So it's just a matter of time that this will happen here.
Yeah, for sure, and that's also the beautiful part, of a slow. I really like actually slow change, slow progression, because it really gives time for things to settle in much more naturally. And in terms of the surf culture, okay, just tuning into the heat right now, Isabel Higgs getting a 6.67 and extending her lead, taking that one out. What a good job, and congratulations to her to making it into the semifinals. We'll be staying on here with the interview pretty much until the next heat. Because we're talking about such exciting things, Arun. And what I really like about what you just said is, the big brands having a shot, and seeing that, it's not quite ready. does leave a big opening for the locals, to start producing locally, and that is something that that India in general really likes to do is produce and we have the potential. We have a lot of local production in terms of clothes and in terms of manufacturing of all sorts of things. You yourself have experience with that in the business world as well. So yeah, especially boards. I'm super curious to see where that goes. We have quite a few shapers coming up, and it's going to be exciting to see what kind of boards we're able to do. Of course, now a lot of quality boards coming in, so we have those examples off of which to work with. But also boardies and all those things definitely going to come up soon. And another kind of learning point I had from the Japanese surfers is that a lot of them kind of go through this like rite of passage of spending time in another country to really pick up cultural aspects around surfing, but also watch and get exposed to really high level surfing. Do you think that's also an option there for our surfers to go and spend some time in other countries and get some experience competing and just surfing over there?
I think they should, right? So from our side, I think we can play a part in it as well, where we are progressively sending the top athletes out to spend more time outside. They have to get out, they have to compete more in different conditions, and they have to see the real world. So I think that's happening, but even on their own, I don't see why they can't go on their own. And I think the community, the surf community, they're all so wonderful, and everyone's so helpful all the time. So they can easily go and stay with people, and everyone's always willing to support. Like you mentioned, Japan has come a long way in the last 20 years of pushing surfing. I mean, I remember when we started, and we leaned a lot on the Indonesians in Bali and Tipi, who's here as well. And I remember when they came for that first ASC that we had in Kovalam in 2015, and we've kind of, all our judges used to, we used to bring them from there. So that was our learning, right? And I think they were an amazing, team from Bali who always were willing to teach. There are very few countries who also want to open up what they do, right? So they were always very, very open that, they wanted us to learn more, they wanted us to do more. So I think that learning curve has also helped us till now. And yeah, we have to take, we have to look at how the other countries have progressed, learn from that, and then, move on. So yeah, I think that's what we're doing. So it's all good.
Yes, definitely, and I think we're really going with that dual strategy of being, of course, like for Indian surfers, a lot of us coming out of the fishermen communities, so it is a little bit of a challenge to go and live in one of these other countries over long periods of time, and to be able to do that, in a financial sense. But a little note out there to to the surfers from India, like make friends with all the competitors here, and like we are surfing community, that is like you would invite someone into your home. So someone else would maybe invite you into their home, and that could be a really nice way to exchange, and to learn and to grow. So do take those opportunities, and do think about travel, and do think about exposing yourself to different breaks, different countries, different surfers. Really good, important message, because we can send you out there. They are doing the best they can to give opportunities for international events, and some of those surfers have been taking the opportunity to extend their stays past the events and really put some time in over there, and it has been showing that it helps to grow their surfing. But there's only so much you can do, and I think the other strategy is bringing all that knowledge, bringing the surfers, bringing the talent into India, which is also working super well. So yeah, just a great job all around in terms of what the federation's been able to do, and it's really impressed me, and I'm curious to just see where things go. I think now we just have to let the ball roll, and it's already rolling down the mountain and collecting momentum as it goes. So you just got to keep at it. Thank you, Arun, so much. Any last words? Anything you'd like to say to the community out there?
No, I mean, keep surfing. Enjoy it. I know there's a competitive side, but I think more people in the water, more time in the water is what we need. And as far as India goes, it's growing. We're getting more people out there surfing. So I just want to add one thing. Like one of the things last 2 years that we've been doing privately is with Tippy, the Groms Petrol, which I think is a fantastic initiative what he has done, and it's focused on the kids, and we've had like 2 events a year, and that is something that we really want to keep focusing on. So I'd like to do more of that. Those are the more meaningful stuff that goes on outside SFI as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to have you in the booth, and really nice to hear about everything that's going on. We're gonna send it out for a short break before we catch up with this last heat of the quarterfinals for the women's. Thank you so much, Arun Basu.
Thank you, Percy. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm back into live action here at the Short Temple Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. This is Heat 4 for the quarterfinals. Percy here in the commentary booth, together with Mukesh from Mumu Surf School, the first surf school here in Mahabalipuram, if I'm not wrong?
Yes.
So, really one of the legends, one of the pioneers of surfing in India. And, he was there back in the days when we had the first ever competition that we talked about in in Mahabalipuram here with those 4 chairs on the beach. It was such an exciting moment, and look at what it's led into. You know, it's been such a beautiful thing. What do you think about the whole progression of the surfing scene here in India? You know, I mean, we just had Arun Vasu, the president, in the previous interview, so. You've also been part of that whole scene, bringing it up. And what are your thoughts on where it's been going?
Hey guys, my name is Mukesh. Thanks for being part of the commentary booth today. Yes, 2011, we just started something so small. We invite the people from India. It's like also only the count of numbers and with just a paper writing with names, and it's fun. What we're witnessing now, I only see it in the television. Now it's happening right here. I'm speechless sometimes. Is it? Sometimes I'm still thinking. I know we hosted a WSL before. This time it's again. It's a great opportunity for all the surfers. Being part of Indian team and the juniors, it's insanely grow, and it will be grow more.
Yeah, a lot of things coming through in surfing in India and in surfing in Asia. And that was the heat opener. So it's a little bit of a slower heat. Last heat, quite a few waves were ridden. All right, and just as we catch up with the situation, we're gonna first go for the post-heat interview with Tippy Japik and the winner of the previous heat, Isabel Higgs, who put on a great performance. So take it away, Tippy.
All right, we are live. Congratulations. You will be surfing the semis most probably later today. So leading up to this event, where were you training? What were you doing? Give us a little bit of a lowdown.
I was just in Oz back at home. Wasn't really surfing too much, just studying a lot, had lots of exams, but just trying to get in every now and then. But yeah, pretty much.
What would you say is the most similar wave you have at home to this?
I don't really know because we don't really have many point breaks back at home, but we do have like a couple beach breaks that are a bit wobbly and have a little bit of backwash, so I guess that's pretty similar, and yeah.
That is so good, and your boards are looking really good under your feet. Talk us through a little bit.
I've just been on my Warner. It's a Swallowtail 5.9, and it's just one of my favourite boards. I was so happy that Brett was able to make it for me, and I just loved it so much.
All right, and I'm sure there's a lot of people at home watching. Tell us, would you like to say a little hello?
หนูอยากขอบคุณที่คนที่ช่วยหนูแล้วอยากขอบคุณโค้ชแล้วแม่กับพ่อที่ช่วยสปอร์ตและให้กำลังใจแล้วขอบคุณมากค่ะทุกคนสวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Giada, so much for that post-heat interview with Isabel Higgs. A bit of a slow heat on our hands here, Mukesh. Hinano Shimizu starting off with the 4.67. Sarawakita just with a small opening ride, but Hinano, up and riding again, looking for a backup. So Sarawakita is gonna be, trying to get some waves, some scores under her belt here in the last 11 minutes of this heat. We saw her yesterday on some absolute streamers. She only caught 2 waves, but the first one was like a 6 or a 7, and the second one was like a 7 or an 8. So did a really good job on the wave. So we know that she can get those scores, and she's a super patient surfer. Really likes to pick out the quality ones. Mukesh, I've been super inspired. I mean, Mukesh here is, really one of those role models when it comes to surfing in India, and I'm super inspired by the approach you've been taking in your surf school. Really able to create it more like a social organization. Bringing the community together. Like you were saying, the doors are always open. There's always boogie boards hanging about. There's always, some old boards that are there because, you live the struggle. You live the struggle of being able to find something to ride, something to have fun with in the ocean, and find something to do with your days as well. And it's super inspiring how you're giving that to the next generation. I always see 3, 4, 5 of these kids just playing out in the surf, having a great time, and not only just having the doors open, but also the structure that's organically come, with you as a role model, and then the next generation coming in and becoming obviously great surfers, but also going into different positions in the surfing industry. For example, we had Ragul, taking up shaping. And a few of these other guys, doing different things in the scene. Of course, two of your prodigies, opening up their own surf schools also. So really beautiful how you've also been supportive through that. Not seeing it as competition, but just seeing it as growth and opportunities for these kids out here. And I think that's a really important approach as we look at growth, is not to look at the surfing industry as competition, but simply as growth and as a brotherhood of, we all want to help each other set up their surf schools. And what that does is it just helps us to elevate, like if you have other people setting up things, that means, okay, now they're taking care of, that level of things. Maybe I can step it up and I can do something a little bit different. Maybe I can go into intermediates, maybe I can go into advanced, maybe I can make a performance center, and that's what we need to do. Maybe I can focus on a shop, maybe I can so we have so much to flesh out in the surfing industry in India, and I really like the approach you guys have been taking, especially the kind of knowledge trickle down effect that you have, from the top surfer in India right now, Yuvraj Babu, and how
from the local boy.
Yes, exactly, from the local team, and how he really mentors those guys in the slightly lower rankings, and how those guys like Lokesh also mentor the next generation and do practice with them, and that's just so beautiful.
No, my door always open. That's always there. Of course, you said when the earlier period we struggled a lot, and we don't even know what is the surfboard company, wax, leash, rash guards. Entirely, we would even not exactly how it spell, not even exactly how it is spell, So, but now they are using me as a role model. Of course, they see it's not only just looking, I have a surf school, I need to have a surf school. We fundamentally ready to set up how the career is supposed to. Earlier they are like only if you are educated, I will be engineer, I will be computer geek, I will be, like any other job. But people don't even know surfing is in a big career as well. Like become officially to be a coach, like. And this is, you can carry on for your future, and you also give it to the next generation people,
Yeah, and catching up with live action right now, this is Hinana Shimizu on a big open face. She smacks it in the lip and puts down a huge combo at the back, finishing it super strong. That is going to be a solid score from our surfer in red, Hinana Shimizu. How inspiring has it been to see all these surfers, especially the women out there, putting such big hacks out the back on our home break?
Absolutely, I'm loving it. And this is, you can also give it as an example for our Indian national surfers who've been elected to compete on a WSL platform. So they also see how they progressing in the scores and what they are judging. So our team members also learning a lot from to hosting like this big events. It's a big learning for our Indian junior girls and senior girls also to be witnessing this. It's a great experience for them.
Yeah, such a good experience here. Here, a little bit of a slow heat, but Hinana seems to have connected with the ocean here because, she's on all the right opportunities there. Priority is with Sarah Wakita, though, however, and there were a couple of waves coming through, but she didn't really like them. So really being quite selective and patient out there in terms of, really just wanting those solid opportunities. But however, we are right at that high tide mark, so it is kind of a big ask to ask for like super pulsing, consistent conditions on this high tide mark, because it tends to slow down just a little bit, but as soon as we go back down into the lower tide, as the water draws out, I think we're gonna see some pumping conditions. You know, it's been super glassy all morning, and now there's a little bit more texture on the surface of the water, but it is all offshore winds, and it looks like such a great day of competition here. We are into Heat 4 for the quarterfinals for the women's. After this, we'll be going for the Pro Junior for the men's. This is round of 16. It's the last round of 16 we're gonna have for the Pro Juniors men's, and after that it's all quarterfinals, I believe. So very exciting, a day of competition that we have here today, and the ocean has just provided. I mean, how lucky, Mumu, are we to have a spot like Mahabalipuram here for us?
It's the ocean gives us a lot of things, especially Mahabs is pumping, and particularly on July, August, September, October, it's a gift. I'm sure this has a lot of energy.
Wow, and that looks like a solid set wave, guys. This is our surfer in blue, Sarah Wakita. She is looking for a big score, a 6.67, an 8.67, and she lays down a huge hack out the back. Now looking to get in front of the section. That one kind of runs away though, and that was a missed opportunity. So a little bit too selective there from our surfer in blue, Sarah Wakita, as she was waiting for an absolute streamer of a wave, and it was, but that one, the wave, you know, just giving her a little bit too much to handle, and not quite able to keep up with that pace. It is quite a requirement there. She has an 8.67. Here's the replay. Deep, big bottom turn, huge hack out the back. But then that one just shut down on her. And how much time do we have? We have 3 minutes left. So Hinana Shimizu does have priority now and has a chance to really defend that first position. Super tense, super beautiful heats going on. Really, really interesting competition. How have you been enjoying the event?
I'm really enjoying it. Especially Sarah Wakita, she's a very, very competitive surfer, and she can pull the scores so easily. And but at the time, it's very crucial. If you need to focus on which wave, and if you're using a priority pretty nicely, I think she could earn so much of points.
Yeah, definitely. She is a beautiful surfer, and she showed it yesterday with those big scores on those 2 waves she caught. But right now, running out a little bit of time, and it looks like Hinana's coming in for the kill. You know, she's swooping in and trying to make sure that she can defend her heat, because she knows that Sarah Wakita has it in her. She has it in her to get a big score. It looks like there's an opportunity coming through, and Sarah's definitely. Ooh, okay, interesting there. I would have really tried to sell that wave, obviously, to Hinana, because that is the chance you have. You know, Sarah sitting under priority. The only chance she's going to get to catch a wave is if Hinana goes on another wave, and she wasn't super committed in the previous wave that came, which you know, I mean, we didn't really see it down the line. It could have been a closeout, and that's why both of them decided not to go. But you can see here Hinana Shimizu, you know, coming in for the kill, and with only 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. We'll see what opportunities come through, but here's the replay. Deep bottom turn, big hack out the back, but that one right after just shut down a little bit. So unfortunate for Sarah, because she has such beautiful surfing on offer. And here we have the top view of the closing seconds of this heat. Yeah, it's been so amazing to watch the women out here. You know, they're absolutely ripping all these waves apart. I remember on one of the first training days, you know, last weekend, we came onto the beach, and some of the local boys were like, damn, these girls are all gonna kick our asses, you know. So, but obviously, you know, all of our local surfers, taking this as a big opportunity to learn and to grow in their own surfing. And I've already seen it, just having eyes on very experienced competitors, very experienced surfers, is all it takes when it comes to is one of the things that can really help jump up the level in terms of surfing progress. Anything you would like to say to your community in Mahabalipuram? And I would really say, guys, surf schools out there in India, really follow Momo's example. Try to create this natural structure of support, that supports everyone to grow and develop and to train each other and to pass their knowledge down. But yeah, anything you would like to say to the community in Mahabs, but also in the rest of India and Asia?
I mean, all I see it's so good to see a different nation of surfers who comes here and surf, and it is amazing. Everybody learning, including me. I'm learning a lot of things with the time period of here. I said, we have a plenty of good waves, and we are welcome to host more competitions, events, and gathering things. And the waves is there. I'm there to share waves with you guys anytime, anywhere, all over in India. Especially come to Mahabs, the beautiful seashore temple offering a great wave, and it's amazing. And please join us.
That is it, guys. That is the spirit of Indian surfing for us, Mukesh here. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure having you in the booth, and have a wonderful time for the rest of this event window, and we'll see you again for sure. We'll go on a short break before we go into Heat 1 for the quarterfinals for the juniors with Jada and another special invite.
Waves are cooking here in Mahabalipuram. I'm Jada Legati, and I want to welcome a very special guest, Ishita. Thank you so much for joining us in the booth today. It is very exciting to have you here.
I'm so stoked to be here. Thank you for inviting me to the booth.
Yep. So for those of you watching, Ishita is the very first woman surfer in India. I think that is an incredible honor, and I'm so honored to meet you. So tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here. Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I never thought that I'd start surfing in India. Like growing up, I always wanted to surf, but just had never seen any other women in the water. There were no images of Indian women surfing, and it was always a dream of mine. I thought, one day I'll go to California and I'll learn how to surf. Never did I think I'd start surfing in India, let alone become the first woman surfer. And it's just been so incredible to watch how surfing has grown in India. Yeah.
Goosebumps. Like that is absolutely crazy. So tell us a little bit about your upbringing. Like where did you grow up? What part of India? And how did you actually start? Like what made you, like what pushed you to fully do it?
I grew up in Bombay, which is on the west coast in Maharashtra. Coastal city. When I was growing up, my school was right on the beach, so I was always like a water baby. Little Mermaid was my favorite Disney movie.
Same.
So I've just always loved the beach and nature and being outdoors. And like I said, I always thought because I have family in the US, and I think I'd watched enough of Baywatch and 90210 to be like, oh, one day I'll go to California and I'll start surfing. That never happened, but it was actually when I moved further south to Manipal, which is in Karnataka, so on the west coast. I moved further south for university, and my first year of college, my boyfriend at the time and I met a German exchange student, and he had come down to India with a surfboard. And we were like, what are you doing with the surfboard in India? Like, there's no waves here. And then he was like, no, I've actually found a group of surfing swamis, which is our crew from the Mantra Surf Club.
Wow.
And he's like, yeah, they're teaching me how to surf. And he introduced us to them, and they were basically a group of Californian surfing swamis living in an ashram, and it was all like, what? You can surf in India and there's surfing swamis? Like, sign me up, you know? And I even remember the first time I even just saw a surfboard and touched it, and I was so excited because, yeah, and like the second I caught my first wave, you know, I mean, I just rode it on my belly, but it didn't matter. I just felt like a kid again. And yeah, I wanted to hold on to that feeling forever, that feeling of stoke. It was so special to me.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting goosebumps. That is absolutely crazy. So you must have started quite a bit later.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I wish I started when I was young. I was 19 back then, and this is in 2007. And like back then, if you literally like Googled surfing in India, like nothing would show up. I wish I had a screenshot of it, you know. There were so few of us. I think there were 13 in the whole country. And it was kind of like a legend, you know. You'd heard of people surfing on the East Coast. And yeah, we could count all of us on our fingertips. And it was a really special time, like a time even before surf contests in India. And everyone had a really special, I don't know, entry into surfing, like a very special story, you know, like from like the fishermen finding broken surfboards left behind by traveling surfers. And whenever we would meet, like first of all, it was like a legend. Oh, I've heard there's someone on the East Coast, you know. And I remember the first time I came to the East Coast, I didn't even know where to go. I just heard of Oro Beach. This is like in Pondicherry. And we just showed up with a board on the beach, didn't know where we were going to stay. just propped our board on the beach. And we saw two people in the water surfing. One of them was Velu, who's also one of our OG surfers, like Mumu, who was just here previously. And it was like, oh my God, it's true. There really are people surfing on the East Coast.
All right, well, before we get back to that, we're going to catch up with Percy and the winner of the last heat. Or is it Tippy? I'm not sure. We'll see in a few seconds.
All right, I'm here with Hinana Shimizu. Thank you for that one. Big win for you, Hinana, in the last one. This is your first time in the semifinals. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm so happy because first time go to semifinal in the QS, and I'm happy to catch a good waves. Yeah.
And that was a big heat for you, you know, Sarah Wakita, very good surfer also. So how did you manage to, you know, stay calm and catch the right waves and go through that? You had a strategy going into that?
Yeah, Sarah is so good player, and I'm focused to myself, and I'm focused to catch the waves, so I'm happy to make it.
Yeah, you did such a great job there. Anything you would like to share to the fans and the people and the friends back home?
S2 の北海道から試合が続いているんですけど、いいモチベーションでこのインドに来れてるので、この波で試合できることを楽しんで次も頑張りたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Such a great job, Hinana, and good luck in the semifinals. Back to you guys in the live commentary booth for some more chatting.
Thank you so much, Percy. Yeah, we're definitely going to get back to our chatting, but just to catch up with what's happening in the water right now, this is the quarterfinal heat one of the Pro Junior Men's. It is Ren Okano currently with that 6.67 and a 5.83 in first, but Taro Takai, a 7.67. This is the last of Riki Tomoshige, so he was going to town on this backhand wave. He really had all those turns linked up really nicely. He had great rhythm. A 767 Taro Takai, that is a huge number. Currently in second, wanting to back it up. Only has a 3. So we're gonna stick with this live action for a little bit. Taro Takai on his forehand, he wants to get rid of that 3 pretty quickly because he will jump to the lead with a solid number next to his name. Beautiful surfing. Goes to town again. That is exactly how you want to finish that wave off. So really gentle, really nice, a bit more safe, I would consider it, compared to maybe his 767. But right, there's a little break in the action. And I wanted to ask you, being a woman out there by yourself, I'm sure you have inspired so much young women now. So what was it like being the only woman out in the water before? Did you feel the difference, or was it just like any other day? Or was it just like now as well? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was just odd for me that there weren't any other women. I wouldn't say that it was particularly hard in that sense, but I mean, physically, surfing is so demanding, and I always felt like weaker. So I feel like it took me a long time to even just paddle out past the breaking waves and go sit out there in the lineup with the guys, Like that itself was so intimidating for me back then. And I've always felt like it's been harder to get women in the water. Like now, the whole approach to surfing or attitude towards it has changed. Like in the beginning, people were just like, what are you doing, Like you've lost the plot in life. Like, do we need to do an intervention, Ishita? Because I went from the city to deciding to live in a small fishing village where I started a surf school called the Shaka Surf Club with my longtime friend Tushar. And so that decision itself was like so unconventional for the time. And surfing hadn't really taken off in India. So it was just basically going on instinct, right? You're like, oh my God, if I feel this calling, I feel like I have to follow this path, and not having any certainty and just being like, no, I want to be doing this for the rest of my life. It's not about being the best, but it's just about the lifestyle. Like waking up every day, catching a few waves, seeing the dolphins, having coconut, fish fry, just a healthy lifestyle, a healthy balance. And I found for women, it was always the families weren't very supportive of women being in the water, mainly because there's, first of all, a big fear of the ocean in India. Most people don't know how to swim. So, and then there's an added element of your skin getting darker, not feeling not looking beautiful. So many factors come into play, and families weren't very encouraging of women in the water. But I feel like now that there's more representation, it's been amazing to see the women's surf community growing in India. It's something I've always wanted. I've wanted to see the surf sisterhood grow, and which is why I love coming to these events. It's usually our only chance to all be together in one place, which I didn't have in the beginning. When I started, it was a time before surf contests, and even the first few surf contests that took place, there was no women's category.
Yeah.
So I was out in the heat with Samai, and his brother won. That was intimidating.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, my focus was mainly on surfing for the lifestyle of it, and yeah, but love to be here, keeping up with Gen Z.
Oh my God, talk about being a pioneer. That is crazy. And I'm so sure you've inspired so many of the young women. I mean,
Thank you.
I heard about you before I even met you. I was having dinner the other night at Liz's place, and they were like, yeah, because Ishita is this gorgeous, beautiful surfer. And I was like, I need to meet this Ishita. Where is she? And then I remembered, yeah, I commentated your heat. So you mainly focus on longboarding, but now you've kind of shifted your focus a little bit on shortboarding as well?
I feel like it also depends on the waves you have, right? So on the West Coast, it's not this fast and punchy. So I've been longboarding, and I fell in love with longboarding. And it takes a long time to learn how to nose ride. So I kind of got hooked onto that. But I like to surf everything, and especially I'm goofy, so this is backside, and my backside wasn't so strong. So I spent like the last month here surfing Mahabs, and I was really stoked with like how I did.
No, you did incredible. I was so
Thanks.
stoked. Me and Percy were actually commenting on that earlier. So I was stalking your Instagram earlier, and I saw that you have this surf school. Tell us how that all came about and what was the inspiration behind it.
Yeah, like I said, it was always about the lifestyle choice because I had to decide, like, do I want to keep surfing or go back to the city, do a 9-to-5 job? And in Bombay, I mean, we have a beach, but, we don't really have solid waves. Now people are surfing, like on the outskirts of the city, but yeah, it was just like, I want to keep surfing. How do I do that? And we found this small fishing village called Kodi Bengre. And it was destiny almost, and we basically started teaching the kids in the village to surf because we're like, oh my God, I came from Bombay, and if I grew up living right by the beach and not getting in the water, like these kids don't know what they're missing out on. And so we didn't even speak the local language, but it was basically just going on like smiles and shakas, like in good vibes, and that's how we got welcomed into the community through taking the kids surfing. And then it just started to feel like a surf family because in the beginning, no one really understood surfing or like the obsession with it. And it was the kids sitting on the rocks cheering for us. And, that was like our little surf community, our family. And wanted to make surfing more accessible for people in India. And it's grown very slowly, organically, through word of mouth over the years.
Oh, that is so beautiful, and thank you for sharing all of this with us. It's an inspiration, and I'm hoping that by other women maybe hearing this, they'll start jumping into the water as well.
Definitely.
I will get back to this heat a little bit. This is the current number 2, Ren Okano. He has a 6.67. It was Taro Takai with that 5.43 who jumped straight into lead. Riki Tomoshige, 7.17 as well. So this heat is actually stacked. There are some big numbers being dropped down. So Riki Tomoshige going to be backing that one up. He only has that one ride. So it's stacked heat and a very stacked conversation as well. So what I wanted to ask you next was I saw that you had a project recently with Vaimiti. So I've never personally met her, but I'm a huge fan. I follow her on Instagram, and everyone that's like, oh yeah, Vaimiti, I'm like, I'm her fan. So tell me a little bit about what that was about.
Oh my God, I love Vi. She just like reached out. I mean, I'd been following her for a long time as well, and she's such a badass longboarder because she goes out there in like Tahiti on her longboard getting barrels. So And she reached out to me. She said, I want to come and do like a little film project in India. Do you want to go on a surf trip with me? And I was like, of course.
Yes.
Hell yeah. And actually, we had a plan to go to the Andaman Islands, but it was a bit of a failed mission. And then we had to do a U-turn back to India.
Oh, you guys were like on the way.
We got to the Andamans. We got to Port Blair and realized we didn't have a ferry ticket to get to Little Andamans.
Oh no!
Which was like such a shame, but it's fine.
It's all for the plot.
Yeah, and then we came back. I won't disclose our secret spot, but we found a really beautiful wave on the East Coast, actually. And yeah, she's amazing. And I feel like we really connected as women surfers, and I think also like as brown women surfers. It's just really nice to have the opportunity to like meet someone from a completely different side of the world and I realize you have so many things in common.
All right. Well, I'm hoping I get the call up next time there's the girls surf trip because I would love to join. I literally, just before coming here, had a surf trip with one of my closest friends, Hyana. And we went to an island close to Bali called Lake Peak in Sumbawa.
I was just in Sumbawa
no
in
way.
May.
Yeah. Cool. So something that we kept commenting with Hyana was how epic that there were so many girls in the water. Sometimes there was more girls than guys. So I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Growing up in Indo, it was very similar. Most of the time it was just me and Hyana being the only girls.
Right.
So it was a great experience, and I'm hoping that continues to grow. It's so cool to have the girlfriends out in the water.
I think girls surf trips are so much fun.
Me too.
And I honestly want to do a girls surf trip with like all the girls here. But that's the thing that's been hard for like to get support as women surfers in India. There aren't that many brands that are sponsoring things like that. So shout out who's listening.
If anyone's listening, you know
yeah,
where
send
to
us on a
find-
trip.
We just want to serve.
Yeah, and the boat sponsor too.
All right, so back to this heat, the quarterfinal heat one of the junior men's. We've had some great rides. So Taro Takai, a 7.67 and a 5.43. Ren Okano in second, 6.67 and a 5.83. It is Ricky Tomoshige and Sheikh Dawood. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, with a bit of work to do, but Ricky does have a 7.17, so that's a pretty big number of 5.33 to go into second. So as there's a break in the action, this past couple days here, what do you think is your biggest takeaway from this contest?
Oh my God! I mean, for me, it's been really special to just like put on the WSL jersey and be out there with all these incredible surfers. Really, really special moment for me. And like I said, you know, for me, it's been about, surfing is always about, of course, like improving and getting better, but first and foremost, it's about community. And I feel like I got really close to all the people here. So yeah, and it's so nice to see like the international community coming here to our home breaks and getting to know the culture. So just like really beautiful. Good vibes.
I mean, the culture here is incredible, and I feel like the local community has welcomed us here so well. And yeah, it's such an experience. I think surfing in India is really new.
Yeah.
We've been talking with Percy, and it has so much space to grow, and these events are going to bring so much attraction to it. So hopefully your surf school starts maybe bringing some events over there, no?
Oh, yeah, I hope so. At least on the West Coast. Somewhere on the West Coast would be great.
That would be incredible. I'm hoping to get myself over there as well.
Yes.
So is there anything you would like to mention about growing up here again? Or like, is there something you would like to say to anyone listening out there?
I don't know, like I'm just really excited to see how things are progressing, you know. Yeah, it's come such a long way from what it was when I first started. And I feel like the level of surfing, I mean, of course, like, you know, if you put us against like the international level of competition, sure, we have a long way to go, but I feel like this is the first year actually that I participated in all the events, which is the first for me. But I've noticed like the level of surfing consistently improving with each event, you know. So it's only going to get better and better from here, and I feel like if anyone hasn't surfed yet, why?
You're missing out.
You're missing out. Get on a board. It's more fun. Life's more fun when you surf.
Absolutely. I mean, I came here last year for the ASF, and I have to say the improvement in the local surfing has jumped so much. But you like living and breathing it. What do you think was the main point of difference to have that big change?
I feel like it's happened over time, you know, but things are way more organized now. Like, I feel like when I was younger, I wish I had the opportunity that, you know, the younger girls are having now in terms of coaching, training, access to equipment. So, yeah, I think that was a big factor. But, yeah, now it's like, it's showtime.
All right, so we are 2.5 minutes into this heat, and the current situation is still the same. Taro Takai with a solid lead. He wants to be into the semifinals of this event for the Pro Juniors. Ren Okano still in second. 2 scores for both those surfers still to come in. Ricky Tomoshige with priority out the back. He looks like he caught a wave. You know, I think since we've passed that high tide point, you can really see that the wave is starting to clean up and bowl up for the surfers. And I feel like that's the best time to be out there, when the tide just starts to get into that mid. And a lot of opportunities out there. Unfortunately, Sheikh is in a bit of a combo situation. He needs 2 waves, but I'm sure he'll be walking away with so much experience. Do you know Sheikh personally?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him. Yeah, I think like all the Indian surfers are just so stoked to be here and have this platform to showcase their surfing. Yeah, everyone's like rooting for each other. It's really nice to watch.
That is beautiful. And as we count this one out, is there any last words you would like to say to anyone, friends and family, sponsors, your surf school watching?
I mean, so many things. I feel like India has kind of, not had the attention it deserves. And yeah, we're out here, we're doing it. So please come visit us. The more the merrier. And yeah, let's grow the surf community. Let's grow the surf scene in India. Any support is always welcome,
Absolutely. Thank you so much
thank
for
you so
joining
much.
us in the booth. That was one of my favorite interviews I've ever had. And we will be counting this one down. You guys heard it from Ishita herself. Come to India. It's epic. From personal experience, I love it here as well. So I can confirm, put my hand in the fire that you'll have the most incredible time ever. We're going to be counting this one down. And for now, it does look like Taro Takai will be taking this one out with that 767 that he caught earlier and that 543. Ren Okano joining him. One last shot. I'm sorry for Riki Tomoshige. Will this be a buzzer beater moment? He needs a 583, practically a 6. Beautiful surfing. 3 massive backhand and finishes it off so strong. Wow, this has been one of my highlights of the event. Not only talking to you, but this heat has been on fire. So will Riki Tomoshige jump to second and have a bit of an upset moment for Ren Okano? I think we're going to stick with it. What do you think of this wave?
I mean, it looks amazing. And he's surfing backhand. So for me, that's like incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, he took this one all the way down to the inside. He didn't miss a beat. He really took up every opportunity that wave was giving him. He needs a 583. Do you think he got it?
I would hope so.
It's very nice of you. I personally think he's got it. The judges taking a long, strong, hard look at it. They're going to probably be replaying some of the other waves. So here it is again. This is the wave we were talking about. Riki Tomoshige, 583 is his requirement. I have to think they're probably going to be replaying Ren Okano's 6.33 and comparing it to see if that goes up to scratch and if he got the score that they're looking for. We haven't seen any indication just yet. Riki Tomoshige has the second highest wave of this heat. Hasn't been able to back it up just yet. He's only caught in 3 waves. So is this a buzzer beater moment? I think we're going to stick with it a little longer before we see what happens. But it's been an incredible event, an incredible heat. So I'm pretty curious to see what happens now. All right, we're going to go off to a quick break, and we'll give you the results of this heat as soon as we're back on live. Thank you again so much, Ishita. It's been lovely speaking to you. Thank you for sharing your story. And we'll see you guys all in the next heat.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right, and we are back to live action here at the Shore Temple Classic QS 2000 and Pro Junior. Now into the Pro Juniors quarterfinal heat. that was the previous heat, heat 1, and the results for that did come out. The score for Riki Tomoshige, not quite enough to get him up into that second position and advance to the semifinals. So it'll be Taro and Ren Okano. And now we're into heat 2 with Raimu Yamamoto, Kishore Kumar, local boy, local surfer from the East Coast, and Iko Watanabe as well, one of the top names in this event. Looks like we have a barrel ride on offer right here from Masamune Uno, and that is our surfer in green. So a beautiful heat coming up right here, 25 minutes, beautiful conditions. We've passed the high tide mark and we're going into some good ones. Nice attempt on the barrel ride, but that one just racing way too far ahead, you know. Maybe needed that Mach 3 speeds to get through that one. Percy here in the live commentary booth together with Siddharth Hande. President of the Tamil Nadu Surfing Association, what an honor it is to have you here with me in the commentary booth. Welcome.
Thanks, Percy. It's an awesome job you're doing here. Great to see the event, and so happy that the waves turned up. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that is Iko Watanabe going vert for the first 2 turns and to the air for the last one. Not quite able to finish up on the last one, but it's an interesting approach here, Iko, in terms of competition, because you know, normally you go to those risky aerial maneuvers. Once you already have some scores under your belt, but Iko there, you know, firing on all shots right from the start, which means he feels very comfortable, and he is one of the big names here, you know, in the contest, in the juniors, and but we also have one of our own, Kishore Kumar. How does it feel having one of your own in a quarterfinal heat for the first ever pro juniors in India?
Yeah, it's really special. I think Kishore especially is one of our few elite athletes who've really developed like locally. Like, so I personally have seen him as just you know, we've all seen him as like a small kid, just, you know, on the board in the water, and from that progression to something like this, you know, not just being in the lineup, but also, you know, somebody who we can see do big things for the country is a pretty special feeling, and it's all happening in our coastline, you know, in Tamil Nadu. So yeah, special moment for us. And hopefully just the start of what Tamil Nadu surfers are going to do for us. Yeah.
Yeah, and Tamil Nadu is you know, a big part of the surfing world here in India. You know, we've been putting so much. I mean, obviously the first competition ever in India was here, and we've been, you know, building so much experience here with these long point breaks. You know, Cove Long and Mahabalipuram. And also getting, you know, those big surf music festivals that brought the attention, that got us the recognition from central government, which is now backing us as well. You know, we're recognized as a sport in India alongside sports like cricket and hockey, you know, so that's a big thing for us in India. And Tamil Nadu kind of leading and playing that role model role in terms of, you know, the state associations that we have building up here in Tamil Nadu. Beautiful wave here by Iko again, just firing on all shots, you know, going wave after wave, and again to the air, this time trying for the full rotation, better timing on the takeoff, but just not enough rotation for that one, not enough height, but yeah, he doesn't look like he's holding anything back. He's surfing at 110%, and it's just absolutely inspiring to watch. Here's a replay. Highline to start. Highline is where you get a lot of speed, Sid. And, you know, that was just a setup turn. There he drifted the fins. It was really beautiful to see. Lost a bit of control, but straight back on it. Knew he had to go big, so he went for a full rotation. And just a little bit under-rotated that one, digging the rail to come down. Yeah, so, you know, you organized this Summer Swell Challenge, which was a series of 4 Grom events, you know, to scout out talent coming up, and we identified some you know, promising prospects, and they did also enter into the nationals after that, you know, probably for the first time. So I think that was a really positive experience, not only for Tamil Nadu but for India in general, to show how, you know, organizing a small, you know, series of Grom events, you know, what was the age category? Was it 14 and under?
Yeah, it was 14 under. Sorry, I just wanted to. Yeah, I was just enamored by what these guys are doing on the wave here. It's so insane. It just gets my heart racing to see what these guys are doing. The Japanese contingent has been so cool here. You know, just great folks. crushing our waves, man. Like, and so I was just, it was just pretty cool.
Yeah, it's so inspiring.
And
to
I feel
see.
like the pro juniors is like is kind of like there's more expression in some way. Than, you know what I mean? Like so that's always cool to see. And to your question, I think maybe I can step back a little bit just to give a little bit of the context, you know. And of course, AV was here speaking about the work that he's doing with SFI and now with the ASF as well as the newly elected president. I think the focus for the National Association has always been to try to establish like an elite pathway. And then with the newly formed state association, we're pretty new, so like I think 3 years old or something like that, since we really got ourselves going. And so our job has really been or I feel like what our mandate is to establish the flow. Sorry, this is pretty
No,
cool.
that's all good. Just super exciting surfing here from our surfer Raimu Yamamoto. I had a chat with him before the start of this heat, and definitely a big name to take down is Iko Watanabe. But Iko, going for a little bit riskier approach. He's feeling very confident, but sometimes it's important not to feel too confident. And Raimu there, surfing that wave absolutely to pace. We had a chat. I just told him you got to put some big hacks to take that big name out, and that's what he did on this wave. Really setting up a really nice deep bottom turn, going straight up into the lip, drifting the fins on that one, and straight into another maneuver, pushing hard on it. It tapered out, gave him so much opportunity to score, and just dropping the wallet there a little bit, driving down. It's so inspiring to see how much speed these guys are able to generate and get past these sections, which would seem absolutely impossible for some of us, but beautiful to see them, as you were saying, surf our waves and really show us how we can make the most of all these waves.
Yeah,
for sure.
This is inspiring because I think our kids being able to see what's going on here, just seeing the professionalism is insane.
And
we have
this
Kishore.
is our kid, Kishore Kumar, up and riding, big hack out the back, getting the rails wet right now and waiting for this one to pace out and stand up on the inside past the rock. Let's see what it provides him on the back end of this heat. This is a big heat for our country. First quarterfinal, I believe, for an Indian to be in a QS. He's laying down some big maneuvers, just losing the finish on that one. But no worries, we know he's calm, we know he's composed, we know he can go back out there, and we know he has put some big turns on the front end of that turn, of that wave, so he is expecting a big score. But in situations like this, in heats like this, you just gotta make sure you finish those ones, and that was a massive snap from our surfer in blue, local boy, Kishore Kumar. So inspiring to see him grow over the years, and
so stylish. I feel like his style, like, is amazing.
Really beautiful classical style. From day one, honestly, he's had it. It's all him.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it came from, but it's really beautiful to watch him surf on the forehand, on the backhand, and just so inspiring to see, one of our own surfers, at that level, Mach 2, Mach 3 level surfers, really.
Yeah, no, and I think just to come back to the state, I think for us it's all about establishing a flow, like a little, like the bottom of what's happening. Like, our job is really how do you build a pipeline where kids come into the sport as much as possible, because not everyone will advance to the most elite level. But if you don't have athletes coming in consistently and like enjoying the sport, and so our job, I think, if SFI is very much on the elite pathway, our job is to actually make surfing accessible and surfing fun. And so that's kind of the reason behind our under 14 junior series. Very, very mellow, very laid back. It's also an opportunity for some of our better surfers to understand the judging, what's happening. But that's kind of where we are, like our job is like the fun, bottom-up, grassroots stuff. And that's kind of been a focus for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the grassroots, with Arun Vasu, and it's here, it's happening, and you guys have showed that it can work, not only in terms of scouting out talent, but also building skills in the team we were talking about, right? We need to build this team looking down to the future, not only to the next generation, but down even 7 generations, some of the tribes out in South America, they make every decision for the seventh generation after them. And I think if we can take that approach here in India, things are really going to grow as well. And so I really like the ecosystem that's been developing. And, obviously we have, the elite, and we're focusing on the elite, and we're giving them opportunities, and they're growing. And, it's proven here with Kishore, in the quarterfinals here in the juniors, after only 15 years of competitive surfing in India. But that back end, bringing up the talent, encouraging surfing, getting into the ocean, it's one of the most exciting things here for me, and exciting opportunities. And not only in terms of surfing, Sid, but also in terms of just getting kids out and comfortable in the water. Swimming has been a big topic in terms of India. Getting kids comfortable, getting parents understanding that the ocean is safe, and that you can learn to make your way out there. And here's Raimu, on his back up. 2 nice turns, drifting the fins on that one. I love that kind of cutback. Gave it his everything, but that wave not having a great scoring potential, but he is sitting on the biggest score of the heat so far, a 6.83. So Eco starting out with that risky surfing out the back, not getting really the scores he needs. So it looks like he's gonna be waiting a little bit now for priority and firing some big shots in the back end of this heat, because it feels like Eco's just switched up the strategy. Normally you start with conservative surfing and then go to the risky. He's going with risky for the start, and if he would have got that, he would have had the lead right from the start. And now he's going for the conservative surfing, probably going to put together a big combination of maneuvers out the back. Kishore, a 5.17 on the last one. That was a good score. It would have been higher if he managed to finish that last one, but unfortunate there for him. Nonetheless, 13 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Yeah, I was a swimmer myself, and that's how actually life-saving swimming is how I started surfing. We had these competitions back in the day where we would go to different places, Mumbai and other big cities, to compete as lifesavers, and that's how I got into surfing. And it would be, I'm just super excited to see what kind of potential we have with regards to bringing ocean safety, bringing swimming, bringing SUPing, bringing other ways of having fun in the ocean, and encouraging the Indian population to have fun in the ocean, to connect with nature. It is something that's in our roots, in our traditions, but we've lost a little bit of connection, a little bit of fear also with the tsunami in 2004, and now slowly building off of that. So just talk to me a little bit about the things that passion you, and the things that you would like to see, your vision, because the team, all of us in Tamil Nadu here, are the ones that are going to be backing you up and helping you out with that. So the more you talk about it, the clearer the vision, the clearer the image, the more we'll be able to do that for you.
Green up and riding.
Green up and riding, up into the lip for the first one. This is Masamune Uno. We've seen some great rides from him. Big swoop on that second maneuver. Now it's a little bit flattening out, but it might stand up here next to Elephant Rock as it gets close. Bang hits on that one, a crumbly section thanks to the rock, and that one shuts down. But definitely a solid combination of scores there from Masamune Uno. Kishore now with priority has a chance, but Raimu Yamamoto firing again. Big layback carve to start with. Hacks that one, and another one. This is a smaller wave, but really putting together a nice combination of maneuvers. He's definitely going to get rid of that 3.10. And Eco's also waiting for a score, apparently.
Yeah, super interesting. I'm happy with Kishore's first score. Actually, gives him a good chance. Like the men's comp that he was in, he was second for all the way up till the end. So, but then of course, I mean, these guys are so clutch, and they came in with some pretty amazing rides. So. It was I guess disappointing, but that's how it rolls, so that's totally fine. On the case of what we were talking about, like this establishing the bottom, right? I think for us it's when we look at Japan, when we look at Australia, like that's where I think there's a lot of inspiration to draw from. Like what is a surfing dojo, for example? Like I keep asking folks, and I get always like this known looks. But also in Australia, each country has done it in their own way. Like when you look at Australia, these life-saving clubs on the beach, building culture. And I think we need to do it our own way. I think we need something that's localized. I don't think that we can really kind of export any or import anything just by itself. But we do have this issue of fear of the water in general. So I think it's a very simple strategy of trying to go to schools, meet parents as early as possible, help them understand what surfing is about.
And here's our boy from India, massive hack off the top on the first section of that wave. This one is standing up once again. Just some rail work for now as this one stands up. Let's see if he gets the timing on it, and he has to kick out due to the rock. Unfortunate, but still some big surfing out there from our boy from India.
Yeah, no, and sorry, yeah. So I think for us, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of grassroots development. But we have these big issues of like fear of water and fear of ocean, and so going to parents, going to schools, going to swimmers, like in swimming pools, getting them to experience what surfing is about. We did this cool thing where we took surfing equipment to a swimming pool, and just having the kids like engage with the equipment is like something I remember when I grew up playing tennis. I was like, oh wow, look at the shoe, or look at the tennis, these tennis rackets. So I think we need to do something that's localized for how we bring kids to our scene, and then we're super lucky because we already have so much infrastructure on the beach that we can take advantage of, like surf schools and stuff like that. We still have a long way to go to establish, I think, health and safety, like your safety protocols and stuff. But I think, yeah, that's a start. We need people coming in and doing extremely, we need to get them to engage with the ocean in a really safe way.
Here's the replay from our boy from India. Massive snap off the top, maintained speed. Just a little bit late on this section. The critical part was right there, and he, however, got around it and did a nice turn. But if he was able to hit that critical section, really be in time with the wave, that's where the massive score would have come from. And unfortunate, they're a little bit off rhythm with this wave, and the rock really coming right in the middle. He had to kick out of there because, that would be a painful moment there. Yeah, I really like what you're talking about, and in terms of ocean safety, like surfers on these beaches are the biggest lifeguards. Just last weekend here, I was running a training camp and I was on the camera, and suddenly I see one of our surfer girls, paddling out quite fast, like just in the shore break, and I focus on her with the camera, and what I see is 2-3 people stuck in a rip, and she goes up to them, she gives her their board and her board, and is able to bring them back onto the shore. So surfers with the knowledge of waves, with the comfortability, with the knowledge of currents and the flotation device, surfing for everyone, all parents listening out there in India, surfing is the safest way to engage with the ocean. Why? Because you are permanently attached to a flotation device, right? It's almost as if you're wearing a life vest, but not only that, you get to have fun. It's like a life vest that is also a skateboard, right? So really nice to introduce the equipment to kids out in the swimming pool, and also get them, slowly getting them into the water, and ocean safety, a massive thing, surfing. Also, the thing with every surfing instructor is that they get lifeguard training. So they are lifeguards, and the only thing is that we don't have permanent vision because the surf instructors are only on the beach during their lesson periods mostly. But it would be interesting to see if we can set up something a little bit more permanent, definitely on the beach, some permanent presence in terms of, surfers experienced with the ocean conditions, able to save lives. And then the other side is information. Countries like Australia, they have ocean safety ingrained into their educational system. Very simple stuff that can be explained in 5 minutes, such as what is a rip, where to go swimming, where's the safe spot. And with that, you have a big advantage, because a lot of people coming down to the beaches here, they see a place with no waves next to the shore, and that's where they go swimming because it looks more like a swimming pool. But the fact is that wherever you see no waves, that's actually the danger factor. It means the water's deeper over there, and it means there's a rip current pulling you out to the ocean. So the safest place, guys, if you're listening, is to swim where there is whitewater waves. One of the reasons is that the sand is more shallow. The other reason is because the wave energy is pushing in towards the shore. So it's helping you to come back to the shore. It's not pulling you out, and it's not deep, so you will still have a foot on the floor. And this is Iko Watanabe, guys. I told you he was going to take a different approach on this wave, and he's absolutely belted it. That is in my perspective, going to be the highest score of this heat and maybe of the quarterfinals so far. Let's have a look at it. Deep bottom turn from behind the section, big slash, hits that lip, and he just impresses me so much how he times every maneuver so perfectly on every critical section. Really able to get onto that lip part, you know, that and instead of getting around it and hitting. And here again, bam, into the lip, and it kind of dies out here. So actually, this wave, you know, maybe being a little bit smaller, especially on the back end. 2 big turns out the back, nonetheless. So it is going to be a big score. Big finish as well. Big combo at the back, big finish. That's kind of textbook, like competitive surfing, to get a good score. Here's Masamune Uno also firing on his shots. He already has a 5.33. Needs a 4.01 to progress. Iko Watanabe needs a 4.48. Definitely going to get that one. Kishore in second right now, looking to get rid of his 4.17. This is the replay from Masamune Uno, driving down the line, a bit of a smaller insider, gets the rails wet, just a kind of setup carve there to make sure there's some points, and then gets past this one where he goes again for another rail carve. Obviously so much speed, you know, they drive through those maneuvers, and that's how they're able to catch up with the sections and time it so perfectly on the finish. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Some big rollers out the back. Priorities with Raimu, followed by Kishore. Raimu firing on this one. It's looking like a decent wave. Let's see what he's able to do with it. Set up, turn to start. Now it gets critical. Drop wallet. And I think it's just going to be that one maneuver. So will he improve his score? It was mainly that one maneuver. So will he improve his scoreline? He's trying to replace a 4.70. Yeah, that was just a setup turn, driving down the line. Now he sets up and puts that big drop wallet. But we'll see where the judges go, because it is just one maneuver. You know, one maneuver to beat a 4.7, that's a lot. And now Kishore has a chance. He's sitting in second. He has priority. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. This is an exciting moment for India, as we will be deciding whether our boy goes into the semifinals. This is the replay for our surfer in red. Just a little setup turn there. High line for speed. That's where you get the most amount of speed. And now drop wallet, drifting the fins. Beautiful turn there. Such good style, such good technique from our boy Raimu.
Yeah, he's already surfing with future legends, and he's a legend himself. So, you know, it's so beautiful to see what's going on.
So beautiful. 3 minutes to go. Kishore sitting out there with priority, and Iko does drop a 6.33. That means that Kishore needs a 6.04 to take second position and make it into the semis. We know that he is able to do it. But it'll be up to the ocean, to be honest, at this moment. And, you know, Kishore is a smart competitor. He's able to remain calm and composed under pressure. And if he gets that wave, I am telling you, he will be able to put that score down.
Yeah, fingers crossed. There's still 2.5 minutes. But, yeah, let's see what he can do.
Definitely gonna be interesting, these last 2.5 minutes here. This heat was packed with action. You know, Iko firing on all shots, going to the air straight from the start. You know, risky surfing, getting a good backup though, 4.87. But then, you know, changing up his approach, getting a 6.33. But Raimu right now in the lead with a 6.83, really able to put down some big, heavy maneuvers out the back. And the judges are really liking that approach. They're really liking that you know, there is some similarity from here and Snapper Rock in Australia. And oh, here's our boy from India, Kishore. Big carve to start. And now it stands up a little bit, getting some speed. Let's see if he can hit the right section. Right in front of the rock there, that section didn't really provide. Now he goes to work once again, drifting the fins. He needs something big here, something real big. Let's see what he can do. Smacks that one, just loses the finish, unfortunately. I don't think that was really the wave he was looking for, but as the time you know, was coming down, he kind of felt like he had to go on that one. And maybe he saw that there wasn't much opportunities out the back. So it was a little bit unfortunate on that wave, but nonetheless, you know, very good surfing from our surfer in blue. And here we see a little, you know, push through air reverse or fin blast reverse from our surfer Masamune Uno, who's looking to get rid of a 4.03.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he has it, but yeah, we're super proud of him, and it's just amazing to see him on this platform. And yeah, I mean, we're so grateful to WSL for coming over here. They were here 3 years ago, and it was such an incredible kind of experience. And now they're back, and now I feel there's already been a bunch of discussions on where next. I mean, people have been talking about the Andamans. So let's see. Yeah, hopefully a lot more opportunities for our surfers to show them, show what they have.
And speaking of where next and what next, I heard that you might have something down in the pipelines, perhaps for my home spot, Pondicherry, perhaps in the coming months.
So yeah, the Summer Swell Grom Challenge is our state's flagship state ranking series. We're starting with under 14, and honestly, our goal is to go lower. So hopefully, we fill the lineup at some point with under 14 to a point where we can do under 12 and under 10, and that's kind of where we're trying to be. And yeah, we're going to hopefully do a Winter Swell Grom Challenge in December with you folks.
And still waiting on 2 scores here, Masamune Uno and Kishore Kumar. Kishore is looking for a 6.07. It's quite a steep one. And actually, there weren't much waves that came out the back, so he did fire on the right wave. Good, intelligent, competitive surfing. But of course, there are 4 people out there. You can't be on all the best waves at all times. So it's a little bit up to the ocean sometimes as well. And that's the replay for it. A big, nice carve, obviously, to start, but then this wave didn't really give him the opportunities. It looked like it was standing up here, but then it hit deeper water and didn't really go for much of a critical section, unfortunately. So I'm not sure it'll be the 6.04 that he's looking for. But yeah, talking about about the winter swell, what's interesting is that we have a new surf spot that's in construction right now, Sid.
Let's go.
It's the government is building it for us actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We didn't ask for anything, but they did it on their own account. They're building a new pier, just about maybe 500 meters from our existing spot, and it is a perfect left-hander for that winter swell.
All right.
So I hope we'll be able to run, obviously. On that surf spot, I'm really excited to be able to see what kind of winter swell is going to provide. Last October we had some really nice barreling walls over there, so could be. I mean, obviously for the 14 and under, might be a little bit tough, but nonetheless would be super fun.
And maybe we can do an ocean safety thing right before.
Yes,
the so
let's definitely do that. Thank you so much, Siddharth Hyundai, for being in here in the booth with me, and we're going to go for a short break before we catch up with the next heat.
Children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
All right. It is absolutely cooking out here at the Shore Temple Classic Pro Junior. Now we're in the men's quarterfinal heat 3, 22 and a half minutes in, and it is Taro Matsuno already with a 6.83 to get things rolling for him. He's up against Yuma Nagasawa, Kahea Ishiki, and Kanoa Hije. So this is back to that 4-man format, so it's going to be really exciting. A lot more waves written on your screen, though. This is the replay. Talk us through.
Yeah, just driving down the line on this one. It started out small, but growed through the outside. You know, the flames on that board really helping him get some drive down the line. And big bottom turn to start. Drawn out carve down into another bottom turn. Huge hack behind the elephant rock. And just another one to finish. So big, exclamation mark on that wave there from our surfer Taro Matsuno. We've seen some great rides from him previously, and this one comes out at a 6.83. Perfect way to start your heat in the first 5 minutes.
Absolutely, that was a great wave. I actually really enjoyed that. Some judges even throwing a 7 at it. So this is a replay of the last of white. He highlined it. Beautiful, a bit of a check there and there. He saw this wave was gonna kind of run away from him, so he kind of kept with it. Yuma Nagasawa out the back, falling short, but this is Kanoa Hije on his backhand, our surfer from Korea. Let's see what he does. Beautiful first turn there. Sets it up again. This wave gets a little sleepy. Bit of a jab to finish there. So that was nicely done as well from Kanoa Hije. I don't think it's gonna be as good as Taro Matsuno's, but that's a solid start.
Yeah, and Yuma Nagasawa just taking off a little bit too deep on that one, pushing for in those open priority situations. Pushing for that deeper position can sometimes land you in a bit of a closeout section. But Kanoa Hije, doing a good job of picking it off, backing his brother up, and grabbing that one. Putting 2 big hacks out the back to generate, a first score. And here's the replay, just driving down to start. And he does such a good job of, timing his maneuvers in those critical sections. And that was a really critical section. And then he just waited with some bump on it until that one showed up and hacked it. And he's so reliable on those finishes on his backhand turn. As we see our surfer in white up and riding again for a backup. That's Taro Matsuno. He already has a 6.83 and is looking for a little backup there as we wait for a few scores from Kanoa and Yuma. Here's the replay. This is Yuma. Without priority, looks like he had to kick out of that one. Gave way to our surfer in white, who laid down 2 big turns out the back. This is really a Mach 3, Mach 4 surfer. The amount of speed he has is insane, and he shows it with the flames on his surfboard. Yeah, really exciting to watch. The kind of speed that he had on that wave was absolutely insane that he maintained throughout the turns. Take me through this one, Jada.
All right, so beautiful wave here from Taro. I love how much spray he throws every time that board just connects with the lip line. He wasted no time in between that first and second turn. You're right, a lot of speed, a lot of power. So a beautiful backup for that 6.83.
And just like a Formula One racer, he gets super low down on the coping, grinding his, coping down on the surface of the water, able to get, his chest so close to the water on those bottom turns. And that's what allows him to project with so much energy up into the lip and create such radical maneuvers. So looking for some, actually I think we're waiting on 2 numbers from Taro as possible. The one from Kanoa comes in. It's a decent heat opener, Jada.
Yeah, like we said, that 4.33, it's not as high as Taro's Matsuno. I think the wave was missing a bit of that criticalness that Taro has. He surfed it really well, though. I think he surfed it to the potential it had. Taro's last one comes in at a 5.83, so extends his lead. Kanoa Hije 4.33, and it's up to Yuma Nagasawa and Kahea Ishiki now to kind of play a bit of catch-up and start getting some waves and scores under their belt, because they've been a little more patient. Just past that 18-minute mark, it's still early days, and there's so much opportunity out there. The tide is already on the descent. We're an hour down, so from the high tide. So it's just going to get better from now on.
Conditions have been pumping from the get-go of this morning, and Taro Matsuno puts a 5.83 on that 2-turn combo. That is a solid advantage there, a solid lead from our surfer in white. And, the other boys are going to be looking to catch up pretty soon. This is Heat 3 of the quarterfinals for the juniors. I think, was it a 20 or 25-minute format? I'm not too sure. If it was 20 minutes, that was a lot of action for just 3 minutes. So I think it was 25 probably. But yeah, I mean, that's quite an amazing scoreline there. Taro Matsuno able to get 6.83 and a 5.83, two highest scores of the heat so far, and very few wave surfs, you know, from our other surfers. We have Kahiya Ishiki, you know, still waiting to open up his heat, and Yuma also with two throwaways. Priority does sit with Kahiya, so he's gonna have a shot now at getting a solid heat opener. But it looks like Taro's just firing on all horses and you know, hunting some little peaks down in the inside under priority, which is what you want to do. You want to keep putting pressure, you know, making the other surfers turn their heads around and look towards the beach as you surf a little insider, and you know, maybe you won't even look at the waves out and what's coming and miss your opportunity on one. So a really strong position there for Taro, and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking like there's a couple waves coming now, but maybe not. So the official call has been made. We will be going into the semifinals of the QS 2000 today, right after these two last heat of the quarterfinal. Junior men on your screen, though, Kanoa, surfer from Korea. Taking a look at that one, we'll probably go down to fourth priority after that. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there, but still early days. He has a 4.33 and plenty of time. So the surfers we will see are in the women's side of the draw. The semifinals, heat 1 is Mirai Akira going up against Hinata Shimizu, and heat 2 is Isabel Higgs going up against Hinano Shimizu. And for the men's side of the draw, Shohei Kato is going up against Iko Watanabe, and Tenshi Iwami versus Sentaro Sakai. So an all-Japanese affair for the men's side of the draw. And on the women's side, we have Isabella Higgs flying the Thai flag against 3 Japanese. So it's going to be a really interesting finish here. And by the end of the day, we're going to have finalists. How crazy is that?
That's amazing. This is only day 3 of our 5-day window. And, you know, already into quarters, already into semis. So we are racing through this event. And the reason for that is because the waves have absolutely been on fire from day 1. And it just seems to keep getting better, you know, super clean conditions today right off the bat. We didn't have that morning sickness that we did on the previous 2 days. And that really allowed us to get a lot of heats done with, you know, really good opportunities for all of our surfers. And it's only going to get better because we're going into a bit of a lower tide. The offshore, you know, still not fully there, but it's probably going to, you know, kick in quite soon. And yeah, the conditions just look super clean. It is going a little bit flat right now, so we are seeing a few lulls here and there. You know, I think one of the heats there was only like 3 opportunities on it, so it can. It is unpredictable. It is the ocean, completely unpredictable. Every wave is unique, and so on.
Yeah, you're right. And you just need to take advantage of every situation. And while there is a bit of a lull, we're going to throw it down to Tipi Jabrik and Raimu Yamamoto.
Hello? Yes. I'm here with the winner from the last heat. Congratulations. Tell me a little bit about the conditions today.
Actually, my heat was a little slow, and then I got jellyfish attack. But I'm so happy to win this heat, and yeah, I got good one, yeah, good wave.
Do you have anything to say to your supporters back home?
いつも応援ありがとうございます。ちょっと昨日 QS で負けちゃったんですけど、昨日切り替えてプロジュニアでなんだろう、いい流れでサーフィンできたんで、引き続き次も応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you.
Sorry, it wasn't Tipi. It was Suri Jabrik who took his spot. Thank you so much, Suri and Raimu. He has landed himself into the semifinals of the Pro Junior Men's in this event. What an incredible 3 days of competition. I mean, we've had non-stop action, non-stop waves, and the reason why we're going into the semis of the QS is because you can't just walk away from good waves. I mean, it's absolutely cooking out there, especially when there's only 2 people out, because in the QS format, there's only the man-on-man. Or woman on woman, sorry.
Yeah, it's stir frying, it's sizzler, it's firing. The waves are on point, and here we have Kahiya Ishiki up on his first ride. It's a bit of a fast runner. Let's see if he gets around this one. I think it's running away from him. So he waited a long time for that one. A little bit unfortunate that it ran away, but he did still get 2 maneuvers in before the end of it, and 12 minutes to go. He does still have some time out the back, but priority is with our heat leader, Taro Matsuno, who just seems absolutely in rhythm, and especially now, if he's gonna be, waiting for a really quality ride, he's gonna have a chance at, really shutting down this heat. He's looking to get rid of a 5.83 as his backup. Here is a replay from Yuma Nagasawa. That was 2 massive hits out the back. And what did you think about that one, Jada?
Yeah, it was really good. We're still waiting to see Yuma's, rap battle come out. I'm excited. I want to see it. I haven't seen it in a while, so I'm hoping that he brings it out soon. Yuma Nagasawa getting rid of that 0.5. So he got a 3.83 actually for that last one. It is still Taro Matsuno with a solid lead, and as time ticks down, that 6.83 and the 5.83 look even better next to his name. He does not want to be in a position like Yuma or Kahiya, because it is really tough to be playing catch-up all the time in a heat. Looking like a couple lines coming through, so it could be opportunities arising. But Taro Matsuno in the perfect time with priority, and he is going to be taking off on this one. Here's the Style Master, big swooping cutback to start things off. Does it again, a bit of a tighter jab in the pocket there. Wraps it and really pushes it around. He's going to stick with it. Looking like he's eyeing this section on the inside down. Let's see what he gives us. And the judges, big finisher there for Taro Matsuno. That 5.83 is definitely going out the window right behind Kanoa Hije on a smaller looking wave, but still really nicely surfed. Strong backhand blast there for our man in green. He's going to be also milking this way all the way to the inside. Big fan of spray, and he's just going with it, doing a bit of a Huntington hop here, and probably going to do a bit of a run around. Yuma Nagasawa catching up with him, but a quick up and out. So scores for 3 surfers to come through. Here are the replays. Talk us through.
Yeah, this is the back end of Kanoa Hije's wave, wrap to start, and it looks a little bit, wow, just at that moment, it looked like he had a bit of a face, but losing some energy here. And yeah, I think Kanoa is not going to be so happy with the opportunities that he was given on this wave. Most of them had to stay a little bit drawn out, a little bit on the face, and wasn't really able to connect with the lip. Even on that one there, it didn't really provide like a strong lip even on the finish. So he's going to be maybe not so happy with the selection of the wave or the opportunity that was given to him. And Yuma does have a chance now. He needs just a 0.51. Well, right now, obviously, Kanoa is going to increase that requirement with the last wave for sure. But I don't know if it'll go up above the 4.33, so I don't think the requirement's going to be huge for Yuma. And he is in second priority right now. Kahiya does have a shot, however, at putting a solid score on the board. And I think he's maybe, is he our youngest surfer right now in the heat? Possibly, yeah. So also Japanese, but spends a lot of time in Indonesia, I believe. Which spots do you know he surfs on?
Probably on the East Coast, if I'm not wrong. I'm pretty sure Kahiya spends a lot of time there. So is this our man in white, Taro Matsuno, coming in on the heat? It looking like Taro Matsuno got some jellyfish things and decided to come in. So the jelly is really attacking. He got it on his face, unfortunately. So he's definitely going to have to get some checking up on that. So pretty unfortunate there for Taro Matsuno. It's once they get you, they really get you. So field is open now for Yuma Nagasawa, Kanoa Hije, and Kahiya Ishiki with just under 8 minutes left. Yuma now, live action. Smaller inside one. Good couple backhand turns here. Upside down on that one. He's loving it. He is definitely going to be improving on that 0.77. This was probably the opportunity he was waiting for. He needs to start to get that ball rolling. We've seen a lot more from Yuma in the other heats.
I love this backhand approach from Yuma. I mean, I've been seeing him since more than a week now, and this last one was absolutely radical. The radius and the tight radius of that turn was just absolutely insane. The speed he drove through it as well, and how he hooked that lip and came down with power. Really unfortunate there for Taro Matsuno with the jellyfish, and that's why he, you know, before his last maneuver, he was kind of putting his hands on his face, and that's probably what he was experiencing. But he did such a good job at the start of his heat that he might not even need to surf anything, and might, you know, with still 10 minutes on the clock, you're just walking out of there, he might still pass through to the semis. I think it's very promising for him to do that.
Absolutely. I mean, Taro Matsuno is still in the lead, and with that last of Yuma Nagasawa coming in, he most probably still will stay in the lead. So unless some big changes happen, I'm curious to see how it's all kind of going to go down. So this is Kanoa Ishiki now on a nice looking wave. Good opening cut back to set the tone. This wave starts to bowl up for him, hits that section really nicely, gets around it, really pushes again, tight in the pocket, stays close to the power section of the wave. He will probably pull off right here, and he does. So Kahea Ishiki backing up that 217, much better already. I think he's going to be improving, maybe a mid-3 in my opinion, but it's all eyes on Kanoa Hije and Yuma Nagasawa. They are on an open field. Taro Matsuno just had to come in, unfortunately. He must be in quite a lot of pain if he can't stay out there and kind of battle it out.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Yuma Nagasawa on that last 3-turn combo on the little insider, able to get an edge on Kanoa Hije with a 5.0, but Kanoa Hije is going to fire on this one, Giada.
All right, this is Kanoa. Good backhand blast to get things started. Does it again. So weaves through this sleepy section, sticks with it. Some really good turns out the back. Let's see what he offers on the inside. Back-to-back turns here. This wave starts to kind of disappear, but he unfortunately isn't able to get that last kind of double up and pulls off there. So he wants to get back into that advancing position. Yuma Nagasawa's last one comes in at a solid 5. So he goes into second now. Kanoa 4.51 to keep his dream alive. Kahea 5.23. So they all want a piece of that semi-finals here, and probably going to be surfing tomorrow if they pass through.
Looks like Yuma is trying to back up that 5 with by getting rid of the 3.83. He has priority here, so interesting that he fires on this one. But he likes these little medium insiders and chooses that. I think he's alone kind of at the surf spot, except for Kahia, of course, who is there as well with him and gets priority right now. But since Kanoa isn't there with him, he does feel like it's okay, you know, to fire some shots. Could have been a little bit of a mistake there, misread, you know, not thinking that that wave was going to give him some opportunity, but instead it shut down. But regardless, he does have some time, you know, 3 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Both Kahia as well, sitting on a 3.60. Needs a 5.23. I'm sure he can get that score, and he has priority right now. So he's got a shot, got an opening, and we'll see what he does with it. Kanoa looks like he's going for that run around right now. So we'll see how much time he has as he gets back into the water. It feels like Kanoa wasn't really able to get on the waves he wanted to be on so far in this heat, so I hope he's able to find one. Before the end of this one, I mean, beautiful surfing. You guys saw the first hack he had on his previous score, which was absolutely radical, but unfortunately only able to put one of those big off the lips out before that one ran out, and landing a 4.07, Jada.
Yeah, so, you know, even though Taro Matsuno hasn't been able to kind of continue on in this heat, he is still in a solid lead, getting most of the work done in the first 10 minutes of it. So he is still up there. Yuma Nagasawa breathing down his neck, but still needing a 7.66 to kind of get into that first position, something we know he can do if he finds the right way for it. Kanoa Hije, he has a bit of work to do, 4.51, and time is ticking. You're right, I don't think, it's obviously not Kanoa's surfing that's been letting him down. I think it was maybe a bit the wave choices that he's had. He hasn't been picking out those waves that have those long open faces like Yuma or Taro have. He's been picking those that kind of taper off and don't give him so much to work with. So Hopefully he'll get a couple more opportunities to get that score. It's looking like 4 now. It's a battle for second. Kahea Ishiki with priority of 5.23. Not a big ask as well. He also, unfortunately, hasn't had that, wave to really showcase his surfing. I mean, you don't get into a quarterfinal by chance. Obviously, all 4 of these surfers are incredible, but it's just about picking the right wave sometimes. So, live action, Yuma Nagasawa. Big blast off the top. Does it again a second time. That is so much better. That's the type of surfing we're talking about. He is feeling it. He's so excited.
I can already hear him rapping out there in the water. And that was some solid style on that one. Deep bottom turn straight up into the lip. Huge fan of stray. No downtime. Straight up into the other one. Airdrops from it and just absolutely hyped and stoked and frothing about that one. So really cool to see from our surfer in red, who is looking for 7.66 to take the lead, but also just looking to increase the requirement on Kanoa in terms of keeping hold of his dream to go to the semifinals.
Absolutely. I mean, look at that. I love that turn. Just that one line bottom turn to get into that second one. So some incredible surfing from Yuma Nagasawa. He really wasted no time, and the amount of space that he actually did those 2 turns on was tiny, He barely traveled, so it just shows how tight in the pocket that was and how incredibly talented he is. Yuma Nagasawa, not only talented, but I'm sure so much hard work goes into it. So 7.5, just under the requirement to take the lead off of Taro Matsuno. Taro Matsuno left the water because of that jellyfish sting in the face. Kahea now, an 8.9 is his requirement. Big blast there, really laid into it. Gets a third. And he's going to be milking this one all the way through. Let's see what he does on the finishing. Really fighting for it. He knows he needs a big score.
Just looking at his watch on the end of that one to see how much time he has left. But the seconds are ticking out, and looks like Yuma put down a massive score, a 7.50. Still not enough to take Taro out, who put those big scores at the start of the heat. And even with the jelly, was able to take out this heat. It's Taro and
Yuma Nagasawa. All right, so it will be white and red going into the semis. We're going to throw out to a quick break. We'll see you guys in the final heat of the quarterfinals.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is a time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
Things aren't stopping here at the Short Temple Classic Pro Junior. It is Yuto Nagai, Sentaro Sakai, Taki Kanazawa, and Rendra Attard in the water. This is the quarterfinal. Heat 4. Right after this, we're swinging into the semis of the QS. Women's first, Heat 1 will be Mirai Akira and Hinata Shimizu. Right after this, on your screen, though, is Rendra Attard, our surfer from Bali. This is Yuto Nagai. Sorry, bit of a glare on the screen. But still nicely done. Live now, Taki Kanazawa, big blast to start his quarterfinal campaign of the men's round of 16.
So yeah, this is the quarterfinal, yeah? No. So this is a replay from Taki Kanazawa. It seems like we've been seeing a lot of Taki Kanazawa in this event. So yeah, he's been performing, young surfer from Japan. So amazing surfing there. So would love to see more of Rendra Attard. He's a good surfer from Bali, Indonesia, and yeah, all my support for our Indonesian surfers here that's still competing in this event. This is the Short Temple Classic 2026. So yeah, I think Percy been mentioning about the underwater temple. So it's a bit amazing story about this area, Giada, because I would love to see that temple under the water. First, where they are lining. Yeah. So 21 minutes to go. So we have the result.
But we had some incredible surfing go down. Yuma Nagasawa got the best score of the heat, a 7.5 at the very last minute. So to solidify his spot, unfortunately there, Kanoa Hije and Kahea Ishiki bowing out on this quarterfinal, Heat 3. So nothing major just yet. The high score of 4.33 from Sentaro Sakai. He hasn't, it was some great surfing, but unfortunately it wasn't the wave. It was more the wave that just wasn't giving him so much of a scoring potential. Here we have him though. Talk us through, Tippy.
So yeah, this is live action from Sentaro Sakai. Really great surfing there from him. A little bit stuck there, but he managed to get all the speeds that he need to probably to do one more finishing maneuver here, just to to accompany that 4.30 of 3.3 from his first opening account. So yeah, great surfing from Sentaro. As you know, Giada, this is another replay of Sentaro. This is a 4-man heat. With 20 minutes left. You have to get busy and not like it's probably like different strategy from your man-on-man heat before.
Absolutely. Like I was saying this morning, the two-man heat takes off a lot of pressure, I would say, in the factor of, having to battle it out and use your priority to find the right waves, because there's just a lot more opportunities out there when you're just two people. But it does put more pressure on maybe wave selection and learning how to be more picky about it and making sure you catch the right ones. Because if you're in the wrong side of the exchange, you're going to be catching the worst ones of the heat, and it's harder to actually get back into it. I think, yeah, it applies pressure in different areas and takes it away in others. So there's pros and cons. I know a lot of people who actually prefer 4 people in the heat. I definitely prefer just 2.
Yeah, I think in the elite level, there's a lot of CT surfers that are already so used to have that man-on-man heats. And when they have to go to those 4-man heats on the Challenger Series, for example, sometimes there's a bit of a challenge. But, like when you see all those CS surfers that qualify to the CT surfer level, sometimes they also have a bit of a challenge because they're so used to being hungry as a 4-man heat. So, it takes some adjustment, you need to be able to super versatile to adjust, your surfing strategy, because, in every level of QS these days, there will be a possibility of a man-on-man heat situation. Especially here in India, we have 5 days of competition days, so there will be enough time to do all those things.
All right, we will stick to live action just as we watch Rendra really hack into this one. Beautiful carve all the way down to the bottom of the wave. Sets it up again. Let's see if he gets a solid finishing here. This wave giving him a little more to work with. He's going to stick with it. Let's see how he does. Incredibly well done, Rendra. So with that, we're going to throw it down to Percy and the winner of the last heat.
Sent over to the medical with the jelly. You know, I think he got it on the neck, so it wasn't really able to continue in that heat. And it looked like a battlefield out there, Yuma, because you also got like 3, 4, 5 hits on from the jellyfish. So the jellyfish are hitting hard, but you also hit really hard on that last wave there, a 7.5 with 2.
So different yesterday. Today is so different wave. I feel so difficult, but last wave was so good. I feel so good. And so many jellyfish in the water. I stand 5. Oh, so crazy. But my jellyfish is nature power. That's okay.
Nature power. Yuma, a powerful surfer, and you know, not phased out by the jellyfish. And yeah, you weren't really able to connect with the waves at the start of the heat. Like, it was a bit hard to find the right one. But then you found out like a big kind of closing out wave, but you were able to really quick get up in that section and hit it really hard. How are you feeling going into the semis after this heat?
Yeah. So today is so different wave. More. I don't know tomorrow wave, but do my best.
You will do your best. Anything you want to shout out to your friends and family back home?
どうも長澤です。ちょっと松野太郎くんが一上がりしたんですけど、顔結構クラゲやられてて、ちょっとヒート中を見ててかわいそうやったんで、ちょっとまず彼の無事を願うんですけど、まあ一緒にラウンドアップできたんで、頑張りたいと思います。クラゲやべえっす。お気に。
All right, cheers for that one. Good luck in the semifinals, and hope to see you some more. Hopefully you get the win over the jellyfish next time. All right, back to you guys up in the live commentary booth.
Yeah, the jellyfish have really been taking some of these athletes out. I mean, it's probably the second surfer I see now that had to kind of come in and deal with that because it was pretty rough. So unfortunate there for Taro Matsuno. Hopefully tomorrow he'll be ready for his semifinals. Fortunately, he doesn't need to surf again today. Sentaro Sakai, though, good-looking wave here, cashed in his priority. Love that second hack, really laid into it. Bit of an airdrop there. I'm really loving this wave from Sentaro. What did you think, Tippy? Did you like that one?
Yeah, really good surfing there from Sentaro. Putting all his time for that bottom turn, you know, just making sure that, you know, all the top turns are fully controlled. And yeah, here we go. This is live action from Yuito Nagai, also from Japan. And he's currently sitting in the 4th position, looking for, you know, a couple better score to replace that the score that he already have right now. And here we go, Taki Kanazawa. His wave, last wave, is a 5.5 on this one. Also strong surfing there from Taki. A little bit in contrast here between Sentaro and Taki. Taki have a bit more explosive, you know, a bit more like putting a little bit more kick on every move that he throw there. But on the other side, Sentaro is just a bit more fluid, you know, taking his time for all those maneuvers. We'll see which way is the judges favoring, you know, more of the fluidity that Sentaro have, or the explosive maneuvers that Taki Kanazawa is offering on his heat.
Personally, I would give the nod over to Sentaro Sakai. I thought that was an incredible wave. There was speed, there was power, there was flow. He gave variety. I mean, look at this wave. You know, he wasn't rushing any of his surfing. He was just letting the wave kind of dictate what it wants it to do. So really nicely done from Sentaro. Sorry. I love that, especially that lay-back-ish carve he did. So it was really nicely done. And there we have a 5.33. So the judges giving Taki Kanazawa the nod. Probably a bit more aggressive, probably a bit more, you know, hunger to his wave. But I guess at the end, surfing is so opinionated and everyone sees it in different ways.
Yeah, for sure. You know, surfing is about I'm not sure, you know, what is the word for it. You know, like there's an element of judges, like human interest also. So here we go. This is the replay of Sentaro's one big layback right there. So even though he don't have the big finishing maneuver, but all the big scores that he gets is already kind of been done before he have to kick out on this rock here. So yeah, imagine if he can do one more maneuver right there, but he have to do like a kind of like a big ollie there on that big rocks.
Yeah, so a bit of a lull. We've had a couple of those throughout the day. It is currently 12 here in Mahabalipuram. We are just south, an hour south of Chennai, a big city where there's a lot happening around here. As you can take the streets of Mahabalipuram, you will see the local community more than happy to welcome you in. There's a lot of stone carvers, lots of jewelry shops, and right behind us is the gorgeous temple. The Shore Temple Classic is named after it. As you were saying earlier, Tippy, there is 6 underwater temples stretching out all the way out towards the ocean. They have been there for over 10,000 years. So huge cultural hub, not only just for surfing now, but you can see there's a lot of little surf schools starting to pop up all over the place. And it just shows how much tourism our sport of surfing can bring. I think the first place that comes to my mind when I think of this is place like Krui. I remember the first time I went in 2018, there was like 3 homestays down the road and where the contest was set up, and now you can get an oat milk cappuccino at Leafy's just down the road. So it just shows how much surfing can really change a place. And that is some beautiful surfing from Rendra Attard. Unfortunately, wasn't able to stick the landing on that second turn.
So yeah, this is like an aerial view of where we are right now. The competition area of Mahabalipuram is the reason. So Mahabalipuram is a town where the Shore Temple is reside like right there, and on the right side of that screen we can see there's a couple dots of the surfers waiting for the lineup, and you can see on the left side there's the Elephant Rock. So yeah, so here we go. This is a replay of Rendra's last wave. I have to say this first maneuver is a really good, strong maneuver. If he could just stick to that last maneuver right there, he could get into like the numbers that he's looking for, which is a 4.51. So just a little bit unlucky for him. Just another 2.57 there, Giada. And talking about surf culture here, Giada, I have to say that surf school is a big part of the development here, like from what Percy's mentioned about. Almost everybody is a surf coach. Everybody is owning a surf school here. So yeah, we have something on the screen. So yeah, I think surf school is a big part for the development, and hopefully, other industry is coming also. Like surfboard manufacturer, maybe like a clothing company to support the kids to be able to travel with a little funding that they can get. So. No, that's the Elephant Rock. So yeah, let's see if from 5 to 10 years from now, you can see the jellyfish.
Yeah, that's the jellyfish that's been attacking and taking our athletes out on your screen right there. That little thing is deadly as. You do not want to be touching that.
Wow, that's. That's the local here, they're just floating around looking for surfers, want to sting them and to make sure they get some, I don't know, what do you call that, like a bit of a kiss of Mahabalipuram, the kiss of Bali.
Reef kiss. No, it's from Bali kiss.
The Bali kiss is when you hit the exhaust from your rental motorbike. So this is a Mahab kiss right there.
I actually have a couple Bali kisses, so I'm not gonna say much about that, but yeah, this is the Mahabalipuram kiss, is when you get stung by the jellyfish. Actually, Kian still has his scars from back in 2023 when he was here. But back to live action, this is Taki Kanazawa on a good-looking insider. Unfortunately, goes down, hopefully far away from those jellyfish. Here's a replay of this wave. Good start. He had a solid first opening turn. Unfortunately, gets that outside rail just kind of stuck on the way down and wasn't able to ride out of it. Looking to get rid of that 2.5. Rendra on the inside, hopefully maybe also caught a wave. Yuito Nagai as well. So a couple replays. This is the last of Rendra. Good solid check turn. Goes big and unfortunately isn't able to ride out of that one again. So hopefully we see him start to land those.
Yeah, with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go, this heat is still wide open. Yuito Nagai, he need to get a little bit more busy here because with those kind of wave selection that he have, I think he need to work extra hard to find a better one. So he need a 6-4-3 as a single wave, but right now sitting in second place with an 8-point total. If you divide that into 2 wave, that's a couple fours, and Yuto and Rendra can move into the second spot right there.
Absolutely. So it is Rendra and Nagai with a bit of work to do. Some pretty decent ask, Yuto control and keeping it all together. Sentaro Sakai a 5-3-3 and that 4-3-3. So he's patiently waiting out the back with priority, wanting to extend his lead and put one foot into that semifinals. He will be hoping to meet Taro Matsuno and Yuma Nagasawa. So is Taki Kanazawa. So there we have the next heat coming up. We are into the semifinals of the women's 30-minute heats for the ladies. Mirai Akeda going up against Hinata Shimizu. So we will be doing both the semifinals for the men and the women. It's going to be a beautiful day of competition. The wind is still pretty light, so it's you can't walk away from good waves. Might as well start, getting the girls out. Heat 2 is Isabella Higgs and Hinano Shimizu. And on the men's side of the draw, it is Shohei Kato and Iko Watanabe up in Heat 1. And Heat 2 is Tenshi Iwami, Sentaro Sakai. So Tenshi Iwami showing that he has a great connection to this wave already into semi-finals. And he is actually the winner from the last time this QS was here. It was a QS 4,000, if I'm not wrong, in 2023. So he's definitely showing that he's loving India.
Yeah, I think he mentioned on his post interview with you, Giada, he loves everything about India. The food, the smiles of the locals here. So, I don't see why you don't have to, why you have anything to not like about India. And the wave is good. The food is amazing. All the locals here are super welcoming. And to have a, competition here in India, like as one of the QS destination in Asia, I think if it's, on the map consistently, I think more and more surfers will, put it on their agenda for the future and planning to come here. I think that's a guarantee.
Absolutely, and I think something he mentioned in that interview, that what you were saying, and it just makes such a big difference when you really like a place and you feel like you're at home there. He said it's like, it feels like a second home. Everyone's really welcoming. He loves the food. He loves the people. And once you're in your comfort zone, it's so much easier to perform. When you're like out of your comfort zone and not really liking the place, not really liking the food or the people, that's when things kind of go wrong. But you can tell that he's just really connecting with this place and he feels comfortable, which is probably the most important thing. And you can really tell in his surfing, every time he's out there, he gets some massive scores. I don't think that he's had a single heat where he's gotten second. So just shows that he's on a roll.
Yes, for sure there, Giada. And then up and riding right now, this is Taki Kanazawa. Planning, he's looking forward to replace that 2.5. Quite a good score, quite a good maneuver there on the last, finish it up. And here we go. The cool and collective Sentaro Sakai, currently sitting in the first with a 5-3-3 and also a 4-3-3. Looks like he's going to do just a little roundhouse cutback and, it's a little bit too close to that rocks where the jellyfish is waiting for for all the surfers to make mistake. You don't want to do any face plan. Looks like Sentaro have little jellyfish on his hand. He just like wipe it off, yeah. So yeah, you got to be careful on that rocks there.
Absolutely. People are getting really hit by these jellyfish. I mean, like we said, the last heat, he had to go in like halfway through the heat because he just couldn't see. The jellyfish got him across the face. So, a couple replays. This is Sentaro's last one. He wants to be improving on that 433. Good first turn. Loving this second one. Wrap, a bit of a check turn. That is all he wrote for this heat. He is currently still in first. I don't think this one's going to factor into his top two, and it comes in at a 4.27, so it doesn't. Taki Kanazawa does slightly improve his scoreline, a 3.53. Remains in second, though. Now, with last 35 seconds, Rendra Attard and Yuto Nagai are sitting out there patiently, hoping for one more chance to kind of keep their dream alive here in this Shore Temple Classic Men's Pro Junior event. Couple lines coming through, so this could be the last chance.
Yes, would love to see an opportunity here for Yuito Nagai and also Rendra Attard. Rendra looks like he's paddling fast for this one. He just hope and this will be open up for him, and looks like he managed to get before the hooter. Here we go, Rendra on his first maneuver. Quite a good one, but it's only like it doesn't really giving the section that he won on that first two maneuver right there. And doing that roundhouse cutbacks, it shows that all the speeds are gone. So he's looking for a 5.35, and looks like it's not going to be the wave that offering the scores that he needed. So yeah, every time everybody closer to that Elephant Rocks, the jellyfish want to say something before they go in.
All right, so Rendra Attard's last one comes in at 3.27, not enough. I'll be throwing out to a quick break, and I'll see you guys in the next heat.
Let's go. This conversation, what they are. QS commentary. The surf. One of our women surfers as well. She's competed before, and it's just super. Now, welcome to the commentary booth.
Yeah, thanks, Percy, and so happy to be here seeing these women compete. It gives so much inspiration, like to see the level of surfers outside and how it is, how much we have to improve, where we stand. So all these things are a good learning for all of us, definitely.
That's great, and yeah, definitely take the opportunity, make some friends, make some connections here at the event, so that you're able to, when you travel to these places, visit these people and get some experiences with them in the water. That was our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, going for a wave there under priority, and she might get a bit more of a score there after that 1.0. So definitely looking for what she can put on the board. 2.67, and it is definitely sounding, but she will try to get rid of that one, Padna, because it's a bit of a lower score, and you want to really build a solid game of cards, on those first two. Highest two waves for sure. So you got. All right, just before we get into this interview properly, we're gonna go for the post-heat interview down on the beach with Jada, and the winner of our previous heat, Sentaro Sakai.
All right, I'm here with Sentaro. Congratulations. You are pretty eaten up by the jellyfish. We saw them on the screen, so tell us what's happening out there.
Oh, it was crazy, especially around the rock. There's like so many jellyfish. Like I've never seen like that before. It was like just a painful time.
Well, that's pretty unfortunate. But you, on the other hand, are looking super calm. You're looking really collected. Where do you find the inspiration to be so, at peace in the heat?
I mean, I like this kind of wave, especially for me, front side, like a long right. How do you say? Like wave, long right wave. I like this wave, so I don't know. I'm like confident and feel like I've been surfing a lot. I mean, especially last few months. I can tell myself I've been working hard. So I don't know. I'm just like trusting myself. Yeah.
Absolutely, that's beautiful. You can really tell in the waves, that you have that confidence. So tell us a little bit what a routine before coming here looked like to you.
For this comp,
Yeah, your training. How did you train for this contest?
I mean, I haven't. I was in Japan for last 3 months. I was just surfing and been training a lot. I've been competing for QS last 2-3 years, and I didn't make to the finals. So hopefully this time I'm on the semis. I'm onto the semis, and I heard they're gonna run semis later. So trying to make it to the finals and trying to get a first place. Yeah.
All right, so last question, so you have time to get ready. What are you going to do now between this exact moment and your semis? How are you going to prepare?
I've seen some people putting some medicine on this, so I'm gonna try to do that and stay calm, listen to some music, my favorite music, and get exciting. Yeah.
All right, huge congratulations. I'm sure there's people watching at home that would love to hear some words from you.
QS のセミこれからやるみたいなので頑張ります。応援お願いします。Thank you.
Arigato. Back to you guys in the booth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Giada and Sentaro Sakai for that post-heat interview. Great to hear a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes there in the waters. Aparna here, an adventure sports enthusiast like myself, and India has so much to offer when it comes to adventure sports. Of course, here we have surfing right in front of us, but there's all sorts of things like whitewater rafting, like mountain biking, like rock climbing, like slacklining. So a lot on offer, definitely. And you said you've been into this since quite an early age. A love for the outdoors. So just take me a little bit through your journey. In the past years, how you've been exploring all of this.
So even as a kid, I used to love water. So I used to live by the backwaters and back in my where my parents used to live. So going into the water morning, evening, going into the water morning, evening, just to have some, feel that is where it all started. And then this surfing was something I used to try, rafting and stand-up paddling and flat water kayaking and all those things. And surfing was always there in the bucket list. And then during the COVID time, it was when the Indian crowd started coming into surfing because everything was closed for outsiders. So Indians got an opportunity more. I mean, from where I come from, in the West Coast. So that is the time when I got into surfing. I tried surfing, and when I stood on the wave itself, I knew, okay, I want to try doing it. I got the dopamine, I got the kick, and I was like, okay, I want to try and see where it goes. So that's how my surfing journey started.
And Aparna here, getting the kick, getting the addiction to this beautiful sport that just keeps rewarding every wave, absolutely unique, a different feeling, so cool to be surfing these waves of energy which come from far out in the ocean. And here's our girl, Hinata Shimizu, up and riding on one of them. And, just one turn to set up the first part of the wave, now going to the rail again, driving down the line, and jamming one in the pocket, a two-turn combo, two finish, she shuts that one down with control, so that'll be a proper score from our surfer in blue, Hinata Shimizu. And she just sitting on a 0.5 right now, so definitely gonna get a solid score, probably the highest score of the heat right now, as Mirai Ikeda is sitting just on a 3.67, but she is out back with priority and has a chance with these 20 minutes and 22 seconds to fire as she does on this one. Deep bottom turn up into the pocket, beautiful snap there, and now again into the lip. That is some solid surfing from our surfer in red, Mirai. Just kicking out before the elephant rock on that one. Yeah, I really believe that adventure sports has a big role to play here in India, because we've had a lot of development in the last few years. Big mega cities coming out, and a lot of modernization, a lot of more dopamine in a different kind of dopamine. In terms of consumerism and so on, and so these adventure sports, they really play a role of connecting us back to nature, which is where we originally come from as human beings, from this planet, and also in terms of our traditions. We have one of the most advanced systems of naturopathy, natural health. Ayurveda, which comes from the knowledge we have of nature and the thousands of different herbs and plants that we use in that type of medicine. That has proven, to have some results, even in terms of things like Parkinson's and cancer. So it's very promising. Not only on a health side, and health is a very holistic thing. One side of it is obviously the medical side, but the other side is being in a beautiful environment, growing up in a beautiful environment, close to nature. I had a chance to do that, and Kerala is such a beautiful place to grow up. Western Ghats. I've heard that even during monsoon, you guys have lots of pools, freshwater pools. You mentioned the river rafting, and the ocean is so beautiful over there, clear water. If you guys ever, here a little bit browner water over here on the East Coast, because we have a lot of silt from the rivers and so on. But you go to the West Coast, it's absolutely crystal clear, and just beautiful time by the ocean. So that's really great. Yeah. What do you think about the whole adventure sports scene in India, and how have you been seeing the Indian community, engaging with it up to now? As you've been connecting with them, also kind of playing this maybe mediator role between the people in the cities and all these people watching you online. And showing them that they can have a fantastic life without all the consumerism in the cities, moving away from the malls and towards the ocean, towards the trees, towards the freshwater pools and the rivers. Yeah, how's that been, being part of that and seeing how the Indians connect to it?
Yeah, now I see that more people are choosing this kind of a life. So back then it used to be a corporate life, a doctor, engineer, or whatever the high-profile jobs used to be. I mean, even now it's the same, but more people are trying to understand, okay, there is a different lifestyle out there. There is a different way you can connect with the nature, be with the nature, and also learn a lot of things. So I think that shift is happening, but the fear is the main problem for all of them out there. Even for the parents, even for, even my parents, they are like, okay, they used to ask me, what is the need? What are you getting from this? So that level of questions, I think some live action is going on. Let's
catch up with the live action here. Hinata Shimizu going for a big snap off the lip, but not quite able to bring it in for a finish. A 4.5 she is sitting on, and Mirai Ikeda, however, a 5.50 on the last one. Her backup is the 2.67, so two relatively good scores, but she's going to be looking to get rid of that 2.67 as soon as possible with priority to make sure she increases the requirement. The requirement's now a 3.68 for our surfer in blue, Hinata, so it's not that far away. She can easily get it. She's already got a 4.50. Yeah, and speaking about what that question of your parents asking you, like, what do you get from it? What do you get from it over these last years? What has it brought to your life?
Yeah, that's a very nice question. So actually, I told you when I tried it for the first time itself, I knew it. Okay, I want to do it more. Even if I knew the struggles that are associated with it. Me and a friend of mine tried at the same time, and she was like, no, I don't want to go in back and forth and get hit by the waves, so I rather not do it. But from the very next moment, I knew that I wanted to try it again. So coming back to this, what I got is the happiness and the satisfaction of achieving something or overcoming a challenge. So every day comes with a lot of challenges. Every wave is different. Every day is different. Your playground is different, basically. So that challenge and overcoming those challenge and getting better day by day, that is the dopamine I'm getting, and I'm loving it. So I'm just continuing doing it.
That is amazing. And Also, talking about livelihoods, that is the other, big question that people have. Yeah, okay, if you pursue this life in adventure, out there in the outdoors, like, is there really a decent, job, a decent livelihood for your future available? Our industry is so young in terms of adventure sports, and where do you see the potential, in terms of the industry, in terms of the business opportunity, in terms of the livelihoods and the roles and the jobs that could be created around this this amazing, connection to nature?
Yeah, so what I feel is that the awareness is still not there. So people are looking this as something very new, even the fishermen community or the people there in the West Coast. They're not getting used to it or not really aware of the opportunities that can come with this. So that awareness, that gap is still there, and that is something we as a community has to work on, has to incorporate more local people into surfing. I'm talking more about the West Coast. I know East Coast already that is happening. So we need to also bring in these local kids into surfing, take them to places like this, and then that is the way, through awareness, it can grow. Right now, it is at the starting stage.
And Aparna here, doing a lot of work in terms of awareness, putting big messages out into the social media world in terms of, the value of these kind of outdoor adventures to your life. And I know there's a lot of curiosity. Like, India has so many amazing spots in this world. We have people from all over the world coming to travel here for these adventure sports. For example, now we see all these Asians here surfing these waves and enjoying them so much. Here's our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, looking to back up and throw away that 267. 2 big carves to start. She's waiting for this one to stand up now. And it does, and she shuts it down. That's going to be a solid score, guys. Probably better than the 5.50, and that's going to be putting quite a requirement on Blue. Blue still has 13 minutes to go, however, so she does have some opportunities to get up again into that conversation with Mirai. Yeah, just talking about like what's going on in India, if you guys want to have a look also a little bit more, another media stream is this new magazine coming out, Line Magazine. I repeat, Line Magazine. And this is a friend of mine from Ladakh, actually, who's trying to bring together all the different adventure sports communities from, he's originally a rock climber, but also, slacklining, mountain biking. You also have beautiful paragliding up there in the mountains, snowboarding. Actually, this January, I went snowboarding for the first time in Gulmarg, and it is an absolutely world-class place to go snowboarding, okay? My snowboarding idol from France, I met him over there in Gulmarg, and he was absolutely mind-blown by what the mountain has to offer. It is the Himalayas, so we have so much beautiful nature, and the Western Ghats, the Western Ghats also a massive, a place for adventure with hiking as well. I've gone some beautiful hikes there. Beautiful wildlife, with elephants, tigers, and all the rest. Bison as well. We have the biggest bison in the world, right? Bigger than the South American bison as well, or the North American bison, and bears and so many cool birds, and it's just super rich fauna and flora, as well as adventure sports opportunities. We also have a lot of scuba diving here. We have free diving. In terms of the ocean, and rock climbing is a big thing. So many different opportunities, guys, to go into the outdoors. And yes, there is a little bit of a risk factor, but the safety standards are coming up and up and up. And especially with all this interest from other countries for the adventure that is on offer in India. And the adventure sports community, every single person I have met in it is absolute gold. They're young, they're mixed ages actually, and super intelligent and super passionate and super connected, both in terms of knowledge and intellect and technology, but also in terms of ecology and social awareness as well. So yeah, really exciting. What are some of your, funnest experiences out here in India?
So as you said, in India that there is a lot of adventure sports like rappelling, rock climbing, whitewater kayaking. So all those things, everything is in the starting stage, and I see more people are coming in to try it. More people are experiencing the joy. More people are understanding. Okay, life is not just 4 cubicles inside the 4 cubicles. So people are coming out. People are trying it, and it's so nice to see young kids and people coming to try this adventure sports, which is relatively new in India. So they have this task of convincing their parents, convincing their relatives to come for something which has some risk, because adventure sports, everything has some risk. But they are navigating through all those and coming into the picture, which is very good to see at the moment.
Yes, it is amazing, and a massive score has come through for our surfer in red, Mirai Ikeda, dropping an 8.17 on her last wave there, 3-turn combo. That is really going to shoot her up into the lead with a massive advantage, putting a huge requirement on Hinata Shimizu, a 9.17, which I bet she's going to have to split up into 2 different scores, because, a 9.17 on a single wave is quite an achievement, but, an 8.17 has already been shot in this heat, so Hinata does have a chance of getting that, but looks like our surfer in red is going for another one there. That was just a closeout under priority from our surfer in red, Mirai. Yeah, just getting back to, the outdoors and adventure. So many opportunities. And also, talking about the livelihoods, if you go to any other country which has a developed adventure sports community and culture and industry, you will see that there are so many job opportunities in that area. Everything from teaching to coaching to safety to technology to cameras and media as well, and having, for example, putting out magazines and also even in terms of creating software structures that can really help to progress the tracking of like improvement and so on. And if we also look at the business side of things, there's the whole fashion brand side of things, which is really connected to adventure sports. Especially a lot of the surfing shops, the surfing brands. Big factors in terms of fashion as well. So that whole thing is really open. We do have a lot in terms of traditional fashion, so I'm also really excited to see what is going to come out when we get influences from adventure sports as well, because that's also super exciting. So there's lots of job opportunities because the field is absolutely fresh. We just need some confident people to go out there and start shooting some opportunities. Skating is also something that has been coming up, something you can do in the cities, you can do anywhere, and we have also more local businesses. So for example, Sphere Skateboards, they make skateboards, but they also make skate parks, which are absolutely like super smooth to skate on and really nice to have anywhere on land to practice also things like snowboarding and surfing. And we do have quite a developed dance scene actually out in India. We've hosted Red Bull BC 1 before, which is a breakdancing competition, actually the world-class breakdancing competition, which was in Mumbai and possibly Delhi as well. So we have a big hip-hop breakdance community up there. And obviously, the traditional Bollywood dancing and the traditional dances that are there as well. And some of these artists coming out are really mixing those things together, the hip hop and the traditional dances, and it's super beautiful to see. And so I'm curious to see if we'll be able to mix all those things together, the adventure sports and the cultural things like hip hop, breakdancing together. From the cities to the coast to the mountains to all over. So it's a very exciting moment for everyone in India because there's just so much in terms of leisure. And I think after COVID, we realized that life is not all about money. Life is about spending that money on valuable experiences and valuable experiences are extremely abundant in India because we have one of the craziest countries in the world. We have the ocean, thousands of kilometers of it. We have multiple ranges of mountains. We have deserts. We have lakes. We have rivers. And we have beautiful, of course, history and cultural heritage. So how lucky and blessed are you feeling to be in this beautiful country?
Yeah, if I've given an opportunity to go outside, I would never go. Because that's how much I love my country. I love being in India. I might just go out for 2-3 months just to explore the culture, explore the places. But by the end of the day, I want to be back in my country. I love how the nature or even the places where we live, how we are connected to nature, how we prioritize living with our family, relatives, so everything. So I'd not trade that for anything else. So that's the love I have for India.
I totally feel you there. I spent 4 to 5 years outside, and all I wanted to do after that was just come back to India and spend all my time here. There's just so many interesting things going on in India. Not only do we have adventure sports, do we have culture, do we have, dance and arts and all these things, but we also have an amazing range of social and environmental work going on in this country. And India is a country with many challenges. We are probably by now the country with the biggest population in the world, and or at least population density. And since plastic has come to our country, also a huge challenge for us to tackle, because we're not used to plastic. Our plates, our bowls, everything was biodegradable or durable in the past, and now with that plastic, all we know is that nature takes it back, but actually plastic is separate from nature, and it doesn't take it back, and it damages nature. And but there's so much work that is being done, and if we're able to solve these challenges in a country like India, those solutions can be exported to all the countries of the world. And that's why I find India the most exciting country in the world right now, is because we have the potential for solving so many different things. Speaking of some of just the interesting results that I've looked into, is Mumbai, actually one of the biggest mega cities, is able to recycle 80% of its solid waste. And that comes all from the informal sector. So it's the informal sector which don't have much life opportunities, but with people living in the slums, or the neighborhoods. So the community around the slums, we prefer to call them neighborhoods, because if you actually take the time to explore those neighborhoods, it's more like a local village, a rural village transplanted into a city, and you have that cultural heritage, you have that community feeling inside of them, and they're all super welcoming. I met the Indian person who has the best quality of English, just absolute perfect English, much better than mine, in one of the big slums in Mumbai. And so there's a lot of talk of a little bit of assumptions towards them, but they do so much work, like recycling 80% of Mumbai's solid waste and generating a livelihood out of that, which is absolutely amazing. Some of the other things as well that has sprouted out of India is, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but we have this network called the Vikalp Sangam Network. And it's a network of alternative impact-creating projects. So they have this awesome website where it's a map of India, and you have all the different categories of social and environmental impact you can have, from schooling and education, to gender equity, to food and nutrition, to environment, to recycling, to all those things. And you can just filter through all of those different categories, and all the stories and projects that have been worked on around the country will show up. And that's a beautiful way to travel the country as well. They're always looking for volunteers, always looking to show people what work they do, and invite you into their community. So that's a beautiful thing. And what it has done is it has also sprung out into a global network, which is now called the Global Tapestry of Alternatives, which is trying to bring together all the alternative impact, social and environmental impact projects together around the globe, connecting with South America, connecting with other countries around the world to really, push towards a new world which is, in connection with nature and making the most of this planet, because we have the most magical, most beautiful planet in the world, in the universe that we are aware of. Of course, Mars is there, but like, there's no good oxygen there. There's no beautiful trees, no beautiful mountains. It's all here, guys, and we need to save it. Thank you so much, Aparna, for really playing a huge role in terms of adventure and nature out there for the community in India. And it's been such a pleasure here to have you here in the commentary booth. Would you like to share anything else about your experience here at the event or your experience in general?
Yeah, I just right now the surfing scene for women is very less women come into the surfing scene right now because of so many obvious reasons. From a country like India, like to come out of the comfort zone, to choose something different. All those are a lot of challenges the women are facing, but I just want more of them to show up, at least try it, see if they want to do it. Like, I don't even see people coming out much to try it. So I would really like to see more of them coming, exploring. This is a kind of freedom that they are not aware of. Only once you give it a try, you get to know the freedom, you get to see the happiness, you get to know the experience. So I just want everyone to experience all these things.
And if you experience it once, you will never go back, because adventure sports and the outdoors will hook into your lifestyle and it will change your life. I promise you. Thank you so much for being in the booth here with me. That was Aparna from Kerala. Thank you so much again. In the last heat, we had our winner, Mirai Ikeda, taking that one out with a big 13.67 heat total. We'll be going on a short heat after this one as we're getting ready for the next heat.
Keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark.
And we are officially undergo here in the Mahabalipuram Shore Temple Classic QS 2000. This is the semi-final heat 2. So we've had an official call, and this will be the very last heat of the day, as the jellyfish are just out of control out there. The athletes are just getting destroyed. So this is officially the last heat of the day. We have Isabella Higgs going up against Hinano Shimizu. There we have someone getting up close and personal to the ladies. Wants to make sure he doesn't get too close, though. We wouldn't want him just getting swept away by some of the sets. But a beautiful day. We've had so much go down here. A bit of a couple upsets. We've had some great moments. And yeah, so wrapping it up with the women's QS semifinal, we will have, by the end of these 26.5 minutes, the finalists locked in for tomorrow on the women's side. Then probably tomorrow, bright and early, starting off with the men's semifinals of the QS 2000. I am Jada Legati, and I'm in the booth with my good friend, Percy.
Yeah. It's been super fun here at day 3 of competition, Short Tempo Classic, QS 2000 Pro Junior. We've gotten through quite a few rounds for our quarterfinals and even jumped into the semis. But indeed, the jellies are a little bit too, they're also excited and they also want to get in on that action. They also enjoy the swell and the event, and then they want to have a couple of rides in. And unfortunately, however, they might not be aware of it, but they are very painful when they come into contact with us. So we're gonna leave the lineup to them, and hopefully no one in the free surfs gets too injured. Obviously, make sure to come in, and there is a medical section here that can help out with some. I think it's painkiller cream, which numbs out the pain, and very important also to put hot water to kill the toxins. It really helps on the long term. In my experience, like normally you get like a one year long scar. But if you put hot water like significantly, that scar goes away within a couple of days.
All right, first ride, Isabella Higgs on her forehand. 2 beautiful turns to get her semifinal campaign up and running. She is up against Hinano Shimizu, who has been on fire throughout this entire event. Her twin sister, unfortunately bowing out early to Mirai Akeda just 5 minutes ago. But it is the battle against the Japanese and the Thai surfers. So one of the only remaining non-Japanese surfers in the draw, Isabella Higgs, says she just recently was spending a lot of time in Australia. She lives there most of the time, goes to school, trains, has been studying a lot for the exams recently. So she is out here. Must be exciting to kind of get a breath of fresh air, get into the semifinals, and hopefully maybe a bit of a final. Big moments.
And definitely the Japanese have been taking over the draw over here. They sent 40 surfers down from Japan, and all of them such impressive surfers. Having quite a bit of experience in competition. The surfing industry, competitive industry up there in Japan is quite well developed. They have a lot of things put in place. Surf shops sponsoring kids as soon as they identify them from day 1 on the beach, and then rite of passage, going to some other countries, surfing with big names and inspiring surfers in other places, spending time there to learn the culture, learn the ropes. And this is Isabel Higgs. Also spends quite a bit of time in Australia.
Wow, that was some beautiful surfing from Isabella Higgs. She is looking calm, cool, collected, and ready to really showcase some great surfing. I love this wave. What do you think about it?
I love it as well. We've seen many 2-turn combos from her, and this is one of my favorites, really. Going vert on the first one and a big wrap to finish. And this is actually a 3-turn combo, so she went into the lip a 3rd time over there. Really beautiful. I'm definitely going to improve on her 4.33, I believe, as Hinana Shimizu waits at the back for a good one.
Yeah, so 2 completely different approaches to this heat. We have Isabella Higgs keeping busy, putting scores, building her house. And we have, on the other hand, Hinano Shimizu has been quite quiet, almost 10 minutes just sitting there waiting for a set. She wants to get on a good one straight off the bat. So 2 completely different approaches. Both well, it's just at the end of the day, it's whoever is on the best ones and who is on their, flow state that gets those best scores. We've seen throughout the morning that usually the people who are on that first exchange and getting the higher score tend to be the ones who end up winning the heat. But the beauty of surfing is that we're so dependent on the ocean, and it's so random that anything can happen until the very last seconds.
Yes, and that is what surfing is all about. It is about the flow state, just a few seconds on each wave, and you can't be in the head when you're surfing. You really got to be present there with the wave, with the equipment under your feet, and with every section that comes up in front of you, and then making decisions, but not making them necessarily with your head, making them with your body and your soul. So it's a very, honestly, the first time I experienced a meditative experience was on a surfboard. Was just that thing of having an empty mind and just being fully present. Time slows down, and you just feel the exhilaration, the thrill of riding a wave of energy from, created by wind from far out in the ocean, translated by energy from the sun. So it's just a super magical sport, and we're all so happy to be part of it.
Absolutely, live action. This is Hinano Shimizu putting up some great turns. This is her first wave of this semi-final heat too. Really jamming it in the pocket. Hasn't missed a beat, just allowing the wave to kind of tell her where it wants her boards to be placed. She's reading this really nicely. Gonna take it all the way down to inside. Beautiful, strong finish there for Hinano Shimizu. But on the other hand, Isabella Higgs, a 6.17 to get things started. So she has 2 solid scores already. She will be itching to get rid of that 4.33.
Oh, definitely. And she definitely will have a chance of doing that. 20 minutes left on the clock, and just a mission of getting rid of a 4.33. Definitely an easy task for our girl Isabel as she looks around the surf spot, trying to dodge all those bullets from the jellies. As we have Hinana going for the run around there on our beach. This is one of the beautiful beaches we have in India. Right next to that shore temple, and all of the sand here collecting to give us a beautiful sandbank for this QS 2000 Pro Junior.
Yeah, so it is the very first time in Indian surfing that we bring a Pro Junior to the coastline here. So it's a beautiful moment.
Yeah, and it's such an honor really to be hosting a Pro Junior and see what's coming up, see what's coming up in terms of the talent in the next few years on the QS series, because all these juniors are definitely going to be reaching for that junior title, but also just building experience, wearing a jersey on the international stage. To for the day that they get onto the QS, and already a lot of them are on the QS. A lot of them are double dipping and are both putting in time, putting in pretty much maximizing as much time as they can in the water. Both in the juniors and in the QS. And here's Isabel firing on this one.
All right, this is Izzy Higgs on a solid looking wave. It's going to be a quick up and out for her, so deciding to pull off. She didn't see any potentials, at this level of surfing. I think as soon as a surfer takes off on a wave, they can pretty much tell what type of score they'll be able to get off of it. So Izzy, wanting to get rid of a 4.33, she looked at it and she's like, I don't think I can surf this up to that. So deciding to pull off, no harm done, because Hinata Shimizu is still down or paddling back around, but she did get a 5.17, so that's a solid start for Hinata. She's going to be feeling pretty good. Started quite a bit later from Izzy, but Izzy now out the back by herself will get a beautiful chance if a set comes.
Indeed. Isabel back out with priority. Smart decision there, getting off of that one, because Hinana was still going for the runaround, so she had time to paddle back and get priority, even though she fired on that one. 17 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Plenty of time for both of our surfers to get some shots. We have seen, exchanges in the situation in the past. One of our surfers, starting really strong with the first ride, and then some time went by, but the surfer, in second, was able to put down some massive scores and get the lead of the person who started really strong in the heat. So it doesn't, just because you start really strong in the heat doesn't mean that you will take it off. You got to keep the pressure up. You got to keep going, building that house and building those scores until the last second. Really full focus, and that's what competitive surfing is all about. Is about full focus and the flow state at the same time, as well as all the technicalities of priority and wave selection and getting the requirements that you need.
Absolutely, and it's just such an exciting sport. It's great to be here, and we've had incredible days of competition. We are up to day 3, I can't believe it, and already into semifinals. We have our first finalist already, Mirai Akeda, and one of these 2 ladies is going to be joining her in the final really soon. So hopefully we'll we'll see one of these two ladies join Mirai Keda. So it's super exciting. And I think it's just been such a memorable event. We've had nonstop waves throughout the past 3 days. It's been cooking. Unfortunately, we will be calling it off this afternoon due to the jellyfish. But yeah, the waves are still cooking. So it's not a matter of waves. It's just, those jellies are just wiping out our athletes.
And I hope that clears the lineup up because I want to go for a free surf. Here's our surfer in blue.
All right, Hinano Shimizu on a good looking wave. Third turn, a bit of a check turn there, gets the finishing on that one. So in my opinion, a little flatter maybe than her previous one, but a good backup nonetheless. She's putting her feet on the wax. She's keeping busy, keeping her board alive. Izzy Higgs now behind her. Good opening carve to start things off. This wave really bowling up. She has to stick with it to get the score, and she does. That was a massive turn from Izzy Higgs.
Big surfing, big statements by our girl from Thailand, Isabel Higgs, looking to replace that 4.33. And yeah, I really like, when these surfers, and I understand why it's part of the judging criteria, commitment to difficult maneuvers and difficult sections, commitment and degree of difficulty, because it just makes the surfing so exciting to watch, when they attack the wave with full power, full strength, essentially creating these beautiful combinations out there. Looks like Izzy might be shaking off a little bit of a jelly or something.
Yeah, there we have the jellies really taking advantage of the situation, making sure they're getting all the surfers that pass by that rock. There we have it. Oh, unfortunately, Izzy having to fight off one of the jellyfish there. Hopefully she is okay. So her last wave still hasn't come in. We're also waiting for the last of Hinano.
Just if you guys, oh no, that was maybe an old news. Like one of the things you could have done back in the days is like rub it with sand to get off the tentacles, but it might not be so good because you also irritate the skin, and that's also not so good.
All right, looking like she's gonna get back out there though. She's not gonna miss this opportunity. She wants a piece of that semifinal. She doesn't want to be left behind. All right, waiting for scores of the last of Izzy Higgs. So Hinano, a 3.83. Isabella Higgs does improve her situation. She gets a 4.87 and extends her lead, chipping away at her score, making life a little more difficult now for Hinano Shimizu. Izzy got, is that that whitewash breaking out the back? Is that the temple?
That is the temple. That is the
Incredible.
pagoda. We have a legend of the 7 pagodas. Right now we only have one pagoda out back over there, still alive, still on land, but the other 6 are, under the ocean. And one of the myths is that it was, drowned by that, big tsunami or deluge that happened a long time ago, which is connected to a lot of myths around the world, such as Noah's Ark and Atlantis going underwater and Lemuria and all these things. So, some of these, actually we had like an investigator come down here that goes all over the world looking for evidence of these ancient civilizations, and he even made some claims that these monuments might go back even to 11,000 years ago, where we had that moment where the sea rise came. So, a lot of history here, but yeah, the confirmed dates for the building are definitely in the 2nd to 8th century by that Pallava dynasty, and just beautiful. If you get a chance to come down here, definitely get a shot at the waves. The jellies aren't always here, to be honest. Like I've been here for the past 2 months, and yeah, there are moments like a few 3-4 days where there's really heavy jellies, but like a majority of the time it's pretty chill. And yeah, I haven't got stung by a jelly in, I'm just going to touch wood because I don't want to get stung today, but I haven't got stung by a jelly in, like a solid one in the last, 4 months or something like that. Probably my last proper jelly sting was maybe last year. So,
all right, so looking like a couple of sets coming through. It is Hinano Shimizu with priority out the back. Let's see what our surfer does, our surfer in Blue on your screen, beautiful cut back. Unfortunately, bogs the rail a little on the way back down. This wave really bowling up for her, and she goes down. So that's gonna be a little bit of a painful one, but plenty of time to get back out.
That is for sure. Just having a bit of trouble with that outside rail, Hinana Shimizu. Yeah, it's important to engage the rail in the right way. You don't wanna dig the front portion of the rail too much because it is gonna dig, it is gonna catch, and yes, you can kind of protect yourself from that by having a bit more forgiving rails. But the best thing is to engage the rails in the best way, and that is the more back end portion of the rail where you have the hard edge. The hard edge is a little bit more of a sharp portion of the rail, which really helps to grip the surface of the water. And back in the days, we didn't even have fins to help us move our surfboards around. It was all rail work. Here we go with some live action.
All right, Izzy, taking a look at this one, she wasn't convinced. Like we said earlier, surfers usually tend to know what score they need and what the wave they're looking at, what potential score it could give. So she saw that, was like, that's not going to be improving on my 4.87. Decides to stay out the back with priority. I think it was a pretty smart move. It didn't look like that wave had so much potential. So Izzy's showing that competitive maturity, showing that she's really been putting in the rounds, she's really been putting in the training, and it shows in the results. Semi-final heat 2 at a QS 2000 is no easy task.
That is definitely the case, and they are fighting for the finals here, so for whoever gets into the finals will be getting some pretty big points. I think the point rewarded is 1,500 points for a win, so that's a lot towards the rankings on the juniors for sure. Izzy doing quite a good job here with a 6.17 at the start, and backing it up with a 4.87. Now Hinana looking for some backup. She's looking for a 5.88, so the best score of her heat if she wants to take off the lead. But and Izzy doing a good job, not going on that wave, not seeing the scoring potential, and just choosing to maintain priority over Hinana, especially since we enter the back 10 minutes of this heat. We did have 30 minutes, so this is the last third of the heat. And it's a smart decision to just have that priority. She's sitting right underneath her, which means that if Hinana decides, to go on something, she will have the opportunity to kind of take that opportunity from her.
Yeah, interesting. Already deciding to opt for that defense. She with 9 minutes left, that's still plenty of time, but already wanting to kind of put that pressure on Hinano and kind of show her, like, I would say, like, who's boss at this moment. Like, Izzy has a pretty solid lead of 6.17 and 4.87, so she is feeling pretty comfortable just as time keeps ticking away. It is probably one of the quickest heats for Hinano and the slowest for Izzy. One of them wants it to finish now, the other one wants more time. But Izzy playing smart, staying close to Hinano, using her tactics really well, applying pressure and nerve. So I'm really impressed by Izzy's performance right now.
Yeah, for sure. Time can be a friend and an enemy. Right now, a friend to Hinana and an enemy to Higgs. Looks like she's going to let Hinana go on this one.
All right, big blast off the top there for Hinano. Beautiful swooping carve. Stays close to the whitewash. 5.88 is her requirement. Let's see what she does in the finishing here. Really solid snap. And another one, so maybe a bit of a mistake from Izzy Higgs letting Hinano go for that one. That was a much better wave than I was expecting, and I think Izzy as well. So that wave was the wave that just kept on giving. Hinano looking for a 6 pretty much on that wave. So I don't know, at first glance, I would probably say if it's not the score, it's just under. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. Really surfed that wave up, and I think Izzy not going for that one because she saw it was a bit smaller, and she knows the judges are looking for more critical sections. But that wave just kept providing. Even after that first section, after the rock, it kept building, kept growing, and giving her more and more sections to hit. So she put 5, 6, 7 turns on that one. All of them really quality, and really curious to see where the judges are going to go with it. They're definitely going to be deliberating, definitely going to be rewatching that one quite a bit because it's an important wave, a 5.88 to take the lead, and 6 minutes and 45 to go. Let's see what Isabel does now after this one.
All right, Isabel decides to pull the trigger on this one, not liking it, just running away from her. 6.5 left. We're still waiting for that last of Hinano. If it will cause a bit of an upset or not, That is all up to the judges now, probably replaying that wave over and over, maybe comparing it to Izzy's 617, seeing if it gets the nod of approval or not. So it has to be better than Izzy's best waves, practically. Or just under it.
Yeah, and just in terms of that decision over there, with Izzy, there was still quite a bit of time left in the heat, and she was on that defensive role, but decided not to use that defense tactics right there. I'll just run you guys through this wave. Hinana takes off, and I believe going straight into a bottom turn here. So beautiful wave put together by our girl in blue, Hinana. But yeah, the decision by Izzy, she's only looking to replace a 4.87, and she could probably have seen that there was potential for that, for at least a 4.87, and could have used the priority in terms of defense, but also in terms of attack to try and increase the requirements for Hinana, but missing that opportunity a little bit, and we'll see if that has a big repercussion for her in this heat. Still some time to go though, and she does have priority out the back, so now it's all up to the ocean, and a bit of that ocean factor, giving a lean to Hinana, because it didn't look like that wave had much on it, but it just kept providing, and those are the kind of things that are very difficult to know. How will the third, fourth section of the wave actually be? That's very difficult to read at the start of the wave.
Absolutely, but I think the only thing going against Hinana's wave was probably the size of it. It was quite small and a little running on the inside. So it was surfed perfectly, and she gave it her best shot, but I don't know if it's going to be the score. I would say it just was a little smaller than maybe the 617 or her 517. So it's really tough one, because it was surfed nicely, and she had some great moves on it, but it was a bit of a small wave. Maybe that's why Isabel was like, I don't think so.
Yeah, so very intelligent actually decision from Isabel Higgs, being able to read the scoring potential, as you were saying, at that level, on that wave, as this one came in at a 5.23, so it wasn't the requirement that Hinana needed, and she's still out there holding priority, so the defense game, quite working out for Izzy.
Yeah, so Izzy making sure that Hinano does not get a second chance. She's going to be getting on the next set if it comes. Izzy is playing an extremely, extremely good heat right now. And nerves of steel, I mean, letting a wave like that go is pretty impressive. So, ooh, interesting. Izzy might be losing priority on that one. She did paddle a little harder on that. So you can see Hinano taking a look, seeing if she lost priority or not, putting her hand up. There we go.
And there we have the switch in priority. A little bit of a mistake from Izzy there, paddling a bit too hard on that one. I think she could have clearly seen that it wasn't really the opportunity she wanted to improve on her 4.87, but still having a go. Just a couple paddles too much, and the priority judge, really doing a great job at seeing that and giving the priority back to Hinana.
Yeah, that could come back and bite Izzy in the next just under 3 minutes, because that was she was doing really well, and then unfortunately just pushed a little too hard on the paddle. Looked like she was gonna go for it and trying to sell Hinano on it, but unfortunately she lost priority on that one. So if a set comes, all right away is for Hinano Shimizu, opening the door back up for her. She has all the chances in the world. A 5.82. Izzy has to be really careful right now not to be sitting too close to Shimizu, because it could potentially be called a priority interference if she does get in the way.
Yeah, that is for sure, and she'll still be trying to put some pressure on Hinana, but it's also down to the ocean. 2 minutes to go. A little bit of a mistake, paddling a bit too hard on that wave, but we'll see now. It's all up to the ocean and what Hinana is able to do on that wave, and what score she gets rewarded for. She looks pretty committed to this one, and
oh, it's okay. So Hinano Shimizu does go for this one, cashes in priority. Good first cutback. Takes to a massive finishing turn there. This has to be the 5.82 that she's looking for. That was probably her last chance. I'm pretty sure Izzy Higgs will now be paddling really close to Hinano with priority, wanting to make sure that she doesn't get another chance to get the opportunity of 5.82. It will be mostly coming off from that big finishing turn. I'm not sure if it's going to be it. It has to be close to a 6. So they're going to be comparing it again to that 6.17 of Izzy Higgs and, giving the nod or not.
Yeah, that is a big requirement for just the one maneuver. I mean, there was a second maneuver on it, of course, but most of the money is going to come from that last one. It was a beautiful maneuver from Hinana, for sure, but the requirement is a 5.82. It is a little bit steep, and looks like Izzy is firing on this one. A little insider. I'm quite curious why she go on this one.
Yeah, interesting choice. Maybe some of the nerves starting to come in. She probably should have opted to staying out there and kind of covering Hinano with a priority. But 35 seconds left. She is still in first. Hinano Shimizu now still waiting for that last score to come through. Hinano must be out the back pretty soon. So if any wave does come through, it is all eyes on Hinano. Does she get one last chance? Looking like there's a couple sections coming towards her. 10 seconds left. Will it be enough time for Hinano, or will Izzy be taking this one out and booking her spot into the final? We'll be counting this one down, and it's looking like it is Izzy Higgs going into the final with Mirai Akeda. We will most probably see them either tomorrow or the day after. So congratulations, Izzy Higgs. That was an incredible performance, our Thai surfer. We will be calling it a day, and we will be catching you guys back bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you for tuning in, and see you all tomorrow.